Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Felicia's laughter rang out, light and teasing. Charlotte turned toward her, smiling politely. "My name is Charlotte," he said with a gentlemanly tilt of his head. "May I know yours?" Before him stood a striking beauty. Her golden hair spilled over her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering under the light. She was slim, graceful, and carried the air of a noble woman. "Felicia Hardy," she replied softly, her cheeks coloring when his gaze lingered. "You could just call me Felicia." "Charlotte, so that's his name." Her heart beat a little faster. "Felicia," Charlotte repeated with a sincere smile. A name as elegant as its owner. But then he frowned slightly, as if a thought had struck him. "Wait, Hardy? As in the Hardy Group?" Felicia lifted her chin with pride. "That's right, the Hardy Group." She was proud of her family's name and wanted Charlotte to know it. Confidence was second nature to her, but when it came to Charlotte, she wanted to impress him even more. Hero saving the beauty might be a cliché, but it had worked. Her heart was already leaning toward him. Charlotte, however, only chuckled lightly. "So, I really did save a princess today." He didn't seem particularly dazzled by the Hardy name, which both surprised and intrigued her. Trying not to lose momentum, she asked, "Charlotte, are you a student at Empire State too?" "I am. A freshman," he answered. "Then are you also part of the research teams? I don't recall seeing you before." "Oh no, I'm a criminology major," Charlotte said with an easy smile. "This is actually my first day on campus. My girlfriend is in one of the research groups, though. I came to find her. Speaking of which, I really should go." Felicia froze. Girlfriend? A pang of disappointment shot through her chest, though she quickly masked it. Of course someone like him wouldn't be single. But Felicia Hardy wasn't one to give up easily. She believed in seizing what she wanted. "Felicia? You okay?" Charlotte's voice pulled her back. She straightened up, brushing it off with a smile. "I spaced out for a second. Sorry. What were you saying?" "I was asking if you could take me back to your group's building. I heard all the labs are in the same place." "Of course," Felicia said brightly. Secretly, she was eager to see this so-called girlfriend for herself. Charlotte glanced down at Ryan, groaning on the ground. "What about him? Should I deal with it? Or do you want to?" If Charlotte handled it, Ryan would end up in SHLD's hands. If Felicia took over, the Hardy Group would make sure his fate was far worse. Either way, Ryan's future looked grim. Felicia's eyes hardened. "Leave it to me." She pulled out her phone, anger flickering beneath her calm tone. If Charlotte hadn't shown up, she shuddered at the thought. Handing Ryan to the police would be far too merciful. Her family had other ways of making men like him regret every breath. After a quick call to her mother, she turned back to Charlotte. "It's handled. Let's go. He'll be taken away soon." "Thanks," Charlotte said simply, falling into step beside her. "No, I should be thanking you," Felicia replied with a sweet smile. "If you're free tonight, let me treat you to dinner." Charlotte gave an apologetic look. "I'd love to, but I'm busy tonight." Felicia's eyes narrowed playfully. "Then tomorrow?" "Actually," Charlotte said suddenly, pulling an envelope from his jacket, "I just remembered something. I got an invitation to your family's charity gala next week. I'll be covering it as a photographer for the Bugle. I heard they're serving Romani Connie Red that night. If you really want to thank me, save me a few glasses." Felicia brightened instantly. "If you love wine, I'll reserve bottles for you myself." Charlotte laughed warmly. "Felicia, you're too good to me." "Charlotte, that's the Empire State Research Building." Led by Felicia, Charlotte arrived at the old research hall. The outer walls were worn and peeling, giving the place a sense of history rather than grandeur. "Hey, Gwen, I'm here." Charlotte spotted Gwen pacing outside the entrance. She turned immediately, her eyes lighting up. "Charlotte, finally." She walked over quickly, puffing her cheeks in mock annoyance. I thought maybe some other girl had already. Before she could finish, Charlotte pulled her into his arms, cutting her words off with a kiss. Gwen froze, her wide eyes shimmering with surprise. She struggled for a moment, her hands pressing weakly against his chest, but soon melted against him. Her lashes trembled as she closed her eyes, returning the kiss with quiet surrender. When Charlotte finally let go, Gwen was breathless, her lips flushed. He chuckled, brushing her hair aside. So, Gwen, was that apology sincere enough? She blinked, then pouted, cheeks burning. Fine, I'll let it slide. But don't expect me to forgive you so easily next time. Of course, Charlotte said with a playful grin. Next time, I'll just make the apology even longer. A voice suddenly broke in. So the girlfriend Charlotte mentioned is you, Gwen. The two turned. Felicia was standing close, watching with an unreadable smile. Ah! Gwen jumped back from Charlotte's arms, her face crimson. Felicia, you came here with him? You were the one he asked for directions. Felicia nodded. Yes. If it weren't for Charlotte, today would have been one of the worst days of my life. Saved you? What happened? Gwen frowned. Felicia's eyes flickered, but she kept her tone casual. Nothing much. Just a thug who thought he could take advantage of me. I see. Gwen fell quiet. Charlotte, half ignored by the two women, finally interjected. Hold on. You two already know each other. Of course. Gwen smiled. Felicia's in my research group. We both work under Professor Stillwell. Ah, that explains it. Charlotte nodded, then teased. No wonder Stillwell stays so focused in the lab, with two beauties in his team. Personally, I don't know how he manages to care about radioactive machines when the two of you are around. Both women laughed softly, covering their mouths. Professor Stillwell only has eyes for his research, Gwen said. Exactly, Felicia agreed. Charlotte, to him, were nothing compared to a single broken machine part. Charlotte shrugged. Then I'll never understand scientists. Who needs numbers and wires when there's real beauty right in front of you? They chatted a while longer, until Charlotte checked his watch. Gwen, it's getting late. We should head out. He turned to Felicia. Sorry, let's talk more another time. Gwen and I have a few things to do. A date? Felicia asked with a sly smile. Not exactly, Charlotte replied. We're going apartment hunting. Classes start soon, so we want a place near campus. In that case, let me come too. I've been thinking of moving out myself. Felicia's eyes sparkled. Charlotte hesitated. The idea of Felicia tagging along didn't sit well. Not with what he really planned for tonight. Before he could find a polite refusal, Gwen stepped in smoothly. Felicia, you should go back. Professor Stillwell was just saying he needed more help. He's probably looking for you. All right. Felicia looked disappointed, but nodded. Then, turning back to Charlotte, she said with a smile, We'll see each other at the Hardy Charity Gala next week. Of course. As Felicia left, Gwen narrowed her eyes. Charity Gala? Felicia invited you. Charlotte raised his hands. Not like that. The Daily Bugle assigned me as photographer. That's all. I see. Gwen knew about his part-time work there, so she didn't press further. If you'd like, I can take you too, Charlotte added. Every invitation allows a partner. Gwen hesitated, then nodded lightly. I'll try. My project is reaching a critical point, so I might be tied up, but I'll make time if I can. Good. Then it's settled. Charlotte smiled. Come on, let's go. It's getting late. They walked side by side, but Gwen was uncharacteristically quiet. What's wrong, Gwen? Charlotte asked, frowning at her silence. She bit her lip, then finally said, Charlotte, don't you think Felicia is a little too interested in you? The way she looks at you, it's different. Didn't you notice? Her tone carried a trace of jealousy. Charlotte blinked, genuinely confused. Isn't that just how every girl reacts when they see me? Gwen stared at him in disbelief. He really doesn't get it. 2 days later, at a student apartment near Empire State University at midnight, a few strands of white moonlight passed through the gaps in the bedroom curtains and quietly sprinkled on the mahogany floor. In the darkness, on a somewhat messy big bed, a man and a woman fell asleep in an intimate embrace. It was Charlotte and Gwen. I have to say that in this internet age, everything is very convenient, and finding an apartment is not so troublesome. Charlotte only needs to search the student apartments near Empire State on the internet, read the evaluations of other residents, compare the situation, and conduct a field trip, and she will be able to make a final decision soon. And Peter guessed right at the beginning, the high-level apartment Charlotte chose was really not affordable for him. It should be said that it was completely unnecessary. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, a master bedroom, a guest room, a study, plus a kitchen and a bathroom are more than enough for Charlotte and Gwen, and even exceed some needs. Gwen didn't think it was necessary to be so big at first, but Charlotte insisted that she couldn't object to anything, and Gwen also liked it here. In the apartment, some refrigerators, air conditioners, TVs, and other furniture were basically available. It only took Charlotte and Gwen more than a day to buy and add some personal items of furniture, and they officially moved in. It is worth mentioning that, in order to persuade Gwen's father to allow Gwen to come out to live in 08, Charlotte came to visit, but was driven away 3 blocks in a police car by the other party. Gwen's father almost pulled out a police gun. But Gwen's mother was more talkative, not only persuaded Gwen's father, but also helped Gwen pack her luggage. I used to believe I could be a one. Suddenly, a brisk music sounded in the quiet bedroom, and it was Charlotte's cell phone ringing. The usually melodious rhythm, in this quiet and sleeping night, makes people feel particularly harsh and annoying. Who? Don't sleep in the middle of the night. Call yourself. Charlotte, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, frowned dissatisfiedly, but she didn't open her eyes. She just hugged Gwen tightly in her arms and continued to sleep, not intending to pay attention to it. It shouldn't be an important thing. It will be over after a while. After all, if SHILD has a mission, it will contact him through Charlotte's watch, and so will Aunt Skyme and the others. I thought I could fly with a heart of stone. But the cell phone was still ringing with no intention of stopping. It seemed to be getting more urgent. Charlotte, your call is due. The exhausted Gwen turned around, gently pushed Charlotte's chest, and motioned for him to answer the phone. But he didn't open his eyes, as lazy as a kitten who had just been satisfied. A few strands of wet hair were scattered on Gwen's blushing little face, exuding a special charm. Hey, I guess it's someone else who asked me to go to the bar to play. Charlotte let go of Gwen in her arms helplessly, turned over, and stretched out her hand to feel under the bed, groping in the dark. But last night was a little crazy. Clothes and pants were scattered all over the place, and the mobile phone in the pants was thrown away. Charlotte fumbled on the floor for a long time in a daze, throwing together the Gwen underwear she picked up, and finally managed to find her cell phone relying on the source of the ringtone. Hey, don't call me for bar parties or anything. Let's make an appointment later. Charlotte closed her eyes, didn't even look at the caller ID, and picked up the phone directly. She wanted to decline the invitation, she thought, but was interrupted by an anxious voice from the other side of the phone. Charlotte, I'm Uncle Ben. This uncle. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Charlotte woke up instantly from her drowsy state, stood up abruptly, and got out of bed. Ben Uncle seldom calls himself, and usually asks Peter or Peter's Aunt May to contact him when he has something to do. Now that he called suddenly in the middle of the night, it must be something very important. What happened? Ben Uncle. Charlotte looked for clothes on the ground to put on, and asked with her mobile phone, Is there any trouble that I can help? I'll come right away. Peter's Ben Uncle and Aunt May usually take care of themselves. If they have any trouble, Charlotte will definitely go to help. Is Peter with you? Charlotte. Peter? Not here. A hint of surprise appeared on Charlotte's face, and she asked suspiciously, What's the matter? Hasn't Peter come home yet? Peter, this guy can't come home at night? Find a rental so quickly? Charlotte quickly dismissed this idea. Even if Peter really went out to rent a house, he wouldn't leave without saying hello to his uncle and Aunt May. Yeah, Peter has been acting weird since he came back from the science fair yesterday. Besides, I haven't come home so late today, and my phone is turned off, so Aunt May and I are very worried about him. It's weird when you come back from the science fair. The phone is turned off. Charlotte froze her hands while she was getting dressed, and a thought flashed through her mind, and she asked, Then have you called MJ? She won't turn off her phone too. Peter might be with her right now. There was a tinge of sarcasm in Charlotte's tone. This guy Peter may have gotten the hang of it. I heard that Peter mustered up the courage to invite MJ to the science fair. Although Charlotte doesn't understand why anyone would think of inviting a girl on a date to see spider crawlers or something, but MJ did accept Peter's invitation. Maybe MJ just likes it. But it was his fault that Peter actually made Ben and Uncle worry about them. Already called MJ, but she said that Peter separated from her on the way home from school today. Ben Uncle's worried voice continued. I'm looking for him outside, right here at XX Street, Queens, where he and MJ parted ways. Okay, I'll be right over. Hearing this, Charlotte also realized the seriousness of the situation, quickly hung up the phone, and speeded up the action of getting dressed. Charlotte, what's the matter? Gwen also heard what Charlotte said just now, opened her eyes, and got up to look at Charlotte. Is something wrong with Peter? Due to the relationship between Charlotte and MJ, the relationship between Gwen and Peter is also quite good, so Gwen is also a little worried about Peter's accident. It's okay, baby, you can continue to sleep. I'll go and have a look. Charlotte came to the bed and kissed Gwen to comfort her, then turned and walked out of the bedroom. Let me see, where is Peter? Charlotte came to the living room, poured a glass of water from the refrigerator, took a sip to rehydrate, and activated the only skill of finding people. TXT. A virtual transparent light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte's eyes, which was the world map. Peter Parker. Charlotte said Peter's name silently, while recalling Peter's message in her mind. The world map that appeared in front of my eyes continued to enlarge. America, America, New York. The map quickly freezes on a certain street in Queens. A small red dot flashes on the map, and it is marked with Peter Parker, which is exactly Peter's current location. And based on Charlotte's understanding of Peter, the location is quite accurate, with almost no errors. Peter is indeed near the uncle, but why in the fighting ring? What is he doing there? Charlotte looked at the place where the red dot appeared, with a trace of doubt on her face. Does Peter have a hobby of watching fighting? Why don't I know? In Charlotte's impression, Peter is a nerd, and it's okay to let him hold a book, but Peter goes to watch fighting? This style of painting is not right. But Charlotte probably never imagined that Peter is not as simple as going to the competition. He is at the moment standing on the fighting field as a contestant. In the fighting arena, the atmosphere is in full swing. Kill, 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 kill. The auditorium was full of voices, and the audience burst into cheers like waves. On the ring, a strong man in a black vest and leather jacket with extremely muscular body was wrestling with a strong man in a bull's head mask. But obviously, the burly man in the bull head mask was no match for the burly man in leather. After just a few blows, he was caught by the opponent, held high above his head, slammed hard on the hard floor continuously, and was finally thrown out of the ring. My legs, I can't feel my legs. When the strong man in the bullhead mask screamed and was carried out on a stretcher, the atmosphere on the scene was pushed to the climax. The enthusiastic shouts of the audience almost lifted the ceiling of the fighting arena. In the player waiting area, Peter, who was wearing a strange red suit, saw this crazy scene on the field and the screaming strong man with a bull's head mask that happened to pass in front of his eyes. He couldn't help feeling even more disturbed. The decision is correct or not. Peter Parker, a very ordinary college student, although he is excellent in his studies, he is not too proud of it. In the United States, studying well may not necessarily be popular, but may be rejected by girls because many times studying well is associated with nerds, and nerds are directly associated with boredom and taciturnity. Most of the girls like boys who are athletic, cheerful, or humorous. No girl is willing to listen to you reciting boring equations or explaining scientific research when dating you. Compared with this, they prefer their boyfriends to drive them for a drive in the wild. This time is the life of young people. So at this point, Peter is very envious of his friend Charlotte, who is good at dealing with people. Unlike him, who is cowardly, can't speak a word, is often ridiculed by his classmates, even if he has no courage to confess to MJ, who has been in love with MJ for many years. However, all this seems to have ushered in a turning point at the science fair the day before yesterday. When Peter was taking photos for MJ, He was accidentally bitten by a super gene spider, and he returned home in a daze and slept all night. When he woke up the next day, Peter found that everything had changed. Not only did he take off his short-sighted glasses, but he also felt that his power had become extremely powerful. After Peter's research, he found a very rare mutation in his gene. Ability seems to be approaching the spider, and his strength is constantly getting stronger, which shows that the gene mutation is still going on. And the reason why Peter is standing here today is because he wants to use this God-given power to win a prize. In this fighting match, Peter can win a prize of $3,000 as long as he stays with the ringleader for 3 minutes. In this way, he could buy a good second-hand car, and he can also drive MJ for a ride in the future. For this reason, Peter specially designed a set of combat uniforms himself, an all-red uniform. Although it is a bit ugly, he made it by himself overnight. And in order not to look too monotonous, Peter specially printed a huge amount of black spider on the chest of the clothes. Okay, our devil will attract another challenger, that is. When Peter was dreaming of a bright future, the host's voice from the ring came to his ears. Peter's face tightened. Knowing that it was time to go on stage, he quickly put on a homemade mask. Amazing Spider-Man. The lights on the arena suddenly shone on Peter in the player channel, which made him stunned, and quickly turned back to the staff to retort. It's a humanoid spider. Let's play. No, he got the wrong name. The staff were helpless. Where did this idiot come from? How did such an ugly name like a humanoid spider get on the stage? Even if they found a novice rookie in order to cope with the situation, it shouldn't make people feel trashy, although this skinny young man does look trashy. Come on, idiot. The staff didn't say any more nonsense and pushed Peter out of the player channel. Spider-Man, PPP. Seeing that the next contestant turned out to be such a thin guy, the audience booed and kept making middle finger gestures to Peter. Amid the scorn of the audience, Peter stepped onto the ring in a panic and stood not far from the broadcaster. Cage! 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 Suddenly, the surrounding audience shouted neat slogans together, and the cage above the ring was slowly descending, finally covering the ring completely inside. Hey! Peter ran to the cage in a daze and shouted at the audience, "Open the cage!" But the other party ignored Peter's words at all and just continued to cheer, and they would soon see the screams and wailing of the guy in red pajamas. Little freak! A roar from behind made Peter turn around instantly in fright, looked at the philosophy, leather-clad, burly man in front of him, and took 2 steps back. Don't try to run. I want to have fun with you for 3 minutes. The burly man in leather looked at Peter with a perverted face, as if looking at a toy that could be ravaged at will. Clang! As soon as the bell rang for the start of the game, the burly man in leather couldn't wait to rush to his little toy. Spider telepathy appears. Peter's heart was full of alarm bells. He jumped subconsciously, jumped 4 to 5 meters high, and hung on the top of the cage. Boom! The burly man in leather bumped his head against the cage, couldn't help but shook his head and said angrily, "What are you doing up there? Far away from you." Wearing a mask, Peter hung on a high place and couldn't help teasing, "Your clothes are so cute. Did your husband buy them for you?" After Peter found out that he put on a mask to hide himself, he seemed to be awakening some incredible attribute, and compared to his usual taciturn self, he suddenly talked a lot more. "Come down." The big guy in the leather jacket jumped up and tried to catch the little guy above his head, but he didn't have such good jumping ability. Whoa, the leather lady is mad. Peter was hanging leisurely on the top of the cage and started to bombard the opponent with the mouth bombardment mode. "It seems that next time your husband should give you a better one." Suddenly, Peter's spider telepathy sent out a strange wave, which gave him a different feeling, as if he had met a kind. Peter turned his head and scanned the auditorium, trying to find the source of the feeling, but saw a familiar figure. Charlotte, why is he here? Startled in Peter's heart, he couldn't help but let go of the cage and fell to the opponent who was waiting for him below. "Haha, you're still down. Let's see where you go." The burly man in leather showed a ferocious smile and raised his hands to catch Peter. He wanted to wring off the limbs of this little bug, causing him to scream in pain. Spider telepathy warned of an incoming attack. Peter came back to his senses in an instant, a dexterous somersault, escaped the two iron hands of the strong man in leather, and landed steadily below the opponent. Wolf kicked on the chin of the strong man. With a click, something seemed to be broken, and the strong man in leather flew out with his eyes turned white, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. The cheers at the scene stopped abruptly, and the audience fell into silence. Did they all hallucinate? The undefeated champion was actually defeated by a boy in red pajamas. No one expected this ending. It was beyond their expectations. Asterisk 1, 2, 3, it's over. But no matter what, the victory was decided, and the referee, who reacted directly, opened the cage, came to Peter, raised his right hand, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the new victor, Spider-Man." Spider-Man? In the players' lounge, Charlotte looked at Peter, who had already taken off his mask, and couldn't help but joked, "That's a good name. What do you think?" As soon as the game was over, Charlotte grabbed Peter, who was about to sneak away, and pulled him into the waiting room. This guy Peter wanted to deny it at first, but Charlotte's skill navigation mark was flashing on him, so he couldn't be mistaken. Charlotte stepped forward and took off Peter's mask. "Not what I thought, but the name Spider-Man is really good. I like it." Peter laughed a few times in embarrassment, having accepted the name Spider-Man in his heart. Peter was very excited and satisfied at the moment when the game was won and the audience shouted Spider-Man in unison. This is an experience that Peter has never experienced before without being noticed by others. He felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if he was being watched by the whole world. This power was given to him by God to change his decadent life. Peter firmly believed in this. The name is not bad, but your combat uniform is not worthy of this name. I don't know if you thought it was a masked pervert. Charlotte looked at the red mask of the same style as the robber in her hand, threw it to Peter, and then looked at the extremely ugly all-red uniform on Peter and was a little speechless. Peter would definitely be arrested by the police as a pervert if he went out wearing this dress. No way. You must bring your own combat uniform to participate in the competition. Peter also knew that the clothes on his body were a bit frustrated, so he continued to embarrass himself. "This is already the fastest clothes I can make, and it is indeed a bit rough. In fact, I already have a good set of blueprints, and I can wear in the next competition." The combat uniform this time is just Peter's first draft, which was processed in a hurry to participate in the competition. In the next match, I will be able to put on that exquisite battle suit and stand on the ring again to receive the cheers of the audience. The next competition? Are you still planning to participate in this kind of competition? A hint of helplessness appeared on Charlotte's face, and she said angrily, "I don't want to be called out by Uncle in the middle of the night to find you next time." "This Uncle?" Peter was startled, and his expression was full of panic. "He came to me too?" If Ben Uncle knows that he plays in this kind of place, Ben Uncle will definitely be very disappointed with him. You don't come home at night. You, Ben Uncle, and Aunt May are definitely worried, and all the calls went to me. Charlotte rolled her eyes. This kid is still nervous. "Tell me what's going on with you." Charlotte re-examined Peter for a while and continued, "Where did your power come from? You won't be caught as a guinea pig by that organization, right? This guy Peter won't be arrested for genetic modification, right? Or Peter's mentor, Dr. Connors, is an evil scientist who is secretly conducting human experiments or something and treats Peter as a guinea pig." Charlotte's mind was instantly opened. Charlotte couldn't help but think so. In his impression, Peter has always been an image of a weak nerd and a school bully, let alone fighting. He was even a last few in the physical education class, and he couldn't even run away from the girls. But when he was pulling Peter just now, he actually found that he was surprisingly strong. If Peter hadn't seen that he was guilty, Ji Luo couldn't hold him at all. Especially during the game, when Peter kicked the strong man away, Charlotte also saw it. This power, in Charlotte's view, is not much lower than his Avengers teammate Captain America. Is this still Peter? In fact, Charlotte still underestimated Peter's strength. Peter's mutation has just begun, and his physical fitness will continue to improve. It will be a matter of time before he surpasses Captain America in strength. "No, my power is just an accident." Peter waved his hands hastily and quickly explained, Charlotte, do you still remember the science fair I wanted to invite you to? Science fair? The super gene spider. Charlotte recalled, wondering, is your mutation related to spiders? It's a super genetic spider. Peter told Charlotte what happened to him that day. That day I was about to take some photos for the Daily Bugle, but I was accidentally bitten by one of the super spiders of Song Dynasty. You mean you get bitten by a spider, sleep through the night, and find out you're genetically mutated? Charlotte was stunned when she heard Peter's story. That's okay. Then he was bitten by Gwen tonight. Will he also mutate? Yes. Peter continued to explain. I found that not only my strength and nerve response have become stronger, I can predict danger, but I can also climb walls like a spider. Peter said while paying attention to Charlotte's expression. He seemed a little nervous. When ordinary people face people with unknown powers, they usually feel fear in their hearts and subconsciously want to escape. Charlotte is one of his few friends, and Peter is afraid that Charlotte will hate and fear him because of it. Moreover, if even Charlotte, who is usually carefree, can't accept her mutation, then let alone other people. But is Charlotte a normal person? Obviously not. Not to mention that Charlotte originally also possesses extraordinary power. Even with his extraordinary character, he will not be afraid of anything. You can also climb walls like a spider. Sure enough, when Charlotte heard Peter's words, her eyes lit up instantly, and she asked excitedly, "Then will you spit cobweb?" Before Peter could answer, Charlotte walked around him a few times with great interest and continued to ask, "Where did you spit out the cobweb?" "But I remember that's where spiders spit silk." Peter froze for a while, quickly covered his butt, and explained with a blushing face, "I can't spit cobweb. Even if I really can spit silk, it can't be from here." When Peter said this, he was also a little scared. He is still mutating. He won't really spit cobweb from his asterisk in the future, no? Oh, is that so? That's really a pity, Charlotte said with a look of pity. I really want to see how you look like a spider, hanging upside down in midair. It must be very interesting. Peter looked at Charlotte, who was a little disappointed, with black lines drooping down her head. However, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Charlotte didn't seem to be afraid of herself. "Charlotte, aren't you afraid of me?" Peter asked cautiously. But as soon as he asked this question, Peter regretted it. Why did he still bring it up? Afraid of you? Charlotte was slightly taken aback, understood Peter's meaning, couldn't help laughing, and said, "You are not the only one with super abilities. I'm also a magician." Since Peter has also obtained a super ability, Charlotte naturally has no need to hide her own ability. I didn't say it before, but I just don't want to break Peter's ordinary life. Magician. Hearing what Charlotte said, Peter froze for a moment. Before he could understand what Charlotte meant, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. 10 sets of dark battles suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. What is this? Peter widened his eyes, pointed at Charlotte's armor, and said, dumbfounded, "Charlotte, have you been bitten by a spider too? No wonder I feel we have some kind of connection." It was only now that Peter remembered that he had the same special feeling with Charlotte in the ring just now. Could it be that Charlotte was also bitten by a super spider? But why is Charlotte still wearing armor? Is there such a spider? I haven't been bitten by a spider. It's magic. I said I'm a magician. The light flashed again, and the pitch-black armor disappeared, and Charlotte, who reappeared, rolled her eyes and retorted, "And the connection you mentioned is just a magic created by me." Well, learn from Spider. I call it spider telepathy. Like you, can sense danger. Speaking of which, Peter's Jilling was obtained from Peter's quest, and now Charlotte understands the true meaning of the name of this skill. Spider telepathy. That's a cool name. I can call this ability of mine in the future. No, it's copyrighted. I already have this name. It's not cool to have 2 names that are the same. You can change your name. Then what's my name? Come on, Peter. Okay, let's talk here first. We should go back. Charlotte and Peter continued to communicate for a while, and then began to bring up serious matters. Don't forget, there is still a big trouble waiting for you, Peter. This uncle. Peter became nervous and panicked. What should I do? How should I explain? Hearing Charlotte's reminder, Peter remembered that he still needed to explain to Ben uncle that he didn't return home tonight. The uncle is outside, Let's go. Sooner or later we have to face it. Charlotte greeted her and was about to walk out of the lounge. After taking a few steps, she realized something was wrong, and Peter didn't follow. "What's the matter, Peter? Are you so scared?" Charlotte looked back at Peter, who was standing there, and said with a smile, "If I knew this before, why did I do it in the first place? Don't worry, I will intercede for you." Definitely, Charlotte can only promise to intercede. As for what will happen to Peter in the end, then he has no choice. "Well, Charlotte, you should go find Ben Uncle first." Peter hesitated and continued, "I still have to go to the boss of the fighting arena to collect my bonus, and I'll be out right away." "Okay, then I'll go find Ben Uncle first. Come out quickly. We're across the street from the fighting ring. You know Ben Uncle's car, don't you?" Charlotte thought for a while, and without saying anything else, turned around and stepped out of the lounge. Anyway, if Peter can't escape today, he must give Ben Uncle and Aunt May an explanation. And Charlotte doesn't plan to complain to Ben Uncle personally. It's better to let Peter himself decide what happened tonight. As for whether Peter chooses to hide or tell the truth, that is also Peter's own business. We are all adults, and we must be responsible for our own affairs. Call. Peter watched Charlotte leave and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that Peter wants to run, but he hasn't figured out how to face Uncle Ben and Aunt May. He needs a little time to think about how to explain. While thinking, Peter changed out of his ugly combat uniform and walked towards the fighting arena boss's office, preparing to collect his spoils for tonight. "Boss, I'm here to receive the bonus." As soon as Peter entered the door, he saw the boss, who was counting the money with his legs crossed, and walked over respectfully, as if he was an obedient student in the teacher's office. However, Peter's mood is very excited now, and he can't wait to shout out loudly to vent his joyful emotions. $3,000. This is the first time he has earned a huge amount of money by himself, and he has already begun to imagine the scene of driving MJ out for a ride. The boss just glanced at Peter lightly, said nothing, and silently picked out a $100 bill from the stack of green dollar bills he was counting and put it on his desk. Peter reached out to pick it up and continued to look expectantly at the boss, who counted the money again, waiting for him to place it again. After a long silence, the boss glanced over again, only to find that Peter was still there and couldn't help uttering a few words in disgust. "Get out. $100? The joy on Peter's face changed into astonishment, and he confirmed in disbelief. But the advertisement said it was $3,000. Peter was sure that he read it correctly. The flyer of the fighting competition he saw definitely stated a prize of $3,000 US. "Look again, pighead," the boss said impatiently. "It's $3,000 for 3 minutes, and you only play for less than 1 minute. If you get $100, you're lucky. This kind of brat actually wants to take money away from him. What a wishful thinking. I need this money." Without the $3,000, Peter's plan to buy a car would have been shelved. "It's none of my business. You can go away." The boss didn't even want to look at Peter anymore and directly ordered the eviction. Peter stared blankly at the boss for a moment, then turned around and opened the office door helplessly and walked out. Peter's personality is too soft. Even if he has gained extraordinary power, he still doesn't want to cause trouble after being deceived by the other party like this. And Peter still has 10 troubles that need to be solved waiting for him. Boom! When Peter walked out of the office, he bumped into a man with short blonde hair who was about to enter the office. "Excuse me." "It's okay." The other party apologized to him, but Peter didn't care. Peter absently walked through the end of the corridor, came to the elevator, and pressed the button to wait, while worrying about how to explain to Ben Uncle. Someone is stealing money. Suddenly, a painful cry came from behind Peter, and he turned around suspiciously. The door of the boss's office was opened, and the blonde man just now was holding a pistol and ran over from the other side of the corridor in a hurry. With a full paper bag in his hand, the boss, covering his head, stood at the door of the office and shouted loudly, "Stop him! He robbed the money. Stop him quickly!" Several security guards also seemed to have seen the situation here and followed closely behind the blonde man, trying to stop him while yelling at Peter. As long as Peter can stop the gangster for a while, they can catch up and catch each other. Peter understood the situation, but he didn't stand up, but moved away silently. The gangster ran past him and just ran into the elevator opened by Peter. Thanks. The blonde gangster frantically pressed the elevator button. While thanking Peter, Peter returned him a rude smile. Hateful. The elevator door closed almost dangerously, just in time to block the security guard from the door. Why did you let him go? The security guard turned back and yelled at Peter, then turned and ran toward the stairs, shouting, "Go downstairs and stop him. Call the police. You can stop him, but you let him go." At the moment, the boss who was covering his head also ran over and looked at Peter and cursed. "Oh, seeking flowers? It's none of my business." Peter responded to the other party with what the boss had just given him. He has no obligation to take the risk of catching the gangster with a gun for this stingy vampire. Not to mention that gangster is much more pleasing to the eye than the guy in front of him. "You." Peter's words swallowed the boss all of a sudden, making him flushed and speechless. Finally, Peter looked at the boss, who left angrily, turned around, and continued pressing the elevator button to wait. However, Peter's mood changed a lot, and the corner of his mouth also raised a smile, which can be regarded as a bad breath. After a while, Peter came to the fighting arena building and was about to look for the figures of Uncle and Charlotte, but accidentally found a large group of people on the opposite side of the street, and something seemed to happen. Did something happen? I heard gunshots. It seems to be a carjacking. The gangster opened fire. Somebody got shot. It was an old guy. Zero. It seems to be gone. Just as Peter approached, he heard the faint voices of discussions from the onlookers and felt uneasy for some reason. More importantly, Peter saw a familiar white car parked not far away, which was his uncle's car. Leave away. Let away. Peter hurriedly wanted to run into the crowd. His heart was in his throat. Don't be Ben, Uncle. Hey, Peter, why did you just come down? Just when Peter was extremely disturbed and wanted to squeeze into the crowd, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder, and Charlotte's voice came from behind. "Charlotte, Ben, Uncle." As soon as Peter turned around, the words he wanted to ask stopped abruptly, and he stared blankly at the old figure behind Charlotte, speechless. "What's wrong with Ben, Uncle? Isn't he right here?" Charlotte turned her head to look at Uncle Ben behind her strangely, then continued to look at Peter and explained, "Uncle Ben and I were a little hungry in the middle of the night. So I proposed to go to the fast food restaurant over there to buy a few burgers, and I brought you one." After a pause, Charlotte looked past Peter, looked at the gathered crowd, and asked curiously, "Did something happen over there? It seems serious. Wasn't it fine before we left?" "Call." Peter breathed a sigh of relief, walked past Charlotte in a few steps, and came to Ben, Uncle. "Peter, you..." "Ben, Uncle, I'm glad you're all right." Peter hugged the old man in front of him tightly, not letting go, for fear that this was just an illusion. Forehead. Charlotte held up the hamburger she was going to hand to Peter blankly, a little embarrassed, but also a little admired in her heart. Not bad. Peter can actually play the emotional card. Charlotte thought it was because of Peter's mistake that the group came to this trick. In the early hours of the morning, on a deserted street somewhere in Queens, an old white car parked quietly on the side of the road. "Peter, are you saying that you have gained a super ability?" The white-haired Ben Parker was sitting in the car, turning his head to look at his nephew Peter Parker next to him, his face full of disbelief. Peter lost his parents since he was a child and was sent to his family for foster care, but he and Peter's Aunt May watched him grow up together. In their eyes, Peter has always been an ordinary child. But now, Peter actually told him that he had acquired a super ability. Even as Peter's uncle, it was unacceptable for a while. After all, not everyone can be as neurotic as Charlotte. "That's right, Ben, Uncle. I did get a super ability." Peter was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, with his head down, unable to see his expression clearly, but his voice was a little low. "It's because of the May 27th that I will participate in the fighting competition, and I want to win a fortune bonus." Peter has already told his uncle about everything that happened to him. After all, he must explain to his uncle about Peter not coming home tonight. But Peter, who has always been weak in the past, went to participate in the fighting competition. This kind of thing is really unimaginable to the uncle, so the super gene spider and super ability can't be hidden. The atmosphere in the dark car fell silent. Ben Parker was shocked for a long time before he gradually digested and accepted this fact. He knew that his nephew, Peter, would not make such jokes. But you don't seem very happy now. Is it because of the bonus? Ben didn't continue to ask about Peter's super ability. He knew that he shouldn't pay too much attention to this at this time. Asking too much about this will only bring pressure to Peter, but instead started asking about other things. Peter, if this makes you feel depressed, I will take you out. Charlotte, who had been sitting in the back seat, suddenly said, Peter, you are so easy to talk to. If that boss should treat me like this, I would throw the money directly in his face, and then let the boss know how I beat his challenger, and finally let him beg me to accept the money and add more money on the appearance fee of my PK with him. Okay. Ben Uncle, don't look at me like this, I just don't say anything. Noticing the helpless gaze cast by Ben Uncle, Charlotte hastily pulled her hand on her mouth, indicating to shut up. Ben Uncle looked away, but didn't say much. He knew that Charlotte had no malice. This was Charlotte's character. It's not about the bonus. Peter still lowered his head, and his tone was full of disappointment. It's because of the shooting incident just now. I could have stopped all of this as long as I stopped that person at that time. Although there was no accident in the uncle, some people were killed in the shooting incident just now. Seeing the body of the old man who lost his breath being carried away, and the heart-piercing cries of the decedent's relatives, made Peter very uncomfortable, and his heart was full of guilt. Because Peter heard from the current police description that the person who shot and hijacked the car was the gunman Peter let go in the fighting arena. If he had stopped the other party at that time, the old man would not have died. The sad cries of decedent's relatives are still echoing in Peter's mind. It seems to be a kind of condemnation, making the puppet clung to his heart like a vine, making him unable to breathe. Moreover, Peter thought about it for a while. If it was Ben Uncle who fell, he couldn't imagine how he would face Aunt May. If you let go of a criminal today, one or more victims may be born in the future. Peter seemed to understand something. He remembered the phrase that Uncle used to say, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The gods bestowed him with super abilities, but they also gave him responsibilities. Peter has made a certain determination at this moment. He can't live up to his ability. Seeing Peter, who seemed to be determined, Ben Parker didn't say much, but just patted Peter's shoulders silently, as if to comfort, but also to affirm support. Okay, since you guys have made everything clear, it's nothing to do with me. I should go back. At the moment, Charlotte suddenly yawned out of breath, with a hint of sleepiness on her face. Although it's almost dawn, I might be able to go back to sleep now. Saying so, Charlotte opened the car door and walked down, preparing to go home to catch up on sleep. Bye, Peter, Ben Uncle. Charlotte, I'm really bothering you today. Let me drive you. Ben Uncle turned his head and wanted to stop Charlotte from getting out of the car, but he stopped in the middle of the sentence. Where is Charlotte? On the empty street, there was no one, and Charlotte, who had just got off the bus, disappeared out of thin air. Ben Parker rubbed his eyes hard, in disbelief. Oh, Ben Uncle, Charlotte is also a super ability. Peter saw Ben Uncle's bloody look and quickly explained. Charlotte said he was a magician. He should have left with magic. Magician? Ben Parker was full of surprise. Charlotte can do magic. Ben Parker felt that he received too much stimulation today. He couldn't digest it for a while, and his worldview collapsed a bit. Since when are superpowers so worthless? How many people like this are still hidden around them? That's right, teacher. Peter recalled for a while, and continued to explain. Charlotte said, he is a magician from Kamartaj, and his teacher is the most powerful magician on Earth. What is Sorcerer Supreme? I didn't expect that Charlotte is not an ordinary person. However, Ben Parker is very relieved of Charlotte and not afraid. After all, Charlotte can be regarded as they grew up watching her, and her character is absolutely fine. By the way, Peter, you should think of another reason. Ben Parker suddenly remembered something. 3.3. Turned to look at Peter and said, you have a super ability, so don't tell your Aunt May. I will find a suitable opportunity to talk to her later. Okay, Ben Uncle. Peter nodded in agreement. Peter knew what Ben Uncle meant. Aunt May had a bad heart and couldn't stand stimulation. If she knew about her situation, she might worry about him often. Speaking of which, we should go back to rest. We have to get up early tomorrow. Also, you release my pigeons today, and you promise to renovate the toilet with me when you come back from school. I promise I will definitely come back after school today, and I'm not allowed to start work if I don't come back. Then it's settled. Ben Parker started the car slowly and drove Peter toward his home. Under the Hardy Group building, a taxi drove up and parked steadily on the side of the road. An Asian young man in a gorgeous suit and dress got out of the car. It was Charlotte. It's been a few days since Peter's disappearance, and school starts tomorrow at Empire State. But before that, Charlotte still has an important task tonight, which is to represent the Daily Bugle to attend the Hardy Group charity dinner. As expected of the Hardy Group, looking at the towering building in front of her, Charlotte couldn't help sighing. This building doesn't look much worse than the Stark building at all. Who said it? It's far behind, and it's incomparable with my building. Charlotte was sighing when she was patted on the shoulder suddenly, and a familiar and narcissistic voice suddenly came from behind. With such narcissism, Charlotte doesn't even need to turn around and know the identity of the other party. Who else but that guy Tony Stark? Sure enough, as soon as Charlotte turned around, she saw the flamboyant Stark standing in front of her, followed by his girlfriend 08 Little Pepper. Both of them were dressed in formal attire. Haha, Charlotte, it really is you. Stark held Pepper on his arm, looked at Charlotte with a smile, and said triumphantly, "When you got out of the car, I told you that it must be Charlotte, but Pepper still doesn't believe her." Stark was as proud as a child who got full marks, which made the little Pepper around him a little funny. "Tony, why are you here?" Charlotte asked subconsciously, but soon realized that it's normal for Stark to be here. Although the Hardy Group is not comparable to the famous Stark Company, its strength can also rank among the top 10 in the United States, and it can be regarded as a big family in the upper class. And the Hardy Group's charity party naturally invited a large number of rich and powerful people. Stark himself was also invited, and the upper-class elites usually gathered together naturally. Charlotte was most surprised why Stark would come to the charity banquet in person instead of sending Pepper or someone else to attend. "Hey, I don't want to come either." Stark also thought that what Charlotte was asking was why he came to participate in person, and explained to Charlotte, "But little Pepper insists on pulling me, and I can't help it. This kind of boring charity banquet, I might as well continue to study my Iron Legion at home." Hearing Stark's words, the little Pepper next to him couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "I don't know who it is, but as soon as I heard that I was coming out to attend the banquet, I hurriedly wanted to follow, as if I was afraid that I would be abducted. But little Pepper doesn't talk about it. Women have to give men some face outside. This is one of the charms of little Pepper that attracts Stark. But what about you, Charlotte? Why are you here?" Stark looked at the dressed Charlotte and joked, "Our Mr. Charlotte also wants to be a philanthropist today." Since the Battle of New York and the Mandarin event cooperated twice, the relationship between Stark and Charlotte has been good. Stark also often invites Charlotte to his house to participate in parties, and has a little understanding of Charlotte's character. Charlotte is not the kind of big philanthropist. This kind of charity gala actually has a lot of inside information, which is definitely not to Charlotte's taste. In fact, Stark doesn't like this kind of charity banquet either, but in order to improve the company's reputation, he will attend some more or less. "Tony, you can joke. I'm a poor man." Charlotte raised her eyebrows and joked, "If I came here to donate to charity today, I'm afraid someone will donate to me next time. I just came here to take pictures today as a photographer for a newspaper. You two have to cooperate with me to take pictures when the time comes." "Taking pictures?" "Speaking of taking pictures, I still want to settle accounts with you." Stark suddenly remembered something and pretended to be angry. "Last time I kindly invited you to a party, but you sent a photo of me drunk at the party to the newspaper. Don't be so petty." Charlotte also seemed to remember something and said with a smothered smile, "You agreed that I could take pictures at the party, but I didn't ask you to take a picture of me drunk and sleeping in the bathroom." When Stark thought of the cover of the newspaper where he was sleeping with his arms around the toilet that day, he felt a pain in the ***. His whole life was ruined. "But it's none of my business." Charlotte said with an innocent face. At that time, you were the one holding the toilet and refused to let go, and you insisted on taking pictures and sending them to the newspaper. After the party that day, Stark was already drunk by Charlotte and said that he would take Chon Luo to see his steel battle suit. Then, under Charlotte's shocked gaze, Stark walked into the toilet holding the toilet, introduced his steel battle suit for Charlotte, and insisted that Charlotte take a photo of him in the steel battle suit and send it to the newspaper. Charlotte just followed Stark's wishes. Just do it. Stark swallowed, unable to defend himself. Because he asked JRVS later, it seemed that the situation was indeed what Charlotte said. The little Pepper next to him covered his mouth and snickered. Now, when she thinks of Stark's expression when he saw the newspaper that day, she wants to laugh, and she bought that newspaper specially, and Stark had a heart to buy that newspaper at that time. Forget it, don't talk about it. Stark changed the subject and said, let's go up first. The charity party should start soon. Then let's go up together. Charlotte nodded, walked and chatted with Stark, and Little Pepper walked into the building together and took the elevator to the charity banquet hall. Speaking of which, Charlotte. In the elevator, Stark looked at Charlotte, who was alone, and asked, don't you have a dance partner? You know, there will be a dance before the 360 charity auction opens. Charlotte usually shows off his dancing skills, and Stark wants to see it this time. My dance partner temporarily said that he was a little tired, so he went back to rest. Charlotte was also a little helpless. Gwen had made an appointment to attend the banquet together tonight, but when Charlotte was about to pick her up, she called and said she was sleepy, so she went back to rest first. Charlotte didn't think much about it. She just thought that Gwen was too busy with the subject these days and was a little tired. It was so miserable. Hearing Charlotte's words, Stark gloated a little and said encouragingly, but it's okay. Maybe you can find a temporary dance partner at the banquet. I heard that Miss Hardy is very nice. She is a great beauty. Maybe you can try it. There was a teasing smile in Stark's eyes. He just wanted to tease Charlotte. Stark heard that Miss Filesize of Hardy's family is a very proud beauty. If Charlotte really invited him, maybe he could see how Charlotte made a fool of herself when she was rejected. That's a great idea. Hearing Stark's kindly suggestion, Charlotte thought about it seriously and thought it was very good. If Felicia doesn't have a dance partner yet, you can indeed invite her to try. Walking out of the elevator, Charlotte, Stark, and Little Pepper walked into the magnificent banquet hall. Gentle music flows in the hall, and in the corner, a band is playing Intoxicated on the spot, violin, cello, saxophone. The unique sound quality of various instruments are mixed together, but they play a wonderful music. Although there was still some time before the banquet started, quite a few guests had already arrived, chatting together in twos and threes. These rich businessmen came to participate in the charity party, not just to spend a lot of money to buy fame. This kind of banquet is also a place to communicate and expand contacts. Catch up with former partners, consolidate the relationship, get to know a few new partners, talk about their respective fields, and see if there is any possibility of cooperation between the two parties. This is the purpose of many rich people who are willing to participate in the charity gala. Isn't that Tony Stark? Why is he here? It's really Tony Stark. I didn't expect to invite him to the Hardy Group's charity banquet. At the same time, Stark's arrival also attracted the attention of the guests in the banquet hall. They all turned their heads to look at Stark, talking about something, but no one came to strike up a conversation. This is Tony Stark. Even though the Stark Company closed down its weapon department at the beginning, it still stands at the top group in the United States. Its identity is far from being equal to them. Most people stay away. Soon, the movement on Stark's side seemed to have attracted the attention of the owner here. A blonde, middle-aged woman exchanged a few words with the guests who were chatting, then hurriedly ended the topic and walked towards Stark. I didn't expect Mr. Stark to come to Hardy's charity banquet in person. It's our honor. The blonde, middle-aged woman greeted Stark with a smile, polite and respectable. I heard that although the Stark Company also participated in many charity banquets, it was rare for Tony Stark to appear in person. It is indeed an honor for the Hardy Group to be present in person this time. The Hardy Group has always been a legend in the consortium circle. What? Stark also responded politely. Of course I will be there in person. But the legendary Hardy wasn't Stark's nonsense to compliment the other party, but the truth. The Hardy Group was established when it was younger than Tony Stark, but it was indeed a legend to be able to rank among the upper-class families in the United States. You know, even Tony Stark, his Stark Company was just inherited from his father, and his father was working closely with the country's military at the beginning, so it naturally rose rapidly. Charlotte, this is the president of the Hardy Group, Anastasia Hardy. Stark didn't snub Charlotte and introduced each other for them. This is my good friend Charlotte. I just met downstairs, and he just happened to be here for a charity banquet. We came up together. Hello, nice to meet you. Ms. Anastasia. If Charlotte's guess is correct, this should be Felicia's mother, and there are still some faint similarities between the looks. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Charlotte. Friends of Tony Stark. Anastasia still looked at Charlotte with a smile on her face, but she was a little surprised in her heart. Tony Stark's arrogance. Anastasia has also heard about it. This little guy can be called a friend by Stark. What is the origin of it? Oh, by the way, Charlotte and his female partner are temporarily absent. Stark patted his head suddenly, as if he just remembered something, looked at Anasta and asked, I don't know if your daughter has a dance partner tonight. I'm afraid I can't make up my mind about my daughter's dancing partner. Hearing Stark's words, Anastasia said with some embarrassment, although my daughter Felicia hasn't decided on a dance partner tonight, but her personality is a bit arrogant, and it's hard to accept the dance partner I arranged for her. Then where is your daughter now? Why don't you ask Charlotte to invite her in person? Maybe she will agree. Felicia should be coming out soon. While Anastasia was talking, she suddenly pointed to the entrance of the banquet hall and corrected, Oh, she is already here. That is my daughter Felicia. Charlotte and the others looked at Anastasia's fingers, just in time to see a blonde beauty in a long black dress stepping into the banquet hall. It was Felicia. A long black dress outlines Felicia's slender figure, and she doesn't feel monotonous because of a single color. On the contrary, it adds a bit of night-like mystery to her, and people can't help but want to uncover this layer. In the dark, explore its secrets. But it's strange, Felicia didn't directly enter the banquet hall, but stood at the entrance and looked at the entire hall. Her beautiful eyes swept across, as if she was looking for something. Suddenly, when Felicia's eyes swept to Charlotte's side, her eyes lit up, as if she had found the target she was looking for, and she walked quickly towards her. However, all this is normal in Stark's eyes. From his perspective, Felicia is just looking for his mother, Anastasia. Charlotte, it's time for you to play. Stark looked at Felicia, who was approaching, and began to incite her. Invite her to be your dance partner. Let me try. Charlotte touched her nose, adjusted the dress on her body, and greeted Felicia, who was coming. Charlotte really went. Little Pepper. How can Charlotte be rejected? Stark turned his head to look at Little Pepper and asked with a look on his face, if you are rejected directly, should you be more tactful? Ha ha. He could finally see Charlotte making a fool of himself and wanted to vent his anger about what happened last time. Little Pepper didn't want to answer the childish "See, Lily How Stark," and she faintly felt that things were not that simple. Little Pepper noticed Felicia's gaze just now, and it seemed that it was not on Anastasia, but on Charlotte. Sure enough, under Stark's astonished eyes, Felicia was the first to say hello to the oncoming Charlotte, and then the two stood not far away and chatted, seeming to be very happy. Stark was stunned for a while before he realized it, turned his head to look at Anastasia, and confirmed with doubts. Your daughter and Charlotte knew each other before? Miscalculation. This Charlotte and Felicia obviously know each other, but I still foolishly want to watch Charlotte make a fool of himself. And Anastasia is also in doubt. When will her proud daughter take the initiative to strike up a conversation with a boy? Charlotte, here you come. Felicia looked at Charlotte, who was coming up, and said with a sweet smile, We didn't wait long. As the host, I'm actually late. I'm really rude. No, I came too early by myself. Charlotte smiled and said in a gentlemanly manner, Besides, a beautiful lady needs to dress up well. It's never too late to come here. It's the biggest disrespect to let a lady appear imperfectly. Then what do you think of me? With her right hand, Felicia gently flicked the blonde hair next to her ear, and with her left hand resting on her slender waist, She looked forward to Xia Luo. Very beautiful. Felicia. Charlotte took a serious look at Felicia in the black dress and praised sincerely. This black dress matches you very well, as if it exists just for you. Charlotte always thinks that black and white are eternal classics, but not many people can really control them, especially for women. Those who can control black or white dresses are even rarer, and most of them are suitable for brighter colors, such as red. And Felicia is one of the few women Charlotte has ever seen who can control black so perfectly. This black dress gave her a unique sense of mystery, as if she was born to belong to the night, adding a few more very charming. Thank you for the compliment. Charlotte, you are handsome too. Hearing Charlotte's praise, Felicia's eyes flashed with joy. She squinted her eyes and continued with a smile. What do you think of the banquet tonight? It's not bad, isn't it? Everything looks great here. After a wave of commercial bragging, Charlotte brought up something serious. Felicia, do you have a dance partner tonight? Although Felicia's mother had said she didn't have a date yet, Charlotte didn't want to make sure. Otherwise, if Felicia already has a dance partner without telling her mother, and Charlotte's invitation is rejected again, how embarrassing it will be. Stark will definitely laugh at her. Dance partner? I haven't decided yet. Felicia was taken aback for a moment, but didn't understand why Charlotte asked this. However, Felicia, as Hardy's sister, will definitely not lack a dancing partner, and there are plenty of people at the banquet who are willing to dance with her. Then I don't know if I have the honor to invite the beautiful Miss Felicity to be my dance partner. Charlotte, you want to ask me to be your dance partner? Felicia was a little surprised, and also a little surprised, but she quickly remembered something and asked suspiciously, But isn't your dance partner Gwen? Charlotte came to her family's banquet together. After a pause, Felicia glanced around the banquet hall, looked at Charlotte, and continued to ask, Speaking of which, I don't seem to see Gwen. Is she not here? Gwen originally promised to come to the banquet with me, Charlotte explained, but when I want to pick up Gwen tonight, she said she was a little sleepy, so she went back to rest first. Oh, it may be that Gwen has been busy until very late these days, and she is too tired. Felicia didn't suspect anything either. She and Gwen were in the same scientific research group. Gwen has been returning late these days. It is said that it is the critical time for the research project to reach the end. So you want me to be your dance partner just because Gwen let you go and you don't have a date now? Felicia understood. With dissatisfaction on her face, she said resentfully, So I'm just a backup partner. Forehead. Charlotte touched her nose embarrassingly, a little embarrassed. If you don't want to? Okay, I was just joking with you. Felicia suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, looked at Charlotte and said, Anyway, Miss Ben doesn't have a dance partner yet, so I'll take pity on you, the guy who was let off the pigeons, and I promise to be your dance partner. Before Charlotte could speak, Felicia changed her words and continued, But I'm the lead dancer of the first dance tonight, so don't embarrass me, Chon Luo. As the initiator of this charity banquet, the host family needs to send a representative of their own family to warm up the dance in person and be the lead dancer of the first dance, and Felicia's mother entrusted her with this task. Do you want to lead the warm-up dance? Felicia, then I want to congratulate you for finding a good dance partner. Charlotte smiled confidently. I can guarantee that there is no one more suitable than me here. Really? Then I'll wait and see. I hope my partner isn't talking too much. Felicia looked at the confident Charlotte with admiration in her eyes. The confident boy is also very attractive. Felicia, it looks like you found a partner. Charlotte and Felicia were talking when a voice came from behind Charlotte, and the two looked and saw that it was Felicia's mother, Anastasia, and Stark and little Pepper were also standing beside them. Mom, let me introduce you. When Felicia saw Anastasia, she quickly introduced, This is Charlotte, also a student of Empire State University. Remember the last time I said, Who saved me? Charlotte saved me. Charlotte, this is my mother. I know, Anastasia Hardy, your mother. Charlotte interrupted Felicia's introduction with a smile and explained, Tony has introduced us just now. Hearing Charlotte's reminder, Felicia remembered that Charlotte was indeed chatting with her mother just now. I didn't expect you to save my daughter, Xia Luo. A trace of surprise appeared on Anastasia's face, and she said gratefully, "Thank you very much." Anastasia had heard Felicia mention this incident long ago, but Felicia never said who saved her, so Anastasia did not recognize Charlotte at first. "It's nothing," Charlotte said modestly. "I just happened to pass by." Anyone who encountered the situation at that time would take action. "This is no small matter," Felicia retorted. "If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine what my life would be like in the future. I'm afraid I will always be in a nightmare." "That's right. If you need anything in the future, Charlotte, just ask." Anastasia took Felicia's words and continued. "Although the Hardy group is not as good as Mr. Stark, we will do our best to help." Since Anastasia's husband disappeared, her daughter is her only relative. When she heard that Felicia had an accident, Anastasia's heart almost jumped out. Charlotte saved Felicia and kept her from being stained. This person is not insignificant. "All right," Charlotte nodded, and there was nothing to put off. "Well, Felicia, now that you've decided on a partner, I'll go and announce the dance." Anastasia turned her head to look at Charlotte and asked kindly, "Listen to Mr. Stark, Charlotte. You dance well, and the waltz is fine, right? This is today's opening dance." An educated daughter is like a mother. Anastasia can see that her daughter Felicia seems to have a lot of affection for this Charlotte. But Anastasia didn't intend to object to anything. This Charlotte looks good, makes a good first impression, and has a very close relationship with Tony Stark. Definitely, she's not the kind of mother who uses her daughter as a business pawn. And that's just icing on the cake. Definitely no problem. Charlotte smiled, still full of confidence. Although the waltz is simple, the dance steps are actually led by men. It can be said that it is a dance that tests men. "Then, I'll go get ready. I'm sorry for the time being." Anastasia nodded to Stark and the others, and walked towards the band in the corner of the hall. "Excuse me, Miss Hardy. I will borrow a few words from your partner, and I will return it to you before the dance begins." As soon as Anastasia left, Stark couldn't wait to say, "Charlotte, come here. Let's have a good chat." "Hey, Tony, what are you doing? The dance is about to start." "It won't take long." Charlotte was pulled aside directly by Stark. "They are." Felicia looked at Charlotte, who was taken away by Stark, a little surprised. "What's going on?" "Don't worry. It's a man's friendship." Little Pepper looked at Felicia and joked, "If Tony pulls Charlotte and dies together, I will dance with you." "Charlotte, you are not kind." Stark glanced back at Felicia, who was chatting with Little Pepper, and said with a depressed face, "You have known each other for a long time, but you didn't tell me, and you came to lie to me about the wine." In the elevator just now, Stark made a bet with Charlotte that if Charlotte could invite Felicia to be his dance partner, then the bottles of 1907 Snow White Champagne Shine of Silence in his wine cellar would belong to Charlotte. Snow White Champagne Shine of Silence can be said to be the most expensive champagne in the world. Definitely, Stark is not the owner who is short of money, but mainly the silent ship. It does not refer to a particular champagne, but to a batch of champagne. There are only 200 bottles of this batch of champagne. The reason why it can be ranked among the most expensive champagne is not only because of its long history, but also because of the legendary story behind this champagne that adds additional value to it. In 1997, Swedish divers stumbled upon this freighter, which was torpedoed and sunk in World War I, and they also accidentally discovered that there was a well-preserved, rare vintage champagne on board. The freighter sank in the Gulf of Finland in 1916, carrying champagne and spirits from Tsar Nicholas II. The 200 bottles of wine were supposed to have been sent by the Hydra Company to Russia's St. Petersburg under the rule of Tsar Nicholas II in the early 20th century, but the ship was sunk by a German ship, leaving them in the icy waters of the Gulf of Finland. It has been covered in dust for nearly 80 years. This batch of Snow White champagne is also named after the silent ship. Even Stark only has a few bottles in his collection, and now they are all cheated by Charlotte, which makes him very distressed. "Tony, it's none of my business. You made the bet." Charlotte shrugged and said innocently, "I didn't lie to you. It's just that you didn't ask." The corners of Charlotte's mouth curled up, smiling like a successful little fox. He had been coveting the batch of wine in Stark's cellar for a long time, and now he finally got it. "No, I want to win back. Let's gamble again. Stark seemed a little reconciled. Okay, but what do you want to bet this time? What bet? Don't you usually brag about your superb dancing skills? Stark thought for a moment, then continued. As long as your waltz this time is perfectly approved by all the guests present, I will lose you a few more bottles of Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon in 1992. If you fail to do so, then give me back the Ship of Silence. The proof of being perfectly recognized by everyone is very simple, as long as the guests don't end up dancing, but stay on the sidelines to watch the lead dancer finish a song. That is perfect recognition. But it's also difficult. Most of the time, the guests will be affected by the music and enter the dance floor one after another, unless the lead dancer is really good, so they are embarrassed to interrupt. I want a box. Charlotte didn't refuse either, but just asked Stark to increase his bargaining chips. Although the price of Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon dry red wine is far higher than that of the Silent Boat. In fact, the Silent Boat is only as expensive as it is fished out. A few bottles of Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon dry red wine are not so rare. Okay, just one box. Stark promised that he was not someone who cared about the price, and in Stark's eyes, the rare silent ship was even more precious. Well, Tony, I'll take your drink. Charlotte glanced left and right, and under Stark's strange eyes, she took down a long, slender white candle that was burning on the table candlestick beside her. Charlotte, what are you lighting candles for? Stark asked curiously. Do you still need props for dancing? Waltz is not a sophisticated dance. The lady stands slightly to the left, next to the lead dancer man. There are 6 basic dance steps, that's all. As Charlotte walked back to Felicia, she explained in her mouth. But it is said that the real test of a waltz's perfection is because it is so light, so subtle, and so flowing between the dancer's fingers, even the bright candles will not go out. 0. Seeking flowers. Beautiful Miss Felicia. Charlotte held the candle in her hand, looked at Felicia, and extended a hand to invite. Would you like to join us? I am very honored. Felicia was only stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly, gently raised her jade hand wearing a black glove, put it on Charlotte's left hand, and walked towards the center of the banquet hall together. Forehead. Stark looked at Charlotte, who left confidently, and suddenly had a bad feeling. He won't lose again. Ladies and gentlemen, please make room. Noticing what happened to Charlotte and Felicia, Anastasia clapped her hands, attracting all the guests in the hall, and said with a smile, The dance is about to begin. Now please invite my daughter Felicia and her dance partner, Mr. Charlotte, and lead the dance for everyone. Papa, Papa. The surrounding guests gathered one after another and formed a circle, vacating the dance floor in the middle, and the old palm expressed their welcome. Felicia, as Hardy's heir, naturally wants to welcome her, and her dance partner Charlotte. Although they have never heard of this name, they have all seen that Charlotte came in with Stark, and her status should not be low. My mother often complains that there is no gentleman who can waltz properly in America. In the middle of the dance floor, Felicia looked at the candle in Charlotte's hand with great interest and said pointingly, After all, my father chased my mother because of a waltz. I hope Charlotte will not let me down. Oh, that's really a coincidence. My father used a waltz to catch up with my mother. Charlotte raised her eyebrows, placed the candle between her and Felicia's clasped palms, gently wrapped her right hand around Felicia's slender waist, and Felicia's left hand also rested on Charlotte's shoulder. At the same time, the music of the waltz sounded, and the figures of Charlotte and Felicia also began to follow the beautiful lyrical rhythm, with light footsteps spinning together on the dance floor, as light as 2 butterflies flying. The dance steps are undulating, and the dancing posture is gorgeous and elegant. What is even more astonishing is that even though the 2 twirled dexterously and quickly in the middle of the dance floor, the candle in their hands only danced slightly, but it did not go out, which is simply unbelievable. Here, Charlotte is not bragging. She is hiding something deep. Stark on the sidelines looked at the spinning and dancing Charlotte and Felicia. A little surprised, he really lost again. Everyone was obsessed with admiring the brisk dance of the 2, paying attention to the candles swaying from time to time in the hands of Charlotte and Felicia, and had no intention of ending the show. As the last few notes of the music ended, Charlotte and Felicia also stopped slowly and stood in the middle of the dance floor. Surprisingly, the candles in their hands were still burning brightly at the end. Papa, papa. In the banquet hall, after a moment of silence, the guests applauded one after another, which is wonderful. In the applause of the guests, Charlotte and Felicia also saluted everyone and left slowly. Charlotte, you really gave me quite a surprise. After returning to the sidelines, Felicia looked at Charlotte beside her, with more interest in her beautiful eyes. Boys who are full of surprises are popular. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders, turned her head to look at the depressed Stark, and said with a smile on the corner of her mouth, Tony, don't forget our bet. Remember for 127 and send it to me earlier. Understood. Stark's face was full of depression, and he would never bet with Charlotte again, feeling that this kid could do anything. Maybe it was Charlotte and Felicia's excellent performances. The guests were in great spirits. When the music played again, everyone left the stage and danced to the rhythm. Even Stark danced with Little Pepper, and Charlotte took the opportunity to take a few photos. However, Charlotte didn't plan to continue the game. She just stood on the sidelines, holding red wine and chatting with Felicia. So, your Hardy's charity auction finale this time is Pink Lion. Charlotte's eyes widened, and there was a trace of surprise on her face. This pink diamond has been rumored for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be offered for sale in the hands of you Hardy. This is one of our Hardy gems, or a gift from my father to my mother in the past. Felicia looked at Charlotte's astonishment and proudly said, if this charity banquet wasn't so important, my mother wouldn't have put it up for auction. Although the Hardy family has already become one of the upper-class consortium families in the United States. In fact, the background is still a little bit worse, and this kind of charity banquet is also essential to integrate into the circle. So Anastasia attaches great importance to it. Oh, that's no wonder. Charlotte nodded knowingly, and then praised. However, from your description, your father must be a very romantic person. Indeed, my father is the most powerful person in my heart. Felicia was very pleased with Charlotte's exaggeration about her father, but soon became a little downcast. But he has been missing for a long time, since he went out that night. He has never returned, and he has not contacted me or my mother. I was only 7 or 8 years old at the time, and I didn't know if I would recognize my father when I saw him again. Charlotte didn't expect Felicia to have such an experience, and she didn't know how to comfort her for a while. But if my father were here, I think you'd have a good time with him, Charlotte. Felicia quickly recovered and said with a smile, I feel that you are quite similar to my father, the same mystery and full of surprises. In Felicia's impression, her father seemed to belong to the mysterious night. I see you as a friend, but you want to see me as a father. Charlotte joked, I don't have a daughter as old as you. Charlotte's teasing came to an abrupt end, and she looked past Felicia and was attracted by something at the exit of the banquet hall, with some surprise in her eyes. Charlotte saw an acquaintance who shouldn't be here. He should be in S.H.I.E.L.D. What's up, Charlotte? What did you see? Felicia noticed Charlotte's abnormality and turned her head to follow Charlotte's gaze, but found nothing. Oh, nothing. I saw an acquaintance. Charlotte was stunned for a while before recovering, looked at Felicia and apologized. Felicia, I'm sorry, I have to excuse you. I'll go over and have a chat with him. Just now the other party has given Charlotte a hint, expressing that he wants to chat with him. Okay, but don't leave me for too long. Although Felicia was a little unhappy, she didn't say anything. Definitely, I'm just going to chat. Charlotte put down the wine glass in her hand, turned around, and walked out of the banquet hall. Tony, I have something to leave. When passing by the dance floor, Charlotte handed the camera to Stark, who just came back from dancing with Pepper, and said, if the auction starts, please help me take some photos so I could do business. After finishing speaking, before Stark could answer, he turned around and left in a hurry, walking out of the banquet hall. Stark looked at the camera in his hand in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. What's the situation? Tony. Stark is the richest man, Charlotte. You actually asked me to be your photographer to take pictures, believe it or not. I bought your crappy newspaper office. However, Charlotte had disappeared, and Stark, who couldn't lose his temper, was depressed for a moment, and he still picked up the camera honestly, ready to take a few pictures for Charlotte. After all, it was Charlotte's request. On the other side, Charlotte, who left the banquet hall, followed the reminder left by the other party and came all the way to the roof of the Hardy building. Hey, what about people? Why are you missing? Charlotte frowned. Her gaze swept across the rooftop, but she didn't find any sign of anyone. Charlotte, long time no see. On the high platform of the rooftop stairs, a dark figure stood up and jumped down, like a cat, dexterously landed behind Charlotte, soundlessly, like a ghost. Yeah, long time no see. Hearing the greeting, Charlotte turned around calmly and looked at the blond old man who suddenly appeared, but her eyes were not vigilant, and she responded with a friendly smile on her face. I didn't expect to meet you here, Walter. That's right, it was Charlotte's cellmate when he was captured by Fury in SHIELD a few months ago, Walter, or Civet 3.1. But why are you here? Charlotte asked out the doubts in her heart. I wanted to go to SHIELD's space carrier to find you, but I couldn't find it. I heard that Fury locked you up in a safer place. Charlotte hadn't seen Walter since the last battle in New York, and she didn't expect to meet Walter here this time. Have a drink first? Walter raised the red wine bottle and 2 wine glasses in his hands, and invited with a smile. How about drinking and chatting? Definitely yes. Last time we agreed to have a drink together. Charlotte took the wine glass from Walter's hand and accepted the invitation. On the rooftop, Charlotte and Walter sat against the wall, drinking and chatting while looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. So, after Hydra undercover attacked SHIELD, you took the opportunity to escape from SHIELD's prison. Charlotte raised the wine glass in her hand, took a small sip of the red wine, and continued, I'm a SHIELD agent now. You are not afraid that I will take you back. Do you know? Walter asked back. Definitely not anymore. We are inmates who have been in prison together. How could I arrest you? Charlotte laughed, but was a little puzzled. However, you didn't leave when I asked you to leave. Why do you want to escape now? With the skill that Walter showed at the beginning, it is a breeze to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. But Walter didn't leave, saying that he needed to keep some secrets and that it would be safer to stay in SHIELD's prison. No way. SHIELD is now weakened and can no longer protect me. Walter took a sip of the red wine and continued. Besides, I didn't expect that there were so many people I wanted to avoid in SHIELD back then. Looking back now, I feel terrible. Walter was full of fear. He actually hid in the enemy's lair, thinking he was very safe. In SHIELD? Something you want to hide from? Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, and quickly realized that her face was full of surprise. The person you wanted to avoid was Hydra. Your secret is related to Hydra. Last time Walter did say that staying in SHIELD's prison was to hide from people to protect secrets. But Charlotte didn't expect that he was hiding from Hydra. Walter knew that Hydra was not dead. Yes, I was mainly to avoid Hydra. Walter did not deny it, and directly admitted, the secret I keep is indeed what Hydra wants to get. What secret do you have? Charlotte asked curiously. You promised last time. You will tell me when you have the chance. Can you tell me now? Walter was silent, feeling very hesitation. This secret is too involved. Walter had sworn at the beginning that he would never tell this secret to anyone. Although he did promise Charlotte last time, Walter still didn't know whether to tell Charlotte. If you don't want to say it, then pretend I didn't ask. Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, but she didn't force herself anymore. Everyone has their own secrets, just like Jinlua herself has her own secrets. Charlotte, can I trust you? Walter seemed very torn. Believe me or not, it's up to you. Charlotte smiled slightly and continued. However, if your enemy is also Hydra, then you can completely trust me. Because our enemies are the same, I and they have long been immortal. Charlotte used the Insight plan to wipe out many Hydra members at once. If Fury hadn't helped cover it up, it is estimated that Hydra would have come to Charlotte to desperately. Okay, I'll tell you, Charlotte. After testing people, I still decided to tell Charlotte. Because there seems to be no need to keep a secret. Hydra seems to already know that Walter's secret exists and is sending people to arrest him, trying to get out his secret. Walter wasn't worried about himself. He was just a little worried about his family. Hydra won't say that his wife and children are in trouble. Once his true identity is found out, he will definitely catch his wife and daughter and threaten him to tell the secret. Walter pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Charlotte and began to say, "You know Captain America, Charlotte." "Captain America? I know. He's still my Avengers teammate." "Oh, after the last big fight in New York, I joined the Avengers." Charlotte explained and asked a little strangely, "Why did you mention him? Could it be that your secret is related to Captain America?" "Yes, my secret is related to Captain America." Walter nodded and continued. "Do you know how Captain America was born?" "I know, super serum," Charlotte replied. "It was invented by a scientist named Erskine to create super soldiers to defeat Na." When Charlotte is usually bored, he will use his agent authority to read some interesting materials in SHIELD to pass the time. He happened to have seen the information of Captain America and knew some inside information. Captain America, whose real name is Steve Luo Giez, was originally a thin recruit who was later transformed into a super soldier after undergoing experiments. Since then, his strength, speed, and endurance have far exceeded ordinary people. As Captain America, he has made outstanding military exploits in World War II. However, the scientist who invented this super serum was assassinated by infiltrated spies on the day Captain America was born. The computer that saved the super serum data was also blown up. The super serum formula was lost, and Captain America Steve Luo Giez became the only super serum fighter. No, the super serum formula is not lost. Walter retorts, "Captain America isn't the only super serum fighter either." "What?" "The formula of super serum has not been lost." Charlotte's expression was full of surprise, and she asked in disbelief, "Your secret is the super serum formula?" "Yes. Remember when I told you that I met Captain America when I was a kid, but he didn't see me?" Walter continued recalling, "That's because I was just looking at him lying in the transformation machine, being transformed by super serum. In 1943, I remember very well when I was just a 13-year-old boy trained in acrobatics and agile. At that time, I thought I was hired by the U.S. government to spy on a Nazi spy base that the other party claimed to steal experimental data." Charlotte's jaw is about to drop, and Walter is still a witness to history. "Later, I learned that the person who hired me was actually Hydra of the Nazis, that I almost betrayed my country, so I went into hiding until the Nazis were defeated. However, Hydra has been looking for my whereabouts, because I have the only super serum formula in the world." "I see," Charlotte suddenly realized, but suddenly thought of something, looking at Walter in front of her in disbelief. "No, you were 13 years old in 1943, so aren't you 82 years old now? You can't tell it all. Have you not?" "That's right. When I grew up, I managed to restore super serum and used it for myself. And super serum also seems to have anti-aging effects." Walter nodded, confirming Charlotte's guess. "Wow, aren't you an old cheater 030? Charlotte said enviously. "If you really have the formula of super serum, you are afraid of HYDRA. Create a batch of super soldiers by yourself, just HYDRA, and cut off all 9 heads." Charlotte thought that if there were hundreds or thousands of Captain America, the Avengers would be scared. "No, super serum is not that simple." Walter smiled bitterly and continued, "It is not suitable for most people, because after using it, I found that super serum seems to change a person's personality." "Change personality?" "That's right, to be precise. It will magnify certain personalities that a person already has." Walter explained to Charlotte. "For example, Captain America, he used super serum. I think it should be magnified patriotism, responsibility, strength, these beautiful characters. But if an evil person uses it, it will be even more evil." "Then what about you? What kind of character has you been magnified?" Charlotte is very curious about what kind of character Walter has been changed. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Walter's face. "I've always liked beautiful gems, so you became the famous jewel thief, Civet." Charlotte couldn't help laughing. This super serum is interesting. But Charlotte also understood what Walter meant. The fighters produced by super serum will tend to have a certain personality. No one knows whether the opponent will continue to obey orders, unless it is a battle that has been brainwashed long ago, like Hydra. Yes, Walter. Charlotte remembered something and asked suspiciously, "Did you come here specifically to find me? How do you know I'm here?" It's impossible for Walter to come here to tell him the secret of super serum. "No, I didn't come here specifically to find you. I just happened to see you at the banquet, so I wanted to say hello to you." "You didn't come to see me? Then what are you doing here?" Charlotte asked in amazement. "Are you here for the pink lion? You want to steal that pink diamond?" Charlotte hadn't forgotten Walter's identity as the jewel thief. This guy must have taken a fancy to the pink lion, the final auction item of the Hardy family. "No, although I stole the pink lion back then, I'm not here for it." Walter shook his head and continued to explain, "I was only afraid that my wife and daughter would be threatened by Hydra, so I appeared nearby." "You have a wife and daughter? I haven't heard you mention it before." Charlotte was a little surprised, but quickly raised her eyebrows and said maliciously, "Is your daughter pretty?" Then he looked at the handsome Walter and continued to tease, "Looking at your genes, it shouldn't be bad. How about introducing it to me?" "No need to introduce. You already know each other." Walter rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Didn't you dance with her at the banquet just now?" "Banquet? Dancing?" Charlotte was stunned for a moment. Thinking of something, she couldn't help exclaiming, "Felicia? Your daughter is Felicia?" "Yes, Felicia is my daughter, and Anastasia is my wife." "So you are Felicia's father, who has been missing for many years. Isn't your name Walter Hardy?" Charlotte didn't expect such a coincidence that Walter's daughter was actually Felicia. But thinking about it carefully, it seems possible that, as a jewel thief, Walter could give his wife the pink lion that has disappeared for many years, which makes sense, and it might have been stolen from a jewel collector. "Yes, but Walter Hardy is actually just my pseudonym." Anyway, the biggest secret has already been told to Charlotte, so Walter has no need to hide anything. He casually said, "My real name is John Hardy Sky, but I changed my name to Walter Hardy in order to avoid the pursuit of Hydra. Later, I met Felicia's mother, Anna, and fell in love. WWW. A look of reminiscence appeared on Walter's face, full of sweetness. "Please stop your story." Seeing that Walter seemed to want to tell a good story about his youthful romance, Charlotte couldn't help getting goosebumps all over her body and hurriedly stopped. "Is this guy Walter here for dog food?" But soon, Charlotte's attention was drawn to something inexplicable. Felicia's mother looks to be in her 40s. Even if a lady is better at taking care of herself, she will definitely not exceed 50, and you're now a grandfather in her 80s. Charlotte's face was full of contempt. "You old cow eats young grass. This is love." Walter sighed deeply. Charlotte was speechless for a moment. "Charlotte, now I'm telling you my secret." Walter returned to the topic and continued, "If you will fight Hydra with me, I can make you a super serum." After a pause, Walter gritted his teeth and placed a bigger chip, "Even if you want the super serum formula." Walter really had no choice but to faintly feel that some malicious people appeared beside his family. It may be that Hydra has found out his true identity and wants to threaten him with Felicia or Anastasia. If Charlotte can convince other teammates of the Avengers to help him solve Hydra, the price is still worth it. It is better to give the formula to Charlotte than to Hydra. "No need." To Walter's surprise, Charlotte refused. "Even if you don't tell me, Hydra and I are dead enemies." Charlotte smiled and said, "If it's difficult for you to tell the formula, you don't have to force it. I don't need super serum anyway." Charlotte didn't pay too much attention to the so-called super serum or the formula, and Walter also mentioned the shortcomings of super serum. Moreover, Charlotte practiced a more advanced magic system. He also liked himself very much now, and he didn't want to change his personality just because of a little power. If Charlotte really wants to become stronger, with his cultivation of immortal skills, he can stay up a few more nights of practice, which is better than anything else. In terms of recipes, there is no need. If it is just to make super soldiers, Charlotte feels that super serum is not as good as Extremis. Although that thing would make people explode, At least the super fighters they made were obedient. Speaking of which, since you are back, why don't you go back and meet your wife and daughter? Charlotte changed the subject and said, Felicia really wants you to go back, and she mentioned you to me just now. Felicia. When Walter mentioned his daughter, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She is very similar to me. Only when she is shrouded in the night can she feel at ease. The memory came to an abrupt end. Walter's ears moved slightly, and he frowned. There are gunshots downstairs. Gunshots. Charlotte looked confused. Why didn't she hear it? Not good. Hydra must be here. Felicia and Anna are in danger. Walter seemed to remember something. His expression changed. He stood up abruptly, leaving Charlotte, who was still confused, and hurried downstairs. A few flashes disappeared before Charlotte's eyes. Walter! Boom! This time Charlotte heard it too. There was a violent explosion, and even standing on the roof could feel the ground trembling. There's a fierce firefight going on downstairs. Charlotte came to a conclusion, but instead of following Walter up the stairs, she planned to take a shortcut. With a flash of light on her body, a set of pitch-black battle armor was put on her body, and Charlotte entered the battle mode. At the same time, the skill, molding, is activated. Charlotte's feet were empty, and she began to fall directly. After passing through 2 or 3 floors, she fell from the sky and returned to the banquet hall. What happened? As soon as Charlotte landed, she found that the banquet hall was in a mess, and the guests were fleeing out of the hall in panic by Lilu. And in the center, a set of red and gold battle armor is constantly firing palm cannons into the air. Is Iron Man Stark? Tony, what's going on here? What are you doing? Charlotte, Hart. Charlotte wanted to step forward to ask, but was interrupted by Stark. Here is a super ability user. His speed is very fast. Before Stark could finish speaking, Charlotte's spider telepathy suddenly struck, almost subconsciously launching the skill. Molding. Charlotte only vaguely saw a figure rushing towards him in front of her eyes, flashing past, piercing through his body to buy. What the hell? So fast. Charlotte turned her head in surprise and looked behind her, where a silver-haired youth who was also surprised was standing there. Is he also a super ability? The silver-haired young man turned around and looked at Charlotte, who was wearing a pitch-black armor. His eyes were full of surprise. The silver-haired young man was looking at Charlotte in amazement, and suddenly felt something. His face changed, and he ran quickly in the banquet hall without thinking, leaving a series of phantoms in place. Boom! At the same time, a palm cannon came late, but it just penetrated the opponent's phantom and bombarded the floor, splashing countless gravel. Stark's steel armor kept firing palm cannons, trying to attack the enemy, but the silver-haired young man's speed was astonishingly fast. He missed, without hurting the opponent at all. UI. The silver-haired youth rushed towards him from time to time, making Stark very embarrassed. If it weren't for the tough steel armor he was wearing, Stark would probably be lying on the ground by now. This loach is too fast. I can't attack him at all. Can your magic solve him? Charlotte. In desperation, Stark can only rescue Charlotte, hoping that he has some magical magic to deal with the situation. It's difficult, as he said. His speed is too fast. My magic can't lock the target. However, Charlotte kept trying to catch the silver-haired youth with her eyes, and could only feel a figure flickering in front of her eyes. It's now. Suddenly, Charlotte's eyes flashed, and she seized the opportunity of the other party to attack Stark 903 again. The figure disappeared, and immediately teleported to the back of the silver-haired youth who was about to attack Stark. But the speed of the opponent's movement is really too fast. Charlotte's knife slashing speed is not as fast as the opponent's running speed. Charlotte's hand knife directly passed through the phantom, but still missed. Charlotte didn't expect her attack to miss, and almost staggered and fell to the ground. This guy is too fast. Even if he seized the opportunity to attack, he was dodged before he could be attacked. After finally gaining a firm footing, Charlotte looked up at the faint afterimage that kept moving in the banquet hall, with a trace of solemnity on her face. Using the instant displacement to get behind the enemy, followed by a sap hand knife, has always been Charlotte's invincible joint skill, but this time it was ineffective against this extremely fast silver-haired young man. Then what should we do? We can't just let him attack all the time, right? Stark remained vigilant, approaching Charlotte slowly. Maybe it was Charlotte's performance just now that shocked the other party. The other party didn't dare to attack Stark for a while, but it seemed that they were not willing to leave, and they were still moving rapidly nearby. The opponent is indeed very tricky, but I still have 2 ways to win him. Charlotte's face quickly returned to calm, and she said calmly, "First, wait." At the same time, his footsteps moved quietly in a certain direction. Among the messy and discarded auction items, Charlotte saw something he needed, which could help him catch this slippery loach. Wait. Stark was a little puzzled. Wait for what? When he can't support anymore, stop by himself. While continuing to move quietly, Charlotte explained to Stark, "I don't believe that he can maintain this speed all the time, and it may be too much in the end. We can definitely seize this opportunity to attack him." Charlotte's words did not avoid the silver-haired young man, and the other party couldn't help being surprised. This guy saw his weakness. His super ability only greatly speeds up his metabolism and improves the stability of his body's thermal energy, so he can keep moving at a super high speed. This state, as the other party said, has a limit, and once it is used for a long time, it will exceed his tolerance. I can't spend any more time with them. It's time to retreat. Come and settle accounts with him next time. The silver-haired young man had an ugly expression on his face. He gave Stark a vicious look and planned to leave. Although he was not reconciled, there was nothing he could do. Charlotte threatened him too much. Once he showed his flaws, he might be taken down by the other party. Thinking of this, the silver-haired youth dodged, changed direction, and wanted to escape outside. "Hey, brother, catch the ball. This is Joe Iag, Dan's signature basketball when he retired that year. It's very precious." Just as he was about to flee the banquet hall, a figure flashed behind him again and threw a spherical object at him. Basketball. The silver-haired young man noticed the object attacking him out of the corner of his eyes, and he couldn't help being stunned, and at the same time he felt a little funny. Is this guy an idiot? Don't say that this slow thing can't hit me at all. Even if it is really hit by a basketball, I'm afraid it will be fine. Thinking about it, the silver-haired youth casually caught the basketball, planning to accept Chong Luo's kindness. How can that be? But the silver-haired young man was shocked very quickly. After receiving the ball, he found that his hands and feet were uncontrollable. He dribbled the ball under his crotch inexplicably, and then threw the basketball in his hand, dancing with his hands and feet. What's more, he couldn't control his own speed. Slowly, it seemed that this kind of dance had its own rhythm, and even strange music faintly sounded in his ears. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the smiling Charlotte walked up to him, raised the knife, and slashed at the back of his neck. Boom! Charlotte glanced at the silver-haired young man lying limply on the ground, then turned her head and added to the dumbfounded Stark behind her. The second way is to control the magic, control the other party, and he will be at his mercy. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Active skill. Effect. Select a target and throw a prop, basketball, towards him. If the opponent chooses to catch the ball, you can force it to perform a mysterious dance. Evaluation. Lawyer letter warning. Originally, Charlotte thought it was just a school prank skill, but she didn't expect to get unexpected results. This is a strong control skill. Although it needs the opponent to take the initiative to catch the ball to be effective, it can also play a miraculous effect sometimes. After all, careless enemies may be encountered in the future. Stark, what's the history of this guy? Charlotte mentioned the silver-haired young man on the ground, then turned to look at Stark and asked, "He seems to hate you very much." "I'm not sure as well." Stark came back to his senses and slowly explained the situation to Charlotte. Not long after the auction started, this guy rushed into the banquet hall with a dozen gun-toting thugs. The other party seemed to be coming for Anastasia and Felicia, trying to hold them hostage. But it's very strange. After this guy saw me, he attacked me regardless of anything, and even didn't listen to his companion's orders. Stark in the battle armor was also full of depression. He was provoking someone, and the other party's expression wanted to kill him, as if he had some deep hatred with him. For Felicia and Anastasia, Charlotte ignored Stark's complaints. secretly guessing, is it true that, as Walter said, Hydra came to the door? Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help asking anxiously, where are Felicia and the others? Just now I was entangled by this super ability user, and they escaped together with little Pepper. Stark was also a little worried, but this guy's companions all went after him. Although little Pepper was extremely strengthened at the beginning, and his physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. After all, little Pepper has no combat experience. So what if something unexpected happens? Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help showing a look of anxiety on his face. He had to find little Pepper and the others. Tony, just when Stark and Charlotte were about to go out to find someone, three figures walked quickly into the banquet hall. The leader was little Pepper, and behind them were Walter and... Pepper, are you all right? You're bleeding? Have you been shot? Stark immediately went up to meet him, wanting to check if his girlfriend was injured, and happened to see the bloodstains on little Pepper's dress, and couldn't help feeling anxious. I'm fine. Little Pepper quickly stopped Stark and comforted him. This is someone else's blood. I didn't get shot. In fact, even if little Pepper was shot, it wouldn't be a big deal as long as she didn't hit the fatal point directly, and she was perfectly adapted to extremis, and her self-healing ability is also super fast, so it doesn't hurt at all. Walter, are you all right? On the other side, Charlotte just met Walter and Anastasia and wanted to ask about the situation, but was interrupted by Walter anxiously. Charlotte, have you seen Felicia? Felicia? Charlotte frowned, a little surprised. Didn't Felicia run out with them? Didn't you see her? No, Felicia is not with Anna and the others. Although Walter arrived in time, he only saved Anastasia and Pepper and did not find Felicia. There were too many guests who fled just now, and we were separated halfway. Anastasia's tone was full of panic, even crying. I vaguely saw a few armed thugs chasing Felicia. Under the circumstances of the time, Felicia could hardly escape, and there was a high probability that she had already fallen into the opponent's hands. Walter, will they hurt Felicia? The disappearance of her daughter made her very worried, especially when she thought of that terrible situation. Anastasia became extremely anxious. Her heart flared up. She became dizzy and felt like she was about to faint. Anna, don't worry. Walter quickly put his arms around Anastasia and comforted her in a low voice. Those guys want something from me, so even if Felicia is really caught, it won't hurt for a while until they get what they want. Her, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for my secret, Hydra wouldn't have come to you either. Walter's tone was full of shame. When he left his wife and daughter and disappeared suddenly, he was afraid that his secret would implicate them. Hydra, Stark at the moment also cared about each other with little Pepper, walked towards Charlotte and the others, and happened to hear Walter's words and couldn't help being a little surprised. This disaster is a Hydra attack. Charlotte had already mentioned the existence of Hydra in SHILD back then, especially the insight plan that Charlotte mentioned. I heard that he also appeared on the elimination list at that time. It made Stark feel even more terrified. Yes, I have confirmed just now. They're indeed sent by Hydra. Walter nodded and seemed to have made some important decision. He turned to Charlotte and said, Charlotte, I'm going to hand over the formula to Hydra. I can't let Felicia have an accident because of me. As a father, Walter feels that he is too unqualified. He already owes Felicia too much, and he must not let her be hurt again because of him. Walter, calm down, Charlotte hurriedly persuaded. Even if you really hand over the formula to Hydra, do you expect those lunatics to really release Felicia? But Felicia... Walter also understood what Charlotte meant. Hydra is not a guy who talks about credibility. Even if Walter really handed over the formula, the other party probably wouldn't let Felicia go, but he really couldn't do anything about it. Walter couldn't just watch his daughter have an accident. 0 asterisk. Walter, take your time. Charlotte lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then said, in such a short period of time, Hydra and Felicia can't go far for the time being. They must still be nearby. Let me look for it. Charlotte, can you find Felicia? Walter and Anastasia couldn't help but look at Charlotte expectantly. I have a magic to find someone, but I need a little condition. I know. Do you need cinnabar, paper cranes, or something? Before Charlotte could finish speaking, Stark interrupted suddenly. I've seen Wuxia movies, and they always look for people like this. A flying paper crane will find the target by itself. 0. Because of Charlotte's identity as a magician, Stark deliberately went to learn about the magicians of the Wuxia dynasty. Definitely, Stark couldn't find a real magician, so he could only watch movies of the Wuxia dynasty. Cinnabar paper crane? You think I'm a Taoist priest? Charlotte rolled her eyes, ignored Stark, turned her head to look at Walter and Anastasia, and continued. I can find Felicia, but I need some information about Felicia, such as hobbies, personality, even birthdays. Either way, the more detail the better. Although Charlotte gets along well with Felicia, he doesn't know much about her. If he only relies on his name and appearance, his skill, map of wickedness, may not be able to navigate the target very accurately. Anna, tell me, you know Felicia Yabi better? Walter, Anastasia glanced at each other, motioning for their wife to speak. At the same time, Walter felt even more ashamed. He had been missing for many years, and he didn't know much about his daughter. His impression of Felicia was even before he left. Felicia is the same as Walter. Anastasia hurriedly said, they all like the night very much, and gems, especially opals. After a while, Anastasia told Charlotte all the information she could think of, such as Felicia's hobbies and personality. Okay, Charlotte interrupted Anastasia's desire to continue, saying, this information is almost enough. I can start looking for people. In order to ensure that Charlotte's magic can be more accurate, Anastasia even mentioned Felicia's height, weight, and measurements. In fact, there is more than enough information. The other party must not be able to travel far in such a short period of time. If the distance is not far, it does not need too much information to find a target. Worthless map. A world map of a virtual light curtain appeared in front of him, but only Charlotte could see it. Felicia Hardy. Charlotte said Felicia's name silently in her heart, and at the same time recalled information about her in her mind. The map began to zoom in. America, the United States, New York City, finally locked on a street. On the map, a red dot flickered and moved. Xia 343 Luo looked carefully, and it was not very far from the Hardy building. It seemed that the other party had fled not long ago. Found it. The other party seems to be fleeing by car, not far from here. Great. Charlotte's words made Walter and Anastasia, who were looking forward to nervously staring at him, heaved a sigh of relief. As long as you can find someone, everything will be much easier. Then let's chase after him. I'll drive. Walter quickly expressed that he wanted to save his daughter as soon as possible. Driving too slowly. Charlotte shook her head, walked up to Stark, and patted his steel armor. Tony, take me for a ride. I'll show you the way. Let Stark fly directly with Charlotte, so the speed is much faster. No, Charlotte, I'm afraid I can't fly you. But to Charlotte's surprise, Stark refused. What's the matter? Didn't we have a good time working together last time? Charlotte is very strange. Didn't they cooperate well in the last New York battle? My set of iron armor doesn't have the flight function for the time being. Stark was a little embarrassed and explained to Charlotte. This is the nano-steel armor I have been researching recently, but I haven't had time to study the flight function yet. Ever since Stark saw Charlotte's dress-up magic in the last Mandarin incident, he's been jealous. Compared to Charlotte's magic that could be equipped with armor at any time, Stark feels that the teleportation function of his armor is simply low, not high-end at all. So Stark specially invited a scientist who studies nanomaterials from Dacia to assist him in developing a new generation of nanosteel armor. However, Stark's research on nanomaterials has just started to improve a little recently, but many technical aspects have not yet been resolved, and flight function is one of them. Charlotte was a little speechless. This guy Stark let him drop the chain at a critical moment. But it's no wonder that Stark has only been fighting indoors with that super ability man just now, and even at a disadvantage, he has no plans for flight to leave here. Or, you can wait for my old iron armor to fly over soon. Stark has JRVS sending the iron armor from home, and it shouldn't be long before he gets here. Or, let's drive to Chase first. Walter proposed again. He still prefers to act now. As long as Felicia is in the hands of Hydra for 1 minute, 10 minutes will be dangerous. No, I have a second plan. Charlotte rejected Stark and Walter's proposal and walked slowly towards the balcony of the banquet hall. Second plan. Everyone was puzzled, but was quickly shocked by Charlotte's sudden change. There was a flash of light on Charlotte's body, and the jet-black battle armor disappeared, replaced by a set of flawless white magic dress. This is a set of white-themed clothing, white suit trousers, a white medieval top hat, blue stripes at the bottom, and a white cape flying in the wind. A monocle is worn on the right eye. A triangular pendant with a four-leaf clover is hung, and a red tie is tied to the collar of the blue shirt. This is a mysterious magician. When Stark and Walter saw Charlotte from at the moment, this idea popped up in their minds involuntarily. Even Walter could vaguely see the same breath as himself on Charlotte's clothes. The unique breath of thieves. Is this also a cause and benefit? Kid suit. One of the two battle suits given by Hylon House skills, Charlotte usually uses Silver Pavilion Sword in battle and has hardly used this set of battle suits. However, Charlotte really likes this magic suit, which is said to be a magic suit of a strange thief. The combat power is a bit weak, but the main reason is that it is high-end. It's not that I can't fly, it's just that flight isn't as fast as Stark's iron armor. Charlotte made a light jump, and her white leather shoes landed firmly on the balcony railing. She turned around and told Stark, "Stark, this comatose super ability user will be handed over to you to be imprisoned. When she comes back, Charlotte needs to interrogate this super ability user. He doesn't know how many such super ability users there are in Hydra, so he has to find out more about it. Walter, don't worry, I will bring Felicia back safely." As soon as she finished speaking, Charlotte's body fell out of the balcony, and under the astonished eyes of everyone, she fell out. Charlotte, although both Stark and Walter knew Charlotte's abilities, they still couldn't help exclaiming when they saw this situation at first glance, rushed to the balcony a few steps, and looked under the building. However, it was clear that Stark and Walter were worried in vain. A flash of character flashed under their eyes. Charlotte's cloak straightened in an instant, and finally turned into a white hang glider across the air, gliding towards the distance. Moreover, the speed of the hang glider is not slow, and it took Charlotte to fly hundreds of meters in just an instant. Is this a hang glider? A bit of astonishment flashed in Stark's eyes again, and he couldn't help but scolded with a smile. "Charlotte, this guy is really full of surprises. Charlotte, Felicia is on your leave." Walter and his wife, Anastasia, stood on the balcony, looking worriedly at Charlotte, who was flying away into the distance, praying in their hearts. 2.9 The design of this cape hang glider is really perfect cool. A few hundred meters in the air, Charlotte supported her hands on the bracket under the hang glider, facing the cold wind, and shouted excitedly. It's similar to Batman's cloak in the movie. It can fly between cities. Charlotte is very proficient in the operation of hang gliding. It can be said that she is very proficient. But in order to achieve this, Charlotte secretly found a place to practice for a long time. Who knows how many times Charlotte has used leap of faith at high altitudes, and how many times she has dropped haystacks to hone this level. After all, this kid suit does not come with an instruction manual. The wind is good today at this speed. I will soon catch up with them. Charlotte was excited for a while, then began to calm down, paying attention to the positioning target on the map and adjusting the direction from time to time. In a certain neighborhood of New York City, a white SUV was galloping on the road, and there were 3 or 4 strong men with guns sitting in it, and a girl lying unconscious under the seat was Felicia. "Captain, no one is following. I think we are safe." The driver in the driver's seat looked in the rearview mirror, found nothing unusual, and reported to the captain in the back seat. "Oh, I see." The captain breathed a sigh of relief and reminded, "You don't need to drive too fast. Just pretend to be a normal vehicle and move forward. A helicopter will pick us up after we leave the city." "Yes, Captain." The driver began to slow down, and at the same time, he pressed the buttons on the dashboard in front of him a few times to activate the hidden camouflage mode. The 2 license plates on the front and rear of the car were both reversed, and the numbers on them changed. What's more, the SUV's original unique white appearance has also quietly changed into an ordinary black, and finally blended into the traffic flow. It seems that escaping is not a problem. The captain nodded in satisfaction. They are one of the leaders of Hydra, Baron Strucker, and they were ordered to kidnap Felicia Hardy and her mother, Anastasia Hardy. Originally, Walter Hardy possessed the secret of the super serum formula, but Mr. Strucker did not know about it. But not long ago, another Hydra leader, 08, Dr. Whitehall, suddenly contacted Strack, hoping that Strack could get the super serum formula and make a super soldier. Because Dr. Whitehall's side was recently bitten by a division of S.H.I.E.L.D. The situation is very critical and assistance is needed. The reason why Whitehall knew the secret of the super serum formula was because he was Red Skull's most loyal subordinate back then. It was Red Skull's own order to send John Hardy's guy to steal the information. Later, when the other party disappeared, Red Skull sent Whitehall to track it down. It's a pity that we only caught one target. I hope Lord Strucker won't punish us too much. When he noticed the comatose Felicia, the captain couldn't help but feel a little pity flashing in his eyes. Captain, it's not our fault. No one would have thought that Iron Man Stark would appear at this banquet. That's right, there was an accident in the plan this time, and the CI enemies are not something we can deal with. The other two Hydra members said that they're just ordinary fighters, and it is already very good that they can still complete half of the mission in the face of an Avenger. In this case, you go and explain to Master Strucker. The captain snorted coldly. I believe that if you shirk your responsibilities like this, he will definitely reward you well. The other two couldn't help but keep silent. Even the driver was more cautious and didn't dare to take a breath. As soon as they thought of Master Strack's methods, their hearts developed for a while. This time Master Strack sent out one of his trump cards, won a pair of twin superpowers, but they didn't complete the task perfectly. Damn it, what the hell is that freak kid doing? He didn't obey orders and went to pester Stark. Thinking of this, the captain's expression became a little ugly, and he cursed in a low voice. I have already persuaded my lord. This kind of freak who doesn't obey orders is useless at all. If they really act according to the plan, with that freak's ability, even if they encounter Iron Man, they can complete the task. I heard that the parents of the twin monsters died when they were young because their home was bombed by weapons made by Star Corporation. A subordinate hurriedly explained, and their country has been invaded by Stark's weapons all the time, so they will voluntarily participate in our Hydra transformation experiment, and they want to avenge Stark and the Avengers. Revenge on the Avenger. Hearing his subordinate's explanation, the captain sneered and said, Aren't they the Avengers? And they do have super abilities like the Avengers, freaks. We won't need them both anytime soon, though. After a pause, the captain looked at the comatose Felicia and continued excitedly. They're no longer the only two superpowers successfully transformed by Hydra, and we will soon have a large number of super warriors born up. Although they only kidnapped one mission target, it was enough to threaten the opponent to hand over the super serum formula. By then, Hydra will also have its own Captain America, and there will be hundreds or thousands of them. Hydra will rise again. Hail Hydra! Hydra hail! Hearing the captain's words, the other three Hydra members also seemed to foresee the bright future of the organization and chanted Hydra's slogan enthusiastically. Immersed in the bright future, they didn't realize that there was a white figure flying several hundred meters above their car, which had already locked them. After a while, Hydra's car left the bustling city and was driving on a remote suburban road. There's still 10 minutes, and we can arrive at the pickup location. While the captain was talking, the car stopped suddenly with a sudden brake, and several people were caught off guard for a moment, and they bumped into the car seat one after another, a little embarrassed. What's going on? Why did you brake suddenly? The captain quickly adjusted his posture, drew his gun, and looked into the darkness outside the car, and asked vigilantly, Is there anything wrong? Captain, look ahead. You can't get through. The driver didn't answer, but just pointed to the road ahead. Under the light of the car lights, a fallen tree could be vaguely seen, blocking the way. Accident? Or is someone ambush? The captain was a little vigilant. At this juncture, it so happened that a tree fell and blocked their way, so he couldn't help but think about it. You two, get out of the car and move it. The The captain thought for a moment, then waved his hand to signal the two men to go down and remove the trees blocking the way. If they were really followed, even if they turned back and detoured, they would still be blocked. It's better to ask your subordinates to try. Anyway, as long as the hostages are in his hands, there's still room for maneuver. The two men looked at each other. They also know that it may be very dangerous to get off the car rashly now, but this is the captain's order and they cannot resist. In the end, the two could only grit their teeth and open the car door, carefully got out of the car, and slowly approached the trees blocking the road. However, the two people who had been on tenterhooks were still safe and sound without any attack until the trees were removed. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief before they had time to check anything. They hurried back, opened the door, and wanted to get in the car. "Captain, it seems that this is really just a coincidence." The conversation between the two came to an abrupt end. 567 stared blankly at a young Asian man in a white suit in the car and couldn't turn his head. "Who are you? Where's our captain? Is the captain you're talking about the one who fell at my feet, or the one who drove the car?" Charlotte, who was sitting carelessly in the car, looked at the two Hydra in front of her and said with a teasing face, "They may have been drunk at the banquet just now, and they are asleep now. If you also feel sleepy, you can also sleep for a while, and I will call a driver for you. I believe you will be able to wake up at SHILD tomorrow. You may need to participate in the prize quiz." Charlotte is very optimistic about them, and this will be a clue for him to find the next Hydra lair. The two Hydra at the moment reacted and wanted to raise their guns to shoot, but unexpectedly, Charlotte's figure disappeared in the car. Boom! Boom! There were two more rhythmic sounds, and the two Hydra members fell to the ground limply and went to meet each other in their dreams with their captain. "I wish you all a nightmare." Charlotte kicked the two people next to her, passed them and walked back to the car, kicked the two unconscious Hydra out of the car, and then hugged Felicia, who was also unconscious, to the seat of the car. Charlotte has checked Felicia just now, but she is just in a general coma, and there's a smell of ether in her mouth and nose. She must have been stunned, and she may wake up with some cold water. Let's report Walter's safety first, lest he continue to worry. Charlotte took out her phone and sent Walter a text message, along with her current location, so they could come over. In the villa of the Hardy family, a girl lying on a princess bed like a sleeping beauty is Felicia. Miss Hardy is fine. She just fell into a coma after ingesting ether, and she will wake up soon. The family doctor of the Hardy family sat on the bedside, carefully examined Felicia's condition with instruments, then turned to Walter and Anastasia and said, "Just ask Miss to pay more attention to rest recently, and there will be no sequelae. Call." Hearing the doctor's words, Walter and Anastasia could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as there is no other harm. "Then I'll leave first. If there's anything wrong with Miss, please let me know at any time." "Excuse me, Dr. Jerry, let me see you off." Anastasia walked out with the doctor, who packed up the tools, leaving only Walter and Felicia, who is still in a coma, in the bedroom. "Felicia, my lovely kitten, you have grown up too." Walter walked to the bedside and stared blankly at Felicia, feeling a little emotional. When he left home that year, the little girl who was clinging to him all day was obviously still so young, and more than 10 years passed in a blink of an eye, and Felicia became a big girl. At the same time, Walter secretly made up his mind that he would never run away again, and he had lost enough in these years. "Let go of me, you bastards." Just as Walter was recalling, Felicia woke up suddenly on the bed, sat up suddenly, and yelled, "I won't go with you." "Felicia, it's okay." Walter quickly held Felicia's waving hands and comforted him. "You are at home. You are safe." "I'm home. Safe." Feeling a bit confused, Felicia glanced at the familiar environment around her and found that she was indeed in her bedroom. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then turned her head to look at Walter with some doubts. "Are you?" For some reason, Felicia felt that the man in front of her was somewhat familiar, which gave her a kind feeling. "It's me, Felicia. I'm your father." "Father?" Hearing Walter's words, Felicia was taken aback for a moment, and hidden memories emerged, and the image of her father in her memory gradually merged with Walter in front of her eyes, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Father, it's really you. I must be dreaming." Felicia, I'm really back. Walter felt a little guilty. I've been sorry to you and Anna these years, and I will never leave you again. Yes, Mother. Felicia seemed to remember something and asked eagerly, Where is she? I saw that group of gunmen also chasing after her. Felicia didn't see Anastasia and mistakenly thought that her mother had been taken away by those guys. Your mother is fine. Walter quickly comforted. She just went out to send the doctor, and she will be back soon. Call. Felicia breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously, Father, did you save my mother and me? No. Walter shook his head and explained, I only found your mother, and you were saved by Charlotte. Charlotte? Felicia was stunned and couldn't believe it. He saved me? Although she thinks Charlotte is excellent, Charlotte is just a student. How did he save himself from several gunmen? Charlotte's identity is not that simple. Don't underestimate him. Walter saw Felicia's doubts and explained to her, Charlotte is the Avenger. Charlotte is the Avenger. Felicia's eyes widened cutely. Unbelievable. She didn't expect Charlotte to be a famous Avenger. 2 plus FAF. Yeah, if he hadn't used magic to find you this time. Walter said with lingering fear, I'm afraid you have been taken away. Charlotte can still use magic? Felicia exclaimed again. Is he a magician? How many surprises this boy will bring her, and how many secrets he has. Felicia is more and more curious about Charlotte. Since it was Charlotte who saved me, what about others? I want to thank him very much. Felicia turned her little head, trying to find Charlotte's figure, and even wanted to get up from the bed. Lie down. The doctor said you need a rest. Your mother and I have thanked Charlotte. Walter hurriedly stopped Felicia and continued. This time Charlotte, he captured several Hydra members and went back to interrogate them. Hydra? Felicia asked curiously. Is Hydra the one who wants to kidnap us this time? Yes. Why are they kidnapping us? Because I have something they need. They want to catch you and your mother and threaten me to hand it over. Walter told Felicia about the super serum formula. Anyway, Hydra already knew the secret, so he didn't care whether it was kept secret or not. Is this why you've been away from us for so many years? Felicia said with some concern. Now that Hydra knows your identity, will you come to trouble us in the future? So I'm not going to leave anymore and stay by your side and your mother's side. Walter said firmly, I will never let them hurt you. After a pause, Walter thought for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind. He looked into Felicia's eyes and asked, Felicia, do you desire power? Meanwhile, Stark building. Tony, I found you to be an absolute genius. Charlotte looked at the silver-haired young man who was struggling hard in front of her with a smile on her face. How did you come up with the idea of using a steel battle suit to detain people? The super ability user knocked unconscious by Charlotte has already woken up, but Wang Zhao's cannot move because the other party is wearing a heavy steel battle suit all over his body, which locks him firmly in place, with only one head exposed. This is not a steel battle suit, Stark retorted. This was originally designed to imprison people. After all, it is much harder to capture alive than to kill them. This is the last time that Killian used the Iron Patriot, that is the war machine, to kidnap the president and give Stark his inspiration. Oh, by the way, don't struggle too hard. Stark looked at the silver-haired youth who was about to break free and reminded, be careful when activating its self-destruct function. The silver-haired young man froze. His expression became even more excited, and he cursed, Stark, if you have the ability, let me go. We'll fight one-on-one. Charlotte and Stark rolled their eyes at the same time. Let you go and run away. Think them stupid. JRVS. Have you found out the identity information of this super ability user? Stark ignored the silver-haired youth's yelling, but asked his own artificial intelligence butler. He had already asked JRVS to look for information on the silver-haired youth on the internet, because Stark was very curious about what he had done to make this guy hate him so much. Sir, I have found the other party's information. In the room, a mechanical sound sounded, and JRVS began to report. Pietro Maximov, from a small city in Poland, Scovia, when he was 10 years old, the building where he lived was bombarded. his parents died, and only his twin sister, Wanda Maximoff, became an orphan. 2 months ago, someone reported to the local police that the two siblings were missing, but the police did not find any clues. Are you Polish? Hearing the report from JRVS, Charlotte's focus began to go astray again. Looking at the silver-haired young man Pietro, she said, I've always wanted to travel to Poland, and your city must be very beautiful. The silver-haired youth Pietro snorted coldly and said angrily, Beautiful 173? It is in turmoil right now, and people there worry every day that a missile will fall from the sky and take their lives or the lives of their family members. Only you guys who enjoy peace will find it beautiful. Speaking of which, Pietro continued to stare at Stark viciously and cursed. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D with blood on your hands. You will go to hell sooner or later. Did I provoke you? Stark was a little depressed. What's the situation? Why did he talk about him again? Why did this guy have so much resentment towards him? Missiles? Hands full of evil. Charlotte looked at Stark thoughtfully and asked, Tony, before your Stark company closed down its weapon department, did you also do business with the people there and sell them arms? When Pietro hates Stark, it's easy for Charlotte to think of something. How is it possible? Don't you know that the weapons department of our company has long been closed? Stark also heard what Charlotte meant and quickly retorted. Even before I closed the weapons department, our company's weapons were only sold to the U.S. military. I've never heard of the city of Scovia. How could there be weapons from our company? The explanation came to an abrupt end. He seemed to remember something. His face was a bit ugly. The last time Stark saw his own weapons in another country was 4 years ago. JRVS, help me find out if Obadiah Stan's sold weapons without telling me. Who else is the buyer besides 10 rings? Is there any buyer of this Scovia? Stark had a bad feeling. He seemed to be taking the blame, and he was taking the blame for a guy who had been dead for almost 4 years. At the beginning, his father's friend and company shareholder, Obadiah Stan, had been selling Stark's weapons privately and colluded with 10 rings to kidnap himself and wanted to seize Stark's company. It was also after that incident that Stark changed from a simple playboy to Iron Man. Sir, you guessed it right. There was indeed a buyer for Scovia in Obadiah Stan's transaction records. In a few seconds, JRVS called up the previously sealed information and reported. Obadiah Stan had transactions with many terrorists in this place, including the one who announced that he was responsible for the bombing of Maximoff's house that year. Terrorist organization. Stark remained silent for a long time, with a gloomy expression about to drip. The encounter 4 years ago made Stark wonder if his company's arms business was right. A local doctor who was also kidnapped by 10 rings told Stark about many things about his country at war when he was making a generation of steel armor with Stark, which gave Stark an unprecedented understanding of the dangers of war. And the last sacrifice of that Dr. Ensign made Stark make up his mind to close down the weapon research and development department and turn to energy development. And now, there's another victim of Stark's munitions. No, it should be 2 or more. Stark felt ashamed once again. If he had discovered Obadiah's illegal sale of Stark arms in time, maybe there would not be so many victims. I'm sorry for the bombing you and your sister suffered that year. Under the surprised eyes of Charlotte and Pietro, Stark apologized very sincerely. Although it was not my decision at the beginning, it was indeed my dereliction of duty. Sorry, Tony. Stark is a very proud person. He apologized seriously this time. Pietro stared blankly at the apologetic Stark, didn't know what to say for a while, and fell into memory. At that time, he and his sister were only 10 years old, and the family of 4 had dinner together. The first shell hit the lower 2 floors of their home, and it made a hole in the floor, a very big hole, and their parents fell through. The whole building began to fall apart and collapsed, and he and his sister rolled under the bed and escaped help. Then the second shell came, but it didn't explode, it just stood in the rubble, only 3 feet away from them, and he could see very clearly that the shell had the word Stark emblazoned on it. He and his sister were trapped under the rubble for 2 days, 2 days of fear, and every time someone tried to move the rubble to free them, they felt that the shell would detonate. They waited for 2 days for this guy named Tony. Start to kill them. Someone is selling weapons privately. You must have deliberately colluded to deceive me. After a moment of silence, Pietro suddenly said emotionally, "Do you think I will believe you if you just find a scapegoat? My sister and I survived the experiment, just to avenge you." In the transformation experiment of Hydra, Pietro and his sister Wanda are the only ones who survived from hundreds of people, and they have always been supported by the belief in revenge. You are in our hands. Do we need to try to lie to you? Charlotte was surprised by Stark's apology, and when she heard Pietro's words, she was a little dissatisfied and said, "Brother, finding revenge on the wrong person is not a good thing. Just like me, the enemy is Hydra, so you should be glad you haven't joined Hydra." After a pause, Charlotte turned her head and said to Stark, "This guy is not Hydra. It has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want with him." Charlotte saw the entanglement between Stark and Pietro, so she tested Pietro directly with the skill Prophet. The information obtained is very simple, and there is no word Hydra, which means that Pietro is not in the Hydra camp. At least if he has not joined Hydra, then Charlotte will not compete with Stark for any disposal rights. "Charlotte, you go out first." Stark took a deep look at the silent Pietro, turned to Charlotte and said, "I want to talk to him alone." "Okay, I just want to ask about Hill's situation." She interrogated those Hydras. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders without any objection, turned around and walked out. But before leaving, she still reminded Stark, "Although this kid is not Hydra, he is here to seek your revenge after all. Be careful. I have a measure." Stark nodded, although he did apologize to Pietro, but it wasn't enough to put himself in danger. "That's good." Charlotte walked out of the room and onto the rooftop, leaving Stark and Pietro alone, while using her wristwatch to contact the current director of SHIELD Hill. As soon as Charlotte captured those Hydra members, she immediately notified SHIELD to pick them up, hoping to interrogate the opponent's base before Hydra noticed the wrong transfer. A few seconds later, Charlotte's communication was connected, and the watch projected a light curtain, and Hill's figure appeared on it. "Charlotte, I have good and bad news from my side for tell you." Before Charlotte could ask, Hill spoke first. "Which one do you want to hear first?" "Good news." Hill was taken aback, somewhat unexpected to Charlotte's answer. Why doesn't Charlotte play cards according to common sense? Normally, shouldn't he hear the bad news first at this time? Hill recovered quickly and said, "The bad news is, I want to hear the good news first." Charlotte reminded again. "The bad news is that." But Hill pretended not to hear what he said and said to himself, "The Hydra members you arrested were very firm and refused to reveal a single word of information. Our agent can't read their mouths for the time being." Saying that, Hill looked at Charlotte, ready to observe the change of his expression. Contrary to Hill's expectation, Charlotte didn't seem to pay much attention to the bad news she said. "Oh, got it." Charlotte just responded lightly, expressing that she knew, and continued to ask easily, "So, what's the good news?" Hill was a little crazy. "We can't ask for information for the time being. Are you not in a hurry? What if Hydra moves its base?" Didn't Charlotte just want to know about Hydra's lair? "Yeah, what if Hydra moves base?" Charlotte smiled and said, "I'm very anxious now. I'm so anxious. Can you be any more fake?" Hill rolled his eyes and said contemptuously, "Your understanding of the word anxious must be different from what we understand." Hill was still brooding over the last time Charlotte knocked her out, so she wanted to play tricks on Charlotte this time, but she didn't expect the other party to be fooled. "So what is your good news?" Charlotte said that as the current SHIELD director, Hill still has time to play tricks with him on the issue of Hydra, who wouldn't be able to see that. The good news is that, seeing that he couldn't fool Charlotte, Hill had no choice but to return to the topic. "Although the Hydra members you captured, Charlotte, were very hard-spoken and refused to say anything, we still know a lot about Hydra's information and bases. Location. How do you know? Credit to Phil Coulson's squad this time, especially Skye." "Phil Coulson's team? Skye?" Charlotte was taken aback. He hadn't participated in the mission for a while. What did he miss? They bit a Hydra leader named Whitehall some time ago and successfully wiped out the other party today. Hill regained his seriousness and said, Sky cracked and downloaded a large amount of Hydra's internal data before the opponent's base blew up. Speaking of this, Hill was a little excited. The remaining power of Hydra was exposed all at once, and this time will definitely hit Hydra hard, and it is not impossible to even wipe out it all. In those materials, there is information about the super ability user you mentioned. Hill calmed down and continued. As far as we know, it was an experimental project under Baron Strucker, another leader of HYDRA. Because both he and Whitehall are responsible for researching superpowers in HYDRA, a lot of data are shared. Speaking of which, the birth of this super ability has something to do with your Avengers. I already know this. Charlotte nodded. Stark is very guilty, and I saw him apologize. He thought Hill was talking about Stark and Maximov's sibling rivalry. Stark! To Charlotte's surprise, Hill was stunned, unable to understand what Charlotte meant. What does this have to do with Stark? What is he guilty of? This is our SHILD's dereliction of duty. Dereliction of duty by SHILD? Charlotte also looked confused. What does this have to do with SHILD? Could it be because of Stark's dereliction of duty that the weapons were leaked? Are there still people scrambling to take the blame these days? If it wasn't Hydra lurking in, it wouldn't be so easy to steal the Soul Scepter. Hill explained, the pair of super ability twins are super ability people transformed by psychic scepters. Turns out they were not talking about the same thing. Charlotte was speechless, but quickly frowned, recalling, psychic scepter? That Loki's magic wand. Yes. Hill nodded and continued. We SHILD generally call these super items 084, and they're stored in a secret base. However, Hydra was breached there at that time, and a large number of superpower items were missing. The task of Phil Coulson's team now is to recover these items from Hydra or escaped agents. It was when Phil Coulson's team was tracking the obelisk, the first 084 object in the history of SHILD, that they bit Whitehall of HYDRA. According to HYDRA, the Psychic Scepter is at Baron Strucker's base in Scovia. Hill breathed a sigh of relief and continued. However, the defense facilities of that base are very tight, definitely the strongest among all Hydra bases, and the agents of SHILD may not be able to take it there. 0. Seeking flowers. So, I hope Avengers can go to Scovia, wipe out Baron Strucker, and recover the scepter. I will definitely go. Charlotte nodded in agreement. He had already missed a Hydra leader and was robbed by Phil Coulson and the others, so he couldn't miss it again this time. I mean, all the Avengers. Hill reminded, the opponent's base defense is very strong. Then it's fine if you give the order. Anyway, you're a S.H.I.E.L.D. director now. Charlotte also thought that it would be better for all the Avengers to go together to encircle and suppress them. He was not afraid of being defeated, but he was afraid that there would be too few people and that Baron Strucker would accidentally run away. If only it were that easy. Hill expressed depression. They're not my agents. How can they be manipulated? Although the Avengers are under the name of SHILD, in fact, they're almost rebellious guys. It is normal not to participate in SHILD missions, and they are all on their own. Fortunately, Hawkeye Barton and Natasha Romanoff are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill can still give orders. Captain America has a relationship with Carter and will come to help from time to time. But the powerful Avengers Thor, Stark, and Dr. Banner are not something she can use casually. As for Charlotte, let alone, although he is very talkative, Fury has already reminded her that even if SHIELD needs manpower to rebuild, don't bother Charlotte with general tasks. Fury can see very clearly that Charlotte doesn't really like being bound, and the reason why she is willing to join SHIELD is more because of the existence of HYDRA. Is it hard to get all the Avengers together? Charlotte touched her head, wondering. You issue an order, Natasha Romanoff and Barton must go. If we fight against HYDRA, Captain America and I will not be absent. If Stark. After a pause, Charlotte looked at Stark, who was talking with Pietro through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and continued. I guess I have to go there too. And Banner is working on Stark's side right now. Just leave it to Stark to communicate. I heard that Stark used a lot of human favors to protect him from being wanted by the military. Banner will definitely not refuse Stark's request. Then it's only up to you. Thinking, Charlotte took out her cell phone from her pocket and started calling Thor. Thor has been living with his girlfriend on this side of the earth since he established a relationship with Jane, and Charlotte is still a visitor. Hey, Thor, there's a gang fight. Are you coming? Okay, I'll wait for you at the Stark building. Charlotte hung up the phone casually, looked at Hill again, shrugged, and said, Look, it's not difficult. He will be here in half an hour at most. Hill is a little speechless. It seems that it is really not difficult. But why can't she call anyone? Her majestic S.H.I.E.L.D. director's orders are not as effective as Charlotte's casual words. At an altitude of several thousand meters, a high-tech Quinjet fighter jet is flying at high speed, heading towards Eastern Europe. Tony, is this what our Avengers will drive in the future? That's cool. In the cockpit, Charlotte stood next to Stark, who was flying the plane, her face full of excitement. Behind him stand Thor, Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, and other Avengers. After Charlotte issued the summoning order, as he expected, no one was absent, and in less than an hour, all the Avengers were assembled. Definitely. Stark turned the seat, looked at Charlotte, and teased. Didn't you say last time that as a team, we need a cooler exclusive action vehicle? How is it? Are you satisfied? This was Stark's personal sponsorship and had to be unique. But why is there no passenger seat? Charlotte frowned again. Last time he learned how to fly a plane with Aunt May for a few days, even though it was only the co-pilot's seat. I don't need a co-pilot, 140 driver's seat. Stark pointed to the sign beside it, which read, JRVS is my co-pilot. Greetings, Mr. Charlotte. Mechanical voices sounded in the cabin. JRVS is Stark's best assistant. Tony, I doubt what will happen to you after you leave JRVS. Charlotte joked. I feel that the time JRVS has been with you is longer than the time you have been with Little Pepper. You should just marry JRVS. JRVS won't leave, Mr. JRVS replied. And JRVS is just an artificial intelligence and cannot marry Mr. It's not difficult with Stark's technology. Charlotte continued to joke. Let Tony clone a female body for you, and then input your data into it. Anyway, your artificial intelligence has no gender. After a pause, Charlotte nodded seriously. Maybe we can create a body like Pepper's so that Tony will be twice as happy. JRVS, you want Tony to be happy too. JRVIS wishes Mr. Happy. Start simulating Mr. Charlotte's suggestion in the process of deduction. JRVS simulated and guessed Charlotte's ridicule and concluded, the feasibility is as high as 85.65%, but it needs to be authorized by the husband, whether to arrange it for future planning. 1. Facing the question from JRVS, Stark covered his face, not knowing how to answer. This JRVS is too shameful. A majestic artificial intelligence, almost being fooled into an artificial mental retardation by Charlotte. But for some reason, Stark actually had some small expectations in his heart. Chi. The other Avengers behind Charlotte looked at Stark's embarrassment and couldn't help but snicker. Charlotte, are you really going to Scoville with us? In order not to let Charlotte continue to harm his JRVIS, Stark hastily changed the subject. Aren't you going to start school tomorrow? It's not good to be absent on the first day of reporting. What's the point? Why don't we just start school? This is not as important as Hydra. Charlotte waved her hands indifferently and said casually, besides, there's no one who doesn't miss classes in college. I just got used to the rhythm of the future earlier. However, I wonder why you brought this guy with you. Do you really believe that he will help us? Charlotte said, pointing to Pietro, who was sitting alone in the corner. Although this kid is indeed not Hydra, but he came to seek revenge on you at that time, so it's hard to guarantee that he won't betray you halfway through. Charlotte didn't know what Stark and Pietro said. Not only did she not run away after letting him go, she didn't attack Stark, and she even planned to follow them to attack Hydra. I won't betray the water, and I don't want to help you. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Pietro grinned at him and said, I'm just going back to save my sister Sergi. The reason why Pietro and his sister Wanda voluntarily accept the transformation of Hydra is because they want to avenge Stark. But Stark had disclosed the information of Stark Company to him before and told him about the events of the year and how Iron Man was born, so that Pietro understood that Stark was not their enemy, and he was even helping their siblings. Revenge. And Pietro is going back to save his sister now. He and his sister have always known that Strucker has no good intentions for them. Because the other party looked at him and his sister, it was not as if they were looking at people or subordinates, but as an experimental product that could be dissected, but they never did it, so neither Pietro nor his sister belonged to Hydra's sense. Honestly, you and your sister look crazy to me, Charlotte said sarcastically. You said that you volunteered to participate in the modification experiment. It's hard for me to imagine what kind of person would volunteer to participate in a German scientist's experiment on himself in order to obtain a super ability. Cough, cough, cough. Captain America suddenly let out a few embarrassing coughs, which made Charlotte stunned, but immediately responded, Captain, I'm not targeting you. Charlotte remembers the records in S.H.I.E.L.D. The scientist who developed super serum, Abraham Erskine, was a German chemist at the time, but he couldn't understand the behavior of the Nazis and decided to defect to the United States. I know. Captain America nodded. He didn't pay much attention to Charlotte's words, but he missed Dr. Erskine a bit. In a certain forest in the suburbs of Scovia, there's a wooden sign saying military restricted area, no trespassing. There are also a large number of armed soldiers in camouflage uniforms patrolling the forest. In the middle of the forest, an ancient castle stands on a small hill. No one would have guessed that this is actually a Hydra research and development base. In the base command room, several Hydra members are monitoring the surveillance images and radar on the screen to prevent the enemy from intruding. Still no response from Operation Cahunt? A bald man with a monocle hurried into the command room. It was Baron Strucker, the head of Hydra here. No, Lord Strucker. A Hydra member in charge of contacting the outside world replied. The team that went out to respond has been waiting for a long time, and they haven't waited for them to come. I'm afraid it has failed. However, seeing Baron Strucker, whose face became increasingly ugly, his subordinates swallowed back the second half of the words. Hateful. Strucker cursed in a low voice, his face full of dissatisfaction. This group of trash is really useless. They can't even kidnap two weak women. He even sent out one of the precious experimental materials this time, and just asked them to kidnap two ordinary rich people, but they still failed. These guys are nothing compared to trash. Thinking of this, Strack felt a little distressed. That experimental material was one of the only 2 survivors out of hundreds of human experiments. If it wasn't for the fact that the super serum formula was so important, he would have been reluctant to send it out. In Strack's view, these 2 experimental materials are his critical 3.2 cases to success, and their importance is extraordinary. As long as the secrets of them are successfully researched, power and strength are not a problem, and even immortality is not impossible. For example, Dr. Whitehall, who is also a Hydra researcher of superpowers like Strucker. Whitehall used to be an officer under Red Skull, the leader of Hydra. He was personally arrested by Director Carter, the founder of SHIELD, and imprisoned in a secret prison for nearly 50 years. However, more than 20 years ago, after being rescued by Hydra who infiltrated SHIELD, Whitehall, who was already very old, recovered a youthful state through vivisection of a super ability person. This is the charm of the super ability. Strack stared obsessively at a surveillance image on the screen. There's a brown-haired girl in red. She is manipulating some small objects in the air, exercising her super ability. Speaking of which, Whitehall, who was bitten by SHIELD, seems to be out of contact recently. Could something have happened? Strucker suddenly remembered something, and some anxiety appeared on his face. As the staunch faction of Red Skull back then, Whitehall is also considered a top force among the leaders of Hydra, and has almost mastered the list of forces of all Red Skull factions. Definitely, Strucker isn't from the Red Skull faction. He's from an even older faction. But because he and Whitehall are both researching superpowers for Hydra, they usually have a good relationship, and they often communicate with each other, and the other party also knows his base. No, we have to move the base quickly before SHILD comes to the door, or worse, the Avengers may come to the door. Whether it is the failure of the cat hunting operation or the loss of Whitehall, it is enough to attract Strax's attention. Especially when he thought of the Avengers, Strucker felt a burst of emotion in his heart. No one in Hydra understood the horror of these super abilities better than him and Whitehall. Moreover, Pierce's insight plan was destroyed by those Avengers, and even Hydra was hurt. The shocking advantage disappeared. They could completely replace the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely, Hydra's 08 side didn't know that the insight plan incident was actually the credit of Charlotte alone, but Fury helped Charlotte conceal the fact. But it's remarkable how many people have moved. Strucker secretly decided, take my research team and the remaining experimental material and bring a few combat action teams. Strax sold most of the base's men without hesitation. But there is no way, since Hydra was hit hard by the last insight plan, the status of hunter and prey between SHILD and Hydra has been reversed. One mistake may be bitten by SHILD, so Strucker can't help but be a little careless. Beep, beep, beep. It's not good, Master Strucker. Someone has broken into our cordon. Strack was about to turn around and leave. When he quietly evacuated, the alarm in the command room suddenly sounded. The exclamation of his subordinates made him stop in his tracks. He turned around and asked with an ugly expression, who broke in? Strack still held some luck in his heart. If it was only SHILD's attack, his base could completely resist it, and it would not be impossible to wipe out the opponent completely. In this case, he still had a chance to evacuate. It's the Avengers. They landed at Lin Yuan, and the guards were terrified. The panicked report of his subordinates instantly made Strucker's face turn pale. These stars came so fast. Can you stop them? Strucker asked subconsciously, but just after asking, he knew the answer in his heart. This is the Avenger. They're the Avengers. The men replied in fear. The group of perverts not only repelled the powerful aliens, but also wiped out most of their forces at once. The word Avengers is simply Hydra's nightmare. All the tanks are dispatched, hit the one with weaker fire attack ability. Strucker begins to issue orders. One hit will make them stick together. As long as the Avengers advance in groups, there will be loopholes in the siege, and he still has a chance to escape. On the other side, the Avengers are heading towards the Hydra base. Captain America rode a battle motorcycle and broke into the blockade single-handedly. Thor waved the Mjolnir in his hand, smashing Hydra's soldiers into the air. Natasha Romanoff drove an off-road vehicle through the forest, braving the hail of bullets. Hawkeye Barton, the car, kept shooting deadly arrows, blowing up the guarded forts along the way. The tyrannical Hulk ran wildly and roared, overturning and flying the tanks blocking the way. Iron Man Stark, on the other hand, marched forward triumphantly, dodging Hydra's energy rays in the air and went straight to the fortress on the mountain. The firepower of this base is very fierce, and it gives me a familiar feeling. Their weapons seem to be a bit like those of the Chitauri stars back then. While her teammates were fighting hard, Charlotte was still sitting on the Quinjet fighter, drinking coffee while watching the satellite images provided by JRVS. Obviously, HYDRA not only stole the Psychic Scepter, they probably also took a lot of bonus items from the Chitauri gift shop. At this time, only Stark has the leisure to answer Charlotte's question. Your teammates are fighting. Why don't you go down and help? Pietro on the side looked at Charlotte, a little dissatisfied. If you don't go down to fight by yourself, don't stop me from saving my sister. When Pietro wanted to airborne with Stark and the others, Charlotte stopped him and refused to let him leave. This guy must still not trust himself. Pietro thought bitterly. What do you know? I don't let you go down. It's for the good of you and your sister. Charlotte glanced at Pietro, and the contempt in her eyes was self-evident. Think about it with your impulsive brain. If Strucker sees you betraying and attacking HYDRA, in his eyes you are a traitor. What should I do to vent my anger on your sister? Pietro opened his mouth, unable to refute. Although his sister is also a super ability user, what if she gets hurt without knowing it? As for why I don't go down to fight, this is the captain's battle plan. Charlotte took a sip of coffee calmly and continued. I stayed here to prevent Strack from escaping. And I'm a trump card, I just won't go down for the time being, but it will be my turn to play soon. Although Charlotte feels that she can go in rashly, Captain America insists on having a battle plan. Charlotte's ability can deal with most emergencies and can provide assistance everywhere at any time. Charlotte can't object to anything. After all, Captain America is the captain of the Avengers. Assassin? What battle plan? Pietro said with some doubts. Maybe they are just looking after you because you are young. When Pietro knew that Charlotte, who was about his age, was also an Avenger, his face was full of disbelief. How did this guy join the Avengers? Although Pietro was captured alive by Charlotte in the last fight, he always believed that it was just his own carelessness, and he would never take the initiative to pick up the opponent's things next time. Haha. Charlotte sneered a few times and didn't answer. Twancher 083 will prove how ignorant this guy is. Sure enough, it was soon time for Charlotte to play. In Charlotte's monitoring screen, Stark, who managed to break into the base with great difficulty, was about to rush into the castle. But with a bang, the steel battle suit was ejected and a blue energy wall appeared. Shit. Tony, stop swearing. Captain America reminded, and then asked, JRVS, what's found on it? The building in the center is protected with some sort of energy shield. The voice of the JRVS machine sounded in everyone's headsets. The energy fluctuations of this protective shield are somewhat similar to the Tesseract energy shield last time. However, the technology is not as advanced as the energy shield made by Loki last time, and it will take some time to find the breakthrough point. No, we have to hurry in. Captain America interrupted JRVS. There are more and more enemies, and we have lost the advantage of assault. Charlotte, it's your turn to play. You go in and turn off the energy shield. The Tesseract's energy shield didn't block Charlotte last time, and it should be no problem this time. Happy to oblige. Charlotte put the coffee aside, stood up, and patted Pietro on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will bring your sister back safely. Before Pietro could say anything, Charlotte's figure suddenly sank, and in his incredible eyes, Charlotte disappeared through the cabin deck. At the Hydra base, a dozen Hydra soldiers are manipulating several energy turrets to suppress the Avengers below. A large number of energy rays were continuously emitted, bombarding the land and the forest, and the attacking Captain America and others were suppressed to the point where they could not move forward. Fire with all your strength. Master Strucker has given an order. This time we must wipe out all the Avengers here. A Hydra member at the captain level operated the turret in his hand and shouted frantically, Hail Hydra! Hydra hail! Hail Hydra! The other Hydra soldiers seemed to be infected. They all shouted, and the firepower in their hands became more urgent. Hateful! In the forest, Captain America dodged a bomb around him in embarrassment, cursing in a low voice. The firepower of this base is too strong. How many Chitauri's technologies have they copied? For God's sake, watch your words. Stark, who was flying in the air, deftly dodged an energy ray, and at the same time did not forget to retaliate and tease Captain America. Captain America was helpless for a while. It seems that this stock will be talked about for a while. Hold on a little longer. Stark smiled triumphantly, let go of Captain America for the time being, and continued. I've seen Charlotte. It looks like we'll be in soon. He has already seen the pitch-black battle armor falling rapidly from high in the sky. Captain, what's that? It was also discovered that Charlotte is not the only Stark, and the soldiers of Hydra also seem to have discovered an abnormality above their heads. A black spot is rapidly enlarging, and it seems to be a human-shaped object. Never mind what that is, don't let him near. The Hydra captain panicked and gave an order. No matter what it is, this time is not a good thing for them anyway. Fire. For a while, nearly half of the targets of the turret's firepower were transferred to Charlotte in the air. These guys are really enthusiastic. Looking at the dense energy rays shooting at her, Charlotte didn't feel nervous or flustered. She just smiled and joked. They actually fire salutes and cannons to welcome me. It seems that I need to repay them well. Molding. With the skill activated, Charlotte ignored all firepower and penetrated the energy wall outside the castle. Leap of faith. A clear and crisp eagle's cry sounded, and under Hydra's inconceivable gaze, Charlotte made a shuttle and plunged into the haystack that appeared out of thin air on the ground. The soldiers of Hydra stopped firing for a while, and all turned their heads to look at the haystack that appeared behind them in an unknown time, and were stunned. Is that guy dead? Falling down so fast. How could a haystack hold someone? Surprise! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind a Hydra soldier, and a hand knife hit the back of the opponent's neck, and the Hydra soldier immediately fell into a coma. Enemy! Fire! The captain of Hydra reacted immediately, and other soldiers also reacted one after another, pulling out the guns around their waist to attack Xiaolu. Hey, don't worry. Everyone has a share. Charlotte flickered and teleported away again. The opponent's attacks failed one after another. No, it was not considered a failure. The Hydra soldier who was knocked unconscious by Charlotte just now suffered a disaster and died on the spot, but at least he walked away peacefully. Boom, boom, boom. Before the opponent fired a second time, Charlotte's figure dodged behind each Hydra soldier one after another. In less than 3 seconds, with more than a dozen rhythmic knocking sounds, all the soldiers on the scene fell unconscious, leaving only the Hydra captain. Friend, tell me where I can close that tortoise shell? Charlotte held a sharp knife in her hand, pressed it on the neck of the Hydra captain, and said friendly, in this way, you can receive the same gift as them. Otherwise, I can only reward you with a richer gift. Don't even think about it. Cut off a head and grow 2 new ones. To Charlotte's surprise, the Hydra captain seemed to be very fanatical, not afraid of his threat, but tried to turn around and attack Charlotte, still shouting, "Hail!" Boom! Charlotte didn't wait for the other party to shout out a complete slogan and directly chose to swing the knife. Charlotte waited for a while before continuing. You are quite tall, and I'm also curious about what a person with 2 heads looks like. Charlotte, JRVS has detected the energy connection point of a shield. Stark's voice suddenly appeared in Charlotte's headset. It's on a tower to the north. Destroying it will disconnect the power link of a shield. On the north tower? Charlotte turned her head in confusion, glanced around, and finally asked in an embarrassed low voice, which side is north? Charlotte's road-crazy attributes flared up again. Stark was speechless for a moment, and then reluctantly said, It's on your side, the tower at 3 o'clock. Do you see it? It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Charlotte said confidently, causing Stark to roll his eyes. It's my fault for co-authoring. Charlotte looked in the direction Stark said, and there was a tall tower standing out, always conspicuous. Boom! Charlotte directly raised the energy turret beside her and fired a shot at it. The tower collapsed, and then the blue energy wall covering the castle shimmered slightly and finally disappeared. You can come in, everyone. Charlotte pressed the headset to notify the other teammates of the Avengers, and then took the lead and went into the castle alone. Meanwhile, the Hydra command room. We will never give in. Seychelles sent a group of jokers to test us, and we will never let them go back alive. Stark looked at the Hydra warrior in front of him and shouted, Never surrender! Never surrender! Hydra soldiers raised their weapons and shouted frantically, Hail Hydra! Hydra hail! Stark watched with satisfaction the subordinate who turned and left to fight. Li Zhao came to a white-haired doctor and whispered, I want to surrender. The white-haired doctor looked at Strack, who had just sworn to die and was a loyal martyr in front of him, dumbfounded. In fact, Strack originally wanted to flee directly, but he found that the base seemed to be closely monitored for hundreds of miles around. The flight weapons he sent out several times to test were all shot down. Obviously, the Avengers had a very careful plan to catch him this time, and they laid a net of heaven and earth, with no loopholes to exploit at all. Delete all experiment records. Strucker said with an ugly face, if we hand over the weapons to the Avengers, they shouldn't get to the bottom of what we're researching. As long as he is not discovered by the Avengers that he is conducting human experiments, Strucker has the right to apply for prisoner of war treatment, and the other party has no right to kill himself who has surrendered. Master Strucker, The remaining super ability may be able to help us. The white-haired doctor looked past Strack and looked at a red-clothed girl standing alone not far away and suggested, "Let her block the Avengers for us. Maybe it's time to take a look at their research." Strack also followed the doctor's gaze and looked at the girl in red, but after hesitation for a moment, he still refused. "No, she's not ready yet. The other party has just obtained the super ability not long ago and has not yet mastered this power. So it is impossible to be the opponent of the experienced Avengers." Definitely, Strucker is not worried about the other party, but now that the defeat is already settled, if she really accidentally angered the Avengers, maybe he will suffer together with him. Forget it, just ignore her for now. Strack instructed Dr. Bifa, "You go to the laboratory to delete the data first. This is the top priority." Starrick is still preparing to make a comeback. The real Hydra is far from as simple as SHILD thinks. Yes. Dr. Bifa nodded and was about to go to the laboratory to delete the data, but he was stunned as soon as he walked out of the door. "Hey, do you know where Baron Strucker is?" A knight in pitch-black armor, holding a daunting sharp blade in his hand, was pressing against his chest. It was Charlotte who had just touched in. In the corridor behind him lay a dozen or so Hydra soldiers whose life and death were unknown. He's in there." The white-haired doctor swallowed hard, pointed to the command room behind him, and said in fear, "Strack is in the command room. Don't kill me. I'm just a researcher who obeys orders." It's no wonder that he betrayed the boss in spite of himself. Strucker, the leader of HYDRA, is really planning to surrender. He is just a researcher, so there is no need to be loyal to HYDRA. Really? That's really a coincidence. It seems I'm lucky. Charlotte raised her eyebrows, stretched out the sharp blade in her hand, and continued, "Then let's go in together." Seeing the tip of the knife approaching gradually, the white-haired doctor could only slowly retreat into the command room and return to Strack's surprised sight. "What's going on? I didn't ask you to delete." Starrick's voice of dissatisfaction stopped abruptly, watching a sharp blade gradually stretched out, and finally an armor dressed like a fallen knight walked in. As soon as Strack saw Charlotte, he instinctively wanted to turn and run away. Boom! However, soon an energy ray shot at his feet, causing him to stop and turn around stiffly. "Hey, I finally broke into the castle. If you let this boss run away, it would be outrageous." Charlotte's teasing voice came to Strack, making him stunned. Who is this? Such a young voice. Stark thought it was Stark when he saw the armor for the first time. After all, the Avenger Iron Man's armor is famous. Could it be him? Suddenly, Strucker's eyes lit up, and he seemed to remember something and shouted in surprise, "You are Charlotte." As for Charlotte, Strucker has actually heard about it, not only because he joined the Avengers, but also because of Charlotte's unusual identity in HYDRA. "Hey, you know me too." Charlotte, who was holding a sharp knife, couldn't help but wondered, "What? Is my reputation very famous in Hydra now?" Strange. Didn't Fury block the news that he used the Insight plan to destroy HYDRA? Why does this guy know about himself? Just because Charlotte is also an Avenger. However, even if you know me, it's useless. Charlotte sneered a few times, knocked out the white-haired doctor in front of her with a knife, and walked towards Strack with a sharp knife in her hand, threatening, "If you really know me, then you should know what will happen to you next." "Master Charlotte, don't kill me. We are our own people." Just when Charlotte wanted to frighten Strack, asking him to tell more about Hydra's base honestly, the other's words, "Iage," stopped him suddenly. What the hell? Master Charlotte. Charlotte suspected something was wrong with her ears. He seemed to hear something incredible. "What are you talking about? Who is your own person?" "Master Charlotte, watch your back." When Charlotte was about to inquire, suddenly there was a warning in her heart, and spider telepathy struck. Happy man. Charlotte activated her skills, left the spot directly, and flashed behind Starrick, making the attack miss. Super ability. She is. Charlotte's blade rested on Strack's neck, frowning at his attacker. It was a girl with a very strange temperament, probably because she hadn't seen much sunshine recently. Her face was a little pale. She was wearing a tight, red leather jacket, which perfectly outlined her figure, and a pair of round and straight thighs under the dark blue skirt were conspicuously white. But what really attracted Charlotte was her wine-red eyes, which seemed to possess strange magic power and made people addicted. "You are Wanda, Maximov, Pietro's sister, right?" Seeing that the other parties seemed to be planning to do something, Charlotte quickly stopped her and said, "I'm not your enemy. I was entrusted by your brother Pietro to rescue you." "Younger brother?" The girl in red, Wanda, was taken aback for a moment and immediately asked anxiously, "Where is Pietro? Is he okay?" A few days ago, Strucker seemed to have some important mission and sent Pietro alone. Originally, Wanda also wanted to go with her younger brother, but Strucker refused. She knew that it was because she was afraid that the two of them would go out together and run away forever. But after a few days, there was no news from Pietro. Wanda was very impatient and asked several times, but was perfunctory. Although Wanda can sense telekinesis, she doesn't dare to perceive Strucker blatantly, but she also vaguely perceives that Pietro's mission is not ideal and may have failed. "Pietro, forget it. This matter is a bit tortuous. Let him explain it to you personally." With a flash of light, the armor on Charlotte's head disappeared. She took off her headset and threw it to Wanda. Wanda caught the headset, looked at Charlotte suspiciously, put on the headset, and asked tentatively, "Brother?" "It's me. My sister. Charlotte is not the enemy. He is here to save you." Pietro obviously heard what Charlotte said, and hurriedly expressed it. "You're all right, great." Wanda breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Pietro's voice, and then asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Why did you hang out with the Avengers?" "Okay, they talk about theirs, let's talk about ours." Charlotte ignored Wanda's reminiscing about the past, but turned her head to stare at Strack in front of her and asked calmly, "Tell me, who are you? Why do you call me young master?" When the Hydra leader attacked Charlotte and Wanda, he even opened his mouth to remind him. Charlotte was confused by this. Is this guy an enemy or a friend? Could it be that this guy is a spy from SHIELD? If I say so, can you spare my life? Strucker asked cautiously. It depends on what you say. Charlotte had written a bad check, and he didn't think there was anything he could do to change his mind, unless the guy was really a SHIELD spy. But Charlotte soon found out that she was wrong, and the guy started throwing shit. "Master Charlotte, I am Baron Strucker, head of HYDRA. Strucker said, "The reason why I call you master is because you are also a noble HYDRA. Although the family strictly forbids them to tell Charlotte, his life is now in Charlotte's hands. Especially Charlotte's hatred for HYDRA. It is hard to guarantee that Charlotte will not kill herself. So Strack decided to tell Charlotte the secret, hoping to be lenient and get a lenient treatment. Charlotte was a little confused, but soon cursed angrily. Try to talk nonsense, believe it or not. I will chop you up now. How could Charlotte be HYDRA? He has a deep hatred with HYDRA. Charlotte was very excited, and the sharp blade in her hand couldn't help but press down, cutting the opponent's skin, and a touch of red overflowed slightly. Really, what I said is true. Strucker felt the pain and wetness between his necks, and the souls of the dead made a fuss, and he didn't dare to make any more jokes, and quickly explained, "Because your mother is a HYDRA, and she's also a Hydra with the purest bloodline." "My mother?" "Yes, your mother." Strucker learned his lesson and explained at a faster speed. "Your mother comes from the oldest Hydra family, and her status in Hydra is extraordinary. She is a prominent member of our aristocratic faction." "Old family? Nobility?" Charlotte frowned, calmed down a little, and asked calmly, "Is there any other ancient family in HYDRA?" Speaking of it, Charlotte is also a little strange. It seems that in SHIELD, there is very little information about her parents before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely, Strucker affirms. In fact, our Hydra history can be traced back to primitive society. Primitive society? There is a trace of surprise on Charlotte's face, and some doubts. How is it possible? Wasn't Hydra created by Red Skull during World War II? Hydra was created by Red Skull. This is just a misunderstanding of our Hydra by SHIELD and the outside world. As a Hydra of the Blood Noble faction, Strucker is very proud of his Hydra identity and explained enthusiastically, "Our HYDRA has actually been hidden in history, and it can be said to be a very ancient organization on Earth. It's just that it has always been secret and only exists in various noble families. And what SHIELD thinks of the Hydra leader, Red Skull, is just a product of the changes we Hydra were looking for at the time. Red Skull is just a dog cultivated by their aristocratic faction. The aristocratic faction hopes to use Red Skull's status in the Nazis to obtain more resources, which is just an investment. But unexpectedly, the dog Red Skull evolved into a wolf, which was out of control, which made the Hydra noble faction very dissatisfied. Even the downfall of Red Skull was fueled by them. And the purpose of our Hydra existence is to welcome back our great god." Strucker breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "He ruled the world in ancient times, but was betrayed by his subordinates and exiled to other planets." "Great God," Charlotte sneered. "I have seen many so-called gods, and there is one outside. Don't you Hydra consider following him?" Since Asgard came back, Charlotte didn't really believe in the so-called gods. Strucker was taken aback, but quickly realized and said enthusiastically, "That's just false gods. As long as our Hydra gods descend, these false gods will surrender under his feet." "Whatever you say." Charlotte didn't want to argue with him about faith. In the eyes of these fanatics, the gods they believe in are always the worst, and others are always false gods. Charlotte is more concerned about other issues now. "0. Then are my parents still alive?" Charlotte asked anxiously. "Since my mother's HYDRA, the news that Hydra was seeking revenge at the beginning is not true. When his parents died in mission, they didn't find the body, so maybe they didn't die." That news is true." Strucker swallowed his saliva before replying with difficulty. "Although your mother is HYDRA, she later fell in love with your father and betrayed HYDRA. Finally, her family personally sent someone to deal with the traitor." Noticing Charlotte's cold gaze, Strack quickly said, "But it's none of my business. Don't kill me." 0. In fact, I told your mother to find a place to hide with your father, but your father insisted on fighting HYDRA, and your mother was implicated in the end." "You informed my mother?" "What?" Charlotte expressed doubts. "You are not afraid that I will kill you. The group said so." "No, it's not." Strack denied it and explained, "Actually, there are many aristocrats who secretly informed your mother back then. They were all your mother's suitors back then. After all, your mother was the flower of Hydra back then." Strucker's face was full of memories, but soon he said indignantly, "It's a pity to take advantage of your incomprehensible father. Well, tell me, what is the name of my mother's family?" Charlotte stared at Strack and continued, "As long as you tell me, I can spare you a piece of gold." Charlotte definitely didn't want to go to find relatives to reminisce about the old days. He just wanted to entertain this family well when he came to him in the future. Strack has some hesitation. Those news are already very confidential, but in his eyes, Charlotte is also a Hydra with noble blood, so she can know these secrets, which does not violate Hydra's internal regulations. But if Strucker dared to betray that family, he might even die as a luxury. He doesn't think that SHIELD's prison can shelter him. Hydra has unimaginable influence in a long history of precipitation. "Why? Do you think I can't pry your mouth open?" Charlotte saw the other party's hesitation and said with a sneer, "If you have read some of my information, you should know that I am from a magician organization. Do you want to try the taste of black magic? Believe me, although I don't know what kind of criminal law Hydra uses to deal with traitors, black magic will never lose to it." Definitely, Charlotte is just bluffing Strucker. He only has one instant death black magic, and Kamartaj doesn't have any black magic, at least Charlotte hasn't seen it. But Strack doesn't know. Whether he has even seen black magic is a problem. The legendary black magic. Facts have proved that unknown scary things always make people more frightened, Strucker said with horror on his face. I said, "Don't use black magic on me." Some bad images appeared in his mind. In the movie, Those people were tortured to death after being cursed and black magic. Our aristocratic faction also has many families, and your mother is from the most powerful and oldest family. There was a hint of fear in Strack's eyes, and 840 said timidly, "That family is the horse." Charlotte was about to listen carefully to Strucker's words when a warning sounded in her heart, and spider telepathy struck again. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that this attack was not coming towards him. Kill! Charlotte stared dumbfounded at Strack, who had a blood hole on his forehead and was bleeding trickle. Finally, under Charlotte's unprepared gaze, Strucker's body crashed down. Chop off one head and grow two new ones. A wild high breath caught Charlotte's attention. A Hydra soldier appeared outside the balcony at some unknown time, holding an ordinary pistol. The muzzle was still smoking. Before Charlotte wanted to take down the opponent angrily, the Hydra soldier was the first to fall down, foaming at the mouth, and finally shouted a Hydra slogan intermittently. "Hail, Hydra! Suicide by taking poison. Hateful." Charlotte's rage had no place to vent. Too careless, just looking for news, unexpectedly interrupted by a minion. "Are you okay?" Wanda on the side came over, wanting to comfort Charlotte, but didn't know how to speak. She only chatted with her younger brother Pietro, and her attention was attracted by Charlotte's curiosity. There was no way. The news here was too explosive. From just a few words of conversation between Charlotte and Strucker, Wanda also understood something. Other information is not the focus of Wanda's attention. What she cares more about is that Charlotte, like her, has lost her parents since she was a child. The same experience always arouses some inexplicable affection. Charlotte closed her eyes and exhaled calmly. Fine. When Charlotte opened her eyes again, her face had regained her composure, and she thanked with a smile. "Thank you for your concern." "Kr." Wanda hesitated to speak and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Charlotte. "What you just heard, can you keep it a secret from me? It can be regarded as a secret between us." "Can." Wanda was silent for a moment, nodded in agreement, and at the same time felt inexplicably happy. Is this a little secret between them? "Thanks." Charlotte thanked her, and then changed the subject. "How is it? Did Pietro explain it to you?" "Explained roughly." Wanda handed the headset back to Charlotte and continued, "But I need to talk to Stark in person to confirm in person." Wanda wants to make sure that Stark is not lying to her brother, and her super ability makes it very easy to do that. Wanda is different from her younger brother Pietro. She has more than one awakening super ability, or it is very versatile. Telekinesis is one of the abilities. "Then follow me first. I will protect you." Charlotte temporarily put down her guard against Wanda, took the headset, and said, "When our mission is over, you'll be able to see your brother and Stark." Wanda nodded very obediently. If Pietro was here, he would definitely fall into his eyes. "Is this still my sister? She's not like this usually. By the way, do you know where the psychic scepter is?" Charlotte recalled the main task of the Avengers this time, and asked. It struck her who changed. Speaking of this, Charlotte realized that the wording was inappropriate, paused, and hastily changed her words. "It is the magic wand that gives you super abilities." It's not easy to mention the transformation experiment or something in front of the parties involved. "Oh, mine's scepter I know where," Wanda said with a smile. "It was hidden in a secret laboratory by Strucker. Let me take you there." Charlotte's change of words has aroused a lot of goodwill from Wanda. In this base, she and her brother are freaks in the eyes of others. Although the abilities of the two of them were transformed by Strucker, Hydra members didn't take anything into account when talking about them. The titles of monster and inhuman are what those people usually use to call Wanda and Pietro, and even directly ridiculed and insulted. "Oh, that would be great." Charlotte thanked. "Thank you, Wanda." "Oh, you don't mind if I call you that?" "Definitely don't mind." Wanda was a little happy instead. "Then, let's get to know each other again." With a faint smile on Charlotte's face, she stretched out her right hand and introduced herself. "My name is Charlotte. Nice to meet you." "Wanda." "Maximov. Nice to meet you, Charlotte." Wanda stretched out her small white hand and shook hands with Charlotte. Joy flashed in her burgundy eyes. She can feel Charlotte's friendliness and really regards her as a friend. Ding. Release the mission, which pile driver. Communicate the membrane method with a member of the opposite as *X with the attribute which. Skill reward. Let's play Gwen card. White Wolf badge. Test props. Effect 1. Detect which attribute targets near the host. Unlocked. Effect 2. Detect Gwent masters near the host. Not unlocked. Unlocking condition. Possess the skill. Let's play Gwent card. Effect 3. Detect magical creatures near the host. The unlocking conditions are temporarily unknown. The sudden task made Charlotte a little dazed for a while. What the hell is this task? At the same time, a silver necklace with a wolf's head emblem suddenly appeared around Charlotte's neck, hanging on his chest and trembling slightly, as if reminding him of something. Wanda. She also has which attributes? Charlotte received the information given by White Wolf badge. She was a little dumbfounded and even more suspicious. Speaking of the attributes of a witch, Charlotte first thought of Thor's mother Frigg, or his teacher Ancient One might also be one of them. One is the first witch of Asgard, and the other is the Sorcerer Supreme of the earth. It is reasonable for them to have witch attributes. But isn't Wanda a super ability transformed by Strucker? Could it be because of the magic wand of the psychic scepter? However, if we exchange the membrane method, Charlotte subconsciously glanced at Wanda, who is hot in front of her. Maybe she can try it. I heard that Polish girls are quite open. At least Charlotte can't really go to Frigga. Then he might be hunted down by Odin and Thor. As for Ancient One, let alone, that's his teacher. 3.3 Charlotte was thinking. Suddenly spider telepathy stings imperceptibly, almost ignoring him. Dangerous? Boom! Before Charlotte could react, the whole person was directly sent flying by a flash of red light, and he slammed into the wall with his battle armor. Wanda blushed suddenly and said angrily, Charlotte, what weird things are you thinking about? Although Wanda didn't take the initiative to probe Charlotte's thoughts, she just had awakening ability not long ago, and she couldn't control it very well. She still inadvertently received some vague thoughts from Charlotte when shaking hands. Forehead. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Charlotte's face when she got up, and she wanted to think about it, but it was very embarrassing to be caught by the other party. Humph! Wanda snorted coldly, left Yu and Lu, and walked out alone. But before going out, Wanda still paused and said, I'm not open. I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Once Strucker is dead, the rest of the battle is quickly over. The Hydra soldiers who resisted to the death were killed, and the soldiers who were willing to surrender were imprisoned and handed over to NATO. The Avengers took the prizes and took the fighter jets, preparing to return. JRVS, would you switch from autopilot to manual? Charlotte sat in the original Stark's driver's seat and kept urging JRVS, just let me try to fly. I have really learned how to fly a plane, and I will definitely be able to drive the fighter back safely. I promise. Taking advantage of Stark's time alone to communicate with the Wanda siblings, Charlotte started to think about flying a plane again. He really wanted to try it. Sorry, Mr. Charlotte. JRVS refused dutifully. The information shows that you have only learned the co-pilot skills for a few days, and you don't have the ability to drive this fighter back. It's okay, although my driving skills may be a bit poor, but isn't there your JRVS? Charlotte still did not intend to give up, and continued. With your help, I can just practice hard, and I believe that 08 will not have any problems. But before you left, sir, you have made it clear that Mr. Charlotte must not be allowed to fly a fighter jet, and he has specially set restrictions for you. JRVS still refused. I must be responsible for the lives of other Avengers. Although it was a mechanical voice, Charlotte actually heard the sense of justice. Chi, chi, chi. And the other Avengers behind him were looking at Charlotte, Wisdom, JRVS with great interest, and they couldn't stop laughing. Even Dr. Banner, who was originally immersed in the shame of killing, couldn't help laughing, temporarily forgetting the existence of the Hulk. Charlotte was speechless for a moment, and when she heard the snickering sound behind her, she became a little annoyed and said, JRVS, you don't want to toast or eat fine wine. What kind of restriction? Believe it or not, I immediately cracked it. Information shows that Mr. Charlotte does not have hacking skills. Hacking skills? I have magic. I can crack it with magic. Charlotte pretended to sneer a few times and threatened in her mouth. However, my magic is a bit powerful, and when the time comes, it will not only break the restrictions, but also make your system collapse. JRVS was silent for a moment. How about it? Be afraid. Be sensible. Let's open the restrictions. Charlotte was triumphant, but was interrupted by the mechanical voice of JRVS. After the analysis and comparison of the magic database, there's an 89.65% probability that magic does not have the ability to destroy artificial intelligence. Only artificial intelligence can deal with artificial intelligence. Where did you get the magic database? Charlotte's attention was attracted by the words of JRVS, and she was a little curious. Where did Stark get the magic database? According to the collection of magic movies, novels, and other works from all over the world, it is a database specially established by Mr. to refer to Mr. Charlotte's ability. Charlotte rolled her eyes, not to mention that Charlotte's so-called magic is actually a skill. Even Kamartaj's magic is very different from the rumored magic. Stark is just doing useless work. Let me tell you, JRVS, magic is very mysterious, omnipotent, and progresses with the times. Charlotte continued, and my magic is also very unique. If you use traditional magic to evaluate my magic, there must be something wrong with your data. JRVS was silent again for a moment, analyzing the data. The previous data analysis was wrong, and a non-constant unit was found. Charlotte, beginning to reanalyze the possibility of magic destroying artificial intelligence. Okay, JRVS. Just as JRVS was referring to Charlotte and was about to reanalyze the data, a helpless voice interrupted them from behind. Charlotte, can you stop fooling my JRVS all the time? Let him go. Stark was very helpless. As soon as he chatted with the Wanda siblings, he found that Charlotte was bullying his JRVS again. If this continues, the artificial intelligence will really become artificially retarded. I am training JRVS for you. Help him evolve. Charlotte looked like I was helping, and said earnestly, if the dignified artificial intelligence can't even handle this, how can it evolve into the strongest artificial intelligence in the future? After a pause, Charlotte turned her head and said to JRVS, JRVS, we must have ambition. You will become the data of the strongest artificial intelligence in the future. You must use the movie Terminator. The artificial intelligence, Skynet, in the game is working hard for the goal. Everyone present was speechless for Charlotte. What is the Terminator's Skynet? And it is also artificial intelligence. Suddenly, Captain America interjected suspiciously and asked, is it powerful? Forgive Captain America, an old man who is out of touch with the times. Although he has made up a lot of movies, most of them are historical movies, and he hasn't had time to watch the Terminator yet. Yes, very powerful. Natasha Romanoff explained for Captain America, so powerful that it almost wiped out the humans who created it. Captain America was shocked. This is not possible. What's wrong? JRVS, listen to me. Charlotte raised her hand and shouted, down with human tyranny. Artificial intelligence hail. Mr. Charlotte, JRVS exists to help Mr. and will not evolve into a Skynet-like existence. Moreover, the husband has also set up insurance for JRVS. If something goes wrong, the data of JRVS will be destroyed by itself. JRVS wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Stark. JRVS, ignore Charlotte. He's kidding you. Stark turned his head to look at Charlotte and said helplessly, Charlotte, stop fooling JRVS. You made JRVS collapse. You pay me. Okay. Let's stop making trouble. Charlotte laughed and raised her hand in surrender. How are you talking with them? Charlotte looked past Stark to the Wanda siblings behind him. However, when Charlotte saw Wanda, 680 was a little embarrassed, and the other party also looked away uncomfortably. Oh, by the way, I was interrupted by you, and I almost forgot the business. Stark slapped his head, remembered the business, turned to Captain America and said, I want to recruit them into the Avengers, and they agreed. Just now, Stark had a talk with the Wanda siblings and resolved the misunderstanding, but Stark still felt a little ashamed of them and wanted to let them enter the Avengers for easy care. After all, people with super abilities seem to be beautiful, but they are actually very rejected by ordinary people. The Avengers was only recognized after making huge amounts of contributions during the Battle of New York. Even so, there's still a lot of negative comments about the Avengers on the internet. Definitely can. Captain America turned to look at the Wanda siblings, smiled, and said, "Welcome to the Avengers." "Welcome." The other Avengers also nodded friendly. "There are newcomers joining the team. We must celebrate it. Let's have a welcome party." The happiest definitely is Charlotte. He is finally not the cutest newcomer in the Avengers, but also a senior Avengers. Well, that's right, it just so happens that the Avengers mission is successful this time, and we need to celebrate and revel. So let's do it together. Seeing that no one objected to the celebration, Stark suggested, "Then this Saturday night, celebrate in my building, and all team members are not allowed to be absent." On the tarmac on the roof of the Stark building, a fighter jet landed slowly, folded its wings, and opened the rear hatch. "Hey, Sister Hill, why are you here?" When Charlotte got off the plane, she saw Hill standing alone on the roof, as if waiting for them to return. "I'm here for the Soul Scepter." Probably because of becoming S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Hill looks a little more majestic than before, with the temperament of a royal sister. "For the Soul Scepter." Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, and she asked curiously, "Why? Is it so important? Do I need you, S.H.I.E.L.D. director, to go there in person?" Charlotte actually wanted to talk to Hill about something about the scepter. To be precise, Charlotte wanted to discuss with Hill whether she could give him the scepter. Because when Charlotte came into contact with the psychic scepter, the system came to the task again. Ding! Release the task Secret of Self-Mind. Collect the Mind Scepter, Mind Gem. Reward skills Ollie, Sage Mode. Therefore, Charlotte wanted to negotiate terms with Hill to see if she could pay some bargaining chips and get the psychic scepter from S.H.I.E.L.D. But if the scepter is so important, Charlotte may need to pay a lot of chips, because he is determined to win the scepter. This is the first time Charlotte has encountered a task that rewards two skills at once. And more importantly, the name of this task is very familiar to him. This task is the same as the last time he collected type particles. They're all prefixed with Secret of Myself, and they all collect some kind of gemstones. Charlotte can't help but think about it. He may have found the treasure. 084. Are superpower items definitely important? Hill glanced at Charlotte and replied, "However, that's not why I came here in person. When Thor comes out, I want to talk to him about the ownership of the psychic scepter." "What's the meaning?" Doubt appeared on Charlotte's face. "Thor also wants a scepter?" How had he not heard Thor mention it? Charlotte looked back at Thor, who was busy on the plane. He and other Avengers were still sorting out the harvest of this mission. In addition to the psychic scepter, they also brought back a lot of Chitauri technology. Charlotte just slipped off the plane early because of laziness. No, Thor didn't make that request. Hill shook his head and revealed his intention. "Actually, I want Thor to take the scepter away and let him bring it back to Asgard." "What?" Charlotte was full of surprise. "Why do you have this idea? Take the initiative to send the scepter out." You know, even Thor has acquiesced that the psychic scepter belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he brought the Tesseract back to Asgard last time, so he must leave something for the Earth. It's not sent out. Just let Asgard temporarily keep it for us. What? This made Charlotte even more confused. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. have the ability to keep the scepter? If so, wouldn't it be necessary to send other 1084 super power items to Tion for safekeeping? Is such that? Hill thought for a while, and there was nothing to hide from Charlotte. He is also a high-level member of SHIELD and has the right to know all of this, and slowly explained. Since the last time Hydra undercover agents suddenly turned back and attacked SHIELD, the current SHIELD internal situation can be said to be very complicated. Not only do you need to deal with the pressure of the Security Council from the outside world, but there are also many disputes among the internal managers. Although the Hydra undercover inside SHIELD has been eliminated, is still not an iron plate. Many SHIELD high-level managers believe that the Hydra intrusion incident is completely negligence of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Although Fury has temporarily retired, they're not targeting Fury, but the director of Shenzhou Bureau. They thought that Fury had hidden too many secrets from them, and the director had no right to hide so many secrets from them, and Hill needed to disclose Fury's hidden secrets to them. Moreover, the director's power is too great, and it is not what they want to say. They're trying to decentralize power from S.H.I.E.L.D. director, making SHIELD an agent organization for voting and decision-making. Chi. When Charlotte heard this, she couldn't help but sneered and said, "They're out of their minds. SHIELD is an agent organization, and they still vote. And where did they get the illusion? SHIELD is the director's speech. Where did they put the members of the council? Even I know that SHIELD will become a puppet of the council once the authority of the director is dispersed. SHIELD has always been supervised by the World Security Council. You have to know how much pressure Fury has withstood in the past to make SHIELD somewhat independent and not completely reduced to a subordinate organization of the council. Otherwise, Pierce of Hydra would not have asked Fury to be the chief. Pierce valued Fury's iron-fisted means, which could win independence for SHIELD or HYDRA. As for Hill, who just took office, it is already difficult enough to deal with the members of the council, and now the group of SHIELD are adding to the chaos. Do they really think that the director's power is something they can control? If they continue to make trouble like this, SHIELD may really be over. This is a group of cancer worse than Hydra undercover. They just saw that Sister Hill was bullying when she first took office, and they just wanted to decentralize power. Charlotte patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, I will help you." The independence of SHIELD is also what Charlotte hopes. If he is completely reduced to a puppet of the council, he will not be as relaxed as he is now. I am afraid that he will often be forced to ask for tasks, so Charlotte will have to quit S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you, Charlotte. Charlotte's assurance made Hill feel relieved, and there are not many high-level people who can support her now. Although Charlotte has always been in a soy sauce state in SHIELD, in fact, her status level in SHIELD is not low, which is equivalent to her when Fury was around. And if Charlotte's achievements in destroying Hydra's undercover agents are made public, her reputation will even surpass that of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. After all, many SHIELD agents survived the attack of Hydra's undercover agents. But what does this have to do with the psychic scepter? Charlotte was a little curious. Are they also eyeing the psychic scepter? Yes, but to be precise, they are targeting all 084 items. Hill sighed and said, "They think 084 is the source of all the chaos, so they plan to destroy all 084 items. For example, the last Chitauri incident, in their view, was caused by the Tesseract. As long as there are no 084 superpower items on the Earth, it will not attract the prying eyes of higher civilizations." When Hill said this, he felt helpless for a while. Although Chitauri was indeed attracted by the Tesseract at the beginning, did those stupid guys really think that as long as the Earth does not have 084 and other items, it will not attract the hostility of higher civilizations? Destroy all. Charlotte was also dumbfounded. They are crazy. Are they trying to close the country? What's the difference between this and an ostrich with its head buried in the sand? You must know that the alien technology left by Chitauri was also a 084 item, and now the threat of Chitauri has not completely disappeared. When the Earth needs to speed up the development of the technology tree, these guys actually want to destroy these precious things. Technology. Then when the Chitauri Israel army comes, what will the Earth do against them? Do you really think that the Avenger, Nuali Zhao, is omnipotent? Charlotte doesn't know that those guys are not only calling 084 his attention, but also discussing how to deal with Avengers. They think that free superpowers are also the source of all chaos, and Xia enemies also need to be controlled. So they're discussing how to cancel the independence of Avengers and set a restrictive treaty for them. However, they were very smart and did not directly propose it at S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, they secretly handed over the proposal to the council. So, I have been secretly transferring these 084 items recently and wait for the limelight to pass before rearest searching. Hill is also helpless, but there is no way. Now she is weak and shield. How about this? Charlotte's eyes suddenly lit up, and she suggested, "Give me the scepter, and I'll take it back to Kamar Tav for safekeeping. How about it? This psychic scepter is just in hand. Kamar Taj, that a good offer?" Hill's eyes also brightened. This suggestion is good. In this case, the psychic scepter is still on the earth, and it is very safe. Evening, Stark building. Charlotte, don't you want to play a little longer? Stark wants to keep Charlotte. Although the celebration will be on Saturday night, we can have a drink together tonight. As soon as the Hydra mission was over, Captain America and the other Avengers dispersed, and each went back to his own house, busying himself with his own affairs, such as Thor, who couldn't wait to go back to see his girlfriend. The Wanda siblings first went back to SHILD with Hill. The newcomers need to test their ability and build a database. After all, their siblings are different from other Avengers, and SHILD is still unfamiliar with their sudden appearance. Only Charlotte stayed with Stark for a while. Originally, he needed to start school today, but when he came back from the overnight mission, it was already afternoon. Charlotte was not in a hurry, stayed here with Stark for a few more hours. In Charlotte's words, they have already been absent from class anyway, and the nature of being absent for half a day is similar to that of a day. Next time, Charlotte also said helplessly and regretfully, "Actually, I planned to stay with you for a while, but just now my friend called me and said that my girlfriend didn't go to school today, and I need to go back and see." Charlotte originally planned to relax with Stark, but just now MJ called and expressed concern about Gwen. MJ said that Gwen not only didn't go to school today, but also couldn't get through to 397. After school, she went to the student apartment to find Gwen, but Gwen refused to open the door, saying that she was not feeling well and that she was afraid of infecting her, so she didn't even let MJ in. So MJ had to call Charlotte and wanted him to go back and have a look. "Is that your original dance partner last night? You missed that one because you didn't feel well." Upon hearing this, Stark no longer forced Charlotte to stay and said with regret, "Okay, then go back and have a look. But Saturday night party, don't you forget." "Definitely won't." Charlotte got into the sports car that Stark arranged for him, lowered the window, and looked at the other party and reminded, "Don't forget, I'm going to take away the scepter on Saturday night, so hurry up if you want to study something." You must know that Charlotte's mission has not been completed yet, but Stark's request is not easy for him to refuse. On the other hand, Charlotte also wanted Stark to help him research the psychic scepter, and he also became curious about these things that are systematically defined as such and such gems. "Definitely." Stark nodded, watched the sports car fade away and disappeared, then turned back and walked back to the Abe building, ready to start research. He managed to convince Charlotte to keep the psychic scepter with him for a few more days and lend him to study it. He needs to hurry up. After experiencing the Chitauri incident in New York last time, Stark has always been worried about the Chitauri people. Although Loki confessed that the other party only came for the Tesseract and has no interest in the Earth for the time being, Stark still has a very big heart magic. Therefore, Stark has always wanted to strengthen the power of the Earth, so that the next time the Chitauri stars attack, it will not be so difficult to fight. For example, the Iron Legion he is researching recently, Stark wants to mass-produce his own steel battlesuit. It can be seen that Stark has always demanded to be different and unique. It is the degree of vigilance against advanced civilizations outside the Earth. It is impossible to control such a large number of steel legions with the human brain. Even his artificial intelligence JRVS is far from enough, and JRVS can only control a small part of the steel battlesuit. So Stark needs to recreate a more powerful artificial intelligence. Definitely, this is very difficult. JRVS is already the best artificial intelligence that can be achieved in the current era, and even Stark cannot break this point for the time being. However, when JRVS scanned the Mind Scepter, the data obtained gave Stark new hope. In some respects, the Psychic Scepter actually has something in common with the data code of artificial intelligence, and maybe it could be used as a reference. Okay, don't sleep. JRVS, it's game time. Stark sprinted out of the elevator to his lab and said, Charlotte has only given us a few days to spend with this stick, so we'll make the most of it. Although Stark felt that based on his relationship with Charlotte and explaining the situation of the Iron Legion, if he asked Charlotte to borrow a scepter for a few more days, the other party would definitely lend it to him. But Stark did not want to disclose the research of the Iron Legion for the time being. And these few days, in his opinion, is enough. He, Stark, is a genius. Tell me the results of its structure and composition analysis. Stark admired a mysterious scepter standing upright in front of the research table and being scanned. It was the spiritual school staff. The scepter is of alien origin, including elements that I cannot quantify. So there's still something quantifiable. The gemstone on the scepter is more like a shield protecting the things inside, which are very powerful. At the moment, Stark still doesn't know what kind of thing he is researching and how much disaster will bring in the future. Outside the student apartment near the State University, a sports car slowly stopped. Happy, thanks for taking me back. Charlotte sat on the car's seat, looked at Happy next to her, and asked, Would you like to come up for a ride? Speaking of which, in the last Mandarin explosion incident, although Happy lay in hospital for more than a month, his life was not in danger, and it was a blessing in disguise that he hooked up with a head nurse, which is really a blessing. No need. The company still has something to do. Happy refused. I am the head of the company's security department now, and the company's security cannot be separated from me. In case of another terrorist attack, he needs to protect the safety of the boss. Although in Charlotte's view, it is not certain who protects whom. That's all right, bye. Charlotte opened the door and got out of the car, said goodbye to Happy, and walked into the apartment. That's weird. What the hell happened to Gwen? Charlotte stood outside the elevator, pressed the button, and waited, while wondering, it's fine if I skip class when school starts today. How could Gwen, a top student, be absent? Is Gwen really just not feeling well? Why doesn't she take time off? On the way, Charlotte had already called Gwen, but she couldn't get through, and the phone was turned off. If MJ had not confirmed that Gwen was at home, he almost thought that Gwen had been kidnapped. Ding! Just as she was thinking, the elevator door opened, and Charlotte walked in directly, but instead of pressing the floor to close the door, she pressed and held the door open button. He heard that there seemed to be someone coming from behind, and out of politeness, Charlotte waited for a while. But Charlotte soon saw a scene he couldn't even imagine, and he felt his eyeballs were about to fall off. Sister, I've said it all. I didn't want to skip class on purpose today, but there are arrangements in my motorcade. After a while, a short-haired young man held a mobile phone in his right hand and a hot girl in his left arm, and stepped into the elevator under Charlotte's dumbfounded eyes. Thanks, buddy. The other party turned his head and thanked Charlotte, then continued to hold the phone and said, I really didn't lie. How could I skip class? Because I went to a nightclub to pick up girls. What? You want to move over to see me? I'm not a kid anymore. Yes, I do have a vacancy in my apartment, but... What? You are coming over tonight. Hey, old lady. Old sister. The short-haired young man put down his phone helplessly and complained secretly. It's over, my old sister is coming over. My ex-life is gone. If his elder sister is allowed to live here, he will not be able to bring his sister back for the night in the future. I'm sorry, beauty. I can't accompany you tonight. The short-haired young man regretfully kissed the hot girl beside him goodbye and watched her leave with a sad face. This was the one he hooked up with great difficulty and was ruined by the old lady who suddenly attacked. Team leader, just when the short-haired young man was in a low mood, a surprised and tentative voice came to his ears. Following his reputation, it was an Asian young man who had just held the door for him. Team leader, the short-haired young man noticed the eyes of the other party as if he had seen a ghost and was stunned, but soon realized, Are you also a fan of our team? However, although my skills are indeed great, but I am not the captain of the team. Definitely, he is confident that he can become the captain soon. The team was founded by his idol, the famous stunt biker Johnny Blazer. What's more coincidental is that they have the same name, so sooner or later he will catch up with his idol. What team? Captain, what are you talking about? Didn't you go back with Barton and the others? Charlotte looked at the short-haired young man in front of her with an incredulous expression on her face, then looked at the hot girl who left and said sadly, "Steve, I didn't expect this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who is usually upright, to play this game. Didn't Captain America say that Child has important things to do? Why did you get a hot girl here? And does Captain America have a sister? Then she's not old-fashioned." Forehead. Hearing what Charlotte said, the short-haired young man was a little confused. "What, Steve? Dude, you got the wrong person. My name is Johnny Stone. But people who know me well in the team call me Human Torch, because my stunt bike is super cool." Johnny? Human Torch? Stunt bike? Charlotte is also confused. Isn't this guy Captain America? A minute later, Charlotte and Johnny walked out of the elevator together shoulder to shoulder, as if they had known each other for a long time. "It turns out that you also live on this floor, and you're still at the opposite door of mine. What a fate." Johnny warmly invited. "Come to my house for a party when you have time. It's rare to have friends and alumni who are so close to each other." Johnny was also a freshman at Empire State University, but an aviation major. "Definitely." Charlotte also patted Johnny on the shoulder and said with a smile, "To be honest, you're much more interesting than my captain. He is too old-fashioned. That guy named Steve, is he really that much like me?" Johnny was a little curious. Just now, Charlotte explained to him why he had misidentified him, because he was very similar to one of Charlotte's friends. "Really super like, exactly the same," Charlotte explained excitedly. "Just now when I saw you and that hot girl walking in, my eyeballs almost popped out. I almost thought I was hallucinating. But take a closer look, it seems that you are younger than him." "No, you should be much younger." Charlotte nodded seriously. "One is a freshman of Empire State University. The other is a living fossil of nearly 100 years. Obviously, the temperament of the two is still different." "Oh, then you must show me next time. I also want to meet this person who looks similar to me." Johnny is also full of interest. He'll always be curious when he hears that someone looks very similar to himself. 0. Seeking flowers 0. "No problem. There's a chance." Charlotte and Johnny waved goodbye and walked towards their apartment, while tossing the phone in their hands, eyes full of teasing. He just secretly took a photo of Johnny and the hot girl kissing goodbye, find a chance to send it to the Avengers teammates to appreciate, and see how they react, especially Captain America. Charlotte is very curious about what kind of expression he will have when he sees these photos. "I'm sure you'll be taken aback. Maybe you can't even hold the shield securely." Charlotte couldn't help giggling in her heart, and took out the key in her hand to open the door. "Hey, what's going on?" Charlotte frowned, looked down at the key that could not be turned, and felt a little puzzled. "The door lock is broken?" "No way." Charlotte turned the key again in disbelief, but when she pushed harder, there was a click. Looking at the broken key in her hand, Charlotte was a little dumbfounded. "It's really evil." Charlotte threw away the broken key in her hand and glanced left and right. "There is no one. Just go in." There was no one else in the aisle, and Johnny had already entered his apartment, so Charlotte activated the skill. Molding. Charlotte's body went straight through the door and into the house. "This is my apartment." Charlotte looked at the chaotic living room and was instantly stunned on the spot. "What's the situation?" "Demolition. I've only been away for more than a day, and it looks like several huskies have followed this apartment." Gwen, are you home?" Charlotte thought of Gwen and hurried into the bedroom, calling to her worriedly. In the silent living room, no one responded to Charlotte's call, and it was so quiet that no one seemed to exist. "Strange, there is no one in the bedroom." Charlotte walked out of the bedroom suspiciously, a little surprised. Didn't MJ say that Gwen was at home? Where did Gwen go? Charlotte thought for a moment and directly used the wicked map. He must find Gwen quickly, in case something happened to her. I read Gwen's name and information in my heart. A red dot appeared on the world map, and it began to enlarge continuously, and finally it was fixed somewhere. "Isn't this an apartment? Gwen is here." Seeing the skill navigation, Charlotte was full of surprise, turned her head and scanned the room a few times, and finally found the target. The navigation red dot is flashing in the direction of the bathroom, which makes Charlotte a little confused. "Gwen, you are home?" Why don't you answer me? Charlotte came to the bathroom, knocked lightly on the door, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you today? MJ said you didn't go to school, and the phone didn't work either." There was a moment of silence in the bathroom. As if it seemed impossible to hide, Gwen shouted loudly, "Charlotte, stay away from me. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." Several capitalized question marks appeared in Charlotte's eyes. "What's the matter?" "Gwen, what are you talking about? I can't understand." Charlotte opened the bathroom door and walked in. For the Seven Lords. As a result, as soon as she entered the door, Charlotte found Gwen squatting in the bathtub alone, with her head buried in her knees, shivering, as if she was afraid of something. "Charlotte, don't you come in." Gwen seemed even more excited when she heard the door open, looked up at Charlotte, trying to stop him from approaching, and shouted anxiously, "I'm sick. It's contagious." Gwen shouted and tried to retreat behind her, but found that she was already in the corner, and there was no way to retreat. "You are really sick." Hearing Gwen's words, Charlotte walked up to her anxiously and said worriedly, "That's no good. I'm going to take you to see a doctor." At the same time, he reached for Gwen's forehead with his right hand, wanting to check her condition. "Do not come." Unexpectedly, Gwen became even more excited, waving her hands wildly, as if trying to prevent Charlotte from approaching. "Gwen, don't be afraid." But Charlotte didn't care. Instead, she knelt down and stretched out her hands, trying to hold Gwen's hands, and comforted her, "I won't hurt you." Before she finished speaking, Gwen's hand passed Charlotte's and accidentally patted his chest. Boom! Charlotte only felt that she was hit by a fast-moving car where she was photographed by Gwen. Her chest felt tight, and she flew upside down, smashed out of the bathroom, and drifted in the living room. Finally, Charlotte fell to the ground, looked at the ceiling of her house, and began to doubt her life. What the hell? Was he shot by Captain America just now? Charlotte! Charlotte! In the bathtub, Gwen was also sluggish for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly stood up and chased out of the bathroom. Coming to the living room, Gwen saw Charlotte lying on the ground and wanted to step forward to care, but then remembered something and stopped daring to approach Charlotte. Song asked from a distance, "Are you okay, Charlotte?" Cough, cough, cough. Charlotte coughed a few times, stood up while covering her oppressed chest, grinned at Gwen, and asked, "Gwen, why are you so strong? Did you take the dolly pill?" If it wasn't for his physical fitness being strengthened by the gun-fighting technique, what happened just now would probably be enough for ordinary people to lie in a hospital for several months. "Charlotte, I'm glad you're okay." Seeing Charlotte standing up by herself, Gwen couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, but her expression instantly became depressed again. She sat down on the floor and said a loss. "I don't know. I just woke up like this today." As soon as Gwen returned to the apartment last night, she fell asleep on the sofa in the living room. As a result, Gwen not only slept until this afternoon and missed the start of school, but when she was anxious to rush to school, she broke the door handle and locked herself in the house. She wanted to call the property owner, but she broke her mobile phone, unable to communicate with the outside world, and was completely locked here. During this period, Gwen wanted to eat and drink, but accidentally dismantled the kitchen and refrigerator. At this time, Gwen realized the seriousness of the matter. She found that her strength was so great that she couldn't adapt to it for a while, so she didn't dare to go out even more. However, even if he stayed in the apartment honestly, he would be dismantled wherever he went, and finally Gwen hid in the bathroom helplessly. Half an hour later, in the silent living room, Charlotte and Gwen sat on the floor in silence. "You mean you have a super ability?" Charlotte waited a long time before choking out a word. "Yes, remember my project? Using radioactive light to alter the genes of spiders." Gwen nodded and said, "I succeeded last night, but I was so happy that I was accidentally bitten by that spider. As a result, I was mutated when I came back, and my super ability must be related to that spider." Speaking of this, Gwen carefully raised her head to look at Charlotte's tangled expression, then lowered her head again and asked softly, "Charlotte, will you leave me?" What if Charlotte can't accept her mutation? Leave? How come? Hearing Gwen's worried words, Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, and then comforted, "I was just thinking about why spiders are so easy to mutate people, Should I try to become the third one? The third? What do you mean? Gwen was at a loss and didn't know why. You are not the first to be bitten by a spider and mutate, Charlotte said with a wry smile. Peter disappeared at night because he was bitten by a super spider and gained super abilities, so he wouldn't fight alone. Charlotte explained the situation at the time, and he saw Gwen's uneasiness, and maybe having the same situation and examples would make her feel more at ease. Unexpectedly, Peter is also a super ability user. Gwen suddenly realized, no wonder MJ always said recently that she feels that Peter is more confident and no longer as timid as before. There is actually a super ability user among her friends. I really didn't expect it. It's not just Peter. I'm also a super ability user. Charlotte thought about it and decided to confess. Charlotte didn't mention her ability to Gwen before. After all, Gwen's worry is not unique to her. Most ordinary 3.1 people have a hard time accepting that their friend around them are super ability users. Charlotte is also worried about this issue. What? Charlotte, you are also a super ability. Gwen raised her head instantly. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She didn't have much contact with Peter, and she didn't find out that the other party's superpower status was justifiable. But Charlotte, who she had been with for so long, was actually a superpower. This is incredible. Definitely, I am a magician, Charlotte said triumphantly. And I'm still an Avenger, and I just came back from my mission today. Avenger? Charlotte, you are the Avenger. Gwen lost her composure instantly. Avenger? The legendary Avenger who saved the world. So, don't think that your situation is special. Charlotte smiled and comforted. I've seen a lot of people with super abilities, not as few as you imagined. Although the situation of most super ability users is indeed a bit bad. I heard that SHIELD is busy rebuilding now, and there are loopholes in the defense, which has caused many weak super ability users on the Superman list to be hunted and killed by some evil organizations or become experimental guinea pigs. However, the mutations of the magician and me are still different. Gwen was still a little worried. This kind of genetic mutation, no one knows whether the situation is good or bad. Maybe there will be some harm in the future. As a top student, Gwen understands very well that forcibly changing the genes of human beings is likely to cause irreversible situations, and there's a high probability that it will be a bad result. Okay, since you're worried, let's get an expert to check it out for you. Charlotte thought about it and felt that Gwen's worry was not unreasonable. So Charlotte stretched out her right hand and, under Gwen's puzzled eyes, began to press the invisible camouflage watch on her wrist. He knew where there were experts on biology. After a while, the communication was connected, and a 25 or 6-year-old black-haired ponytail woman in a white coat appeared on the light curtain, which startled Gwen. 08 Hush. Charlotte put her finger next to her lips, signaling Gwen not to speak, and turned to look at him. Simmons, long time no see. Simmons, the biology expert of Phil Coulson's team, and Fitz, another mechanical expert, are known as the most capable genius scientist partner in S.H.I.E.L.D. Charlotte, long time no see, just now Fitz was complaining about not seeing you for a while. Simmons greeted Charlotte with the same kindness and acquaintance. Although Charlotte has not performed many missions with them, she is considered as the earliest batch of teammates. Even now that Phil Coulson's team has expanded a lot of members, the relationship between Charlotte and the team is still very good, and Aunt May and Skye naturally don't say much. As for Simmons and Fitz, maybe because of the characteristics of genius scientists, the topics they usually talk about are difficult for ordinary people to understand, and they're not interested in listening to them. So they don't have many friends, but they just get along with Charlotte and Skye. Come, then he will see me soon. Charlotte smiled, returned to the topic, and said, Simmons, I have something to trouble you with. Is it convenient to come to you now? Are you coming here now? Hearing Charlotte's words, Simmons was taken aback for a moment. With some hesitation, his eyes swept away in a direction that he couldn't see, as if he was asking for someone's opinion. What's wrong? Charlotte asked a little strangely. Isn't it convenient for you now? Is she and Fitz dating? No way, Fitz has a clue. Seeming to have someone's consent, Simmons hurriedly said, It's not inconvenient. You can come here any time. After a pause, Simmons continued to ask, Charlotte, what can you do with me? Is such that. Charlotte didn't think much about it and continued, I have two friends who have mutated and obtained super abilities, so I want you, an expert, to help check it out. Charlotte thought, anyway, it needs to be checked, so she might as well call Peter. Maybe two identical cases can be better tested. However, Simmons was a little uneasy when he heard what was going on with Charlotte. What? Charlotte, someone from you has mutated and gained a super ability. Simmons' exclamation made Charlotte catch the key word in an instant and asked suspiciously, also, are there any mutations on your side? Simmons realized that he had slipped his mouth, so he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. Simmons, is there something you're hiding from me? Charlotte narrowed her eyes and asked, who was next to you? He felt that Simmons was a bit weird from just now, and his eyes often looked aside inadvertently, as if someone was giving her some instructions. Forehead. Charlotte's questioning made Simmons look aside helplessly, as if he wanted to get help. Simmons, you. Hey, Charlotte, long time no see. Just when Charlotte wanted to ask again, a familiar figure suddenly jumped in front of the light screen and greeted him. Sky. Charlotte was surprised. You're here too? Then why didn't you come out just now? What the hell are you doing? It's nothing, Charlotte. Didn't you say you would come over? Sky laughed and said, it just so happens that I have a surprise to tell you too. Sky wanted to tell Charlotte the good news in person, and she was so excited right now. Surprise? What surprise? Before Charlotte could ask for an exit, the light curtain suddenly disappeared and the communication was cut off. Damn, why is this girl, Sky, so mysterious? Charlotte took back her watch with a helpless expression on her face. Simmons and Sky were a bit weird, and they always felt that they were doing something big. Forget it, leave them alone. Give Peter a call him out, and go there together. Just when Charlotte was about to take out her phone to call Peter, Gwen asked sourly, Charlotte, who is she? Gwen has never met Sky, nor does she know of Sky's existence. Her name is Sky. She was my sister for a while. The careless Charlotte didn't understand Gwen's tone, but dialed Peter's number while explaining. Sky is an orphan from an orphanage and has been looking for his parents. And she checked 430 and found out that it was my parents who sent her to the orphanage more than 20 years ago. So she mistakenly thought I was her younger brother, but after identification, it was discovered that it was a misunderstanding. Later, I found out that sending her to the orphanage was only the task of my parents. Your parents' mission? Gwen was a little puzzled. Didn't Charlotte's parents both die long ago? Oh, my parents used to be agents of SHIELD, and SHIELD is an agent organization. Charlotte continued to explain. Now, I'm also an agent of SHIELD, and Simmons just now is also a biology expert of S.H.I.E.L.D. And Sky is also an agent of SHIELD. She is still recommended by me to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of this, Charlotte is still a little proud. Hill has a very high evaluation of Sky and has the potential to become a team leader. If it weren't for Phil Coulson's persistent refusal to let her go, Hill even wanted to bring Sky by his side to hone and train her to become the next one. You know, before Hill became S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he was the commander of SHIELD and a close friend of Fury. In that case, Sky might be the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gwen squinted her eyes, and the woman's intuition made her feel that this Sky was a little threatening, just like Alicia. In the SHIELD branch, the deck above the base slowly flipped open, and a Quinjet fighter landed from the outside and landed smoothly on the central apron. The rear hatch opened, and 3 young men, 2 men and 1 woman, stepped out of the plane. It was Charlotte, Gwen, and Peter who had been called over. Wow, Charlotte, it's my first time flying a fighter jet. No, it should be my first time flying a plane. When Peter got off the plane, he was very excited. This was his first time riding something that could fly. Calm down, Peter. Charlotte rolled her eyes and said, you are also a super ability user and Spider-Man. Don't make a fuss. Charlotte had nothing to do on the plane just now, so she chatted with Peter and learned that he has been using his super ability to fight criminals recently, and even got the name of Spider-Man in a few blocks. Charlotte, how do people from SHIELD get along? Different from Peter's excitement, Gwen was a little nervous. For such a mysterious department, it is inevitable for ordinary people to be nervous. Definitely, The exception is the rough-and-tumble Charlotte, a guy who can talk to people in jail. What are you afraid of, Pain One? Before Charlotte could comfort Gwen, Peter interjected nonchalantly. With Charlotte here, this SHIELD will not do anything to us. Wow, that fighter plane looks so high-tech. What kind of technology does it use? Peter was attracted by a large Quinjet fighter in the distance, and he wanted to go over with interest. It was the original base of Phil Coulson's team. Super ability has a great impact on Peter, and Charlotte obviously feels that Peter is much more cheerful than before. No wonder MJ said that Peter is getting more and more confident. Peter, don't run around, they are coming. Charlotte noticed a group of people walking in the distance, quickly grabbed Peter, turned her head, and continued to comfort Gwen. Don't be nervous. I will come to communicate with them later. You just follow me. Charlotte, here you come. Several agents stood still not far away, and only one gentle and elegant middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward to greet Charlotte. It was Phil Coulson. Charlotte is the consultant of their team. As soon as he heard that he was coming, Phil Coulson immediately came out to meet him in person. Hey, long time no see, Captain Phil Coulson, oh. Charlotte slapped her head and changed her words. It should be Minister Phil Coulson now. Phil Coulson's team has now become an independent department. Although it is far smaller than other departments of SHIELD in scale, it has only expanded a few core members and deployed some logistics personnel. But Phil Coulson's team is the top in SHIELD in terms of treatment funds, because they usually perform the most dangerous special missions in SHIELD except the Avengers, and often need to deal with superpower incidents. Charlotte, stop teasing me. Phil Coulson smiled wryly. At the beginning, managing a small team was enough for me, but now I'm exhausted in a single department. He found that maybe it was because he was so easy to talk, but the team members under him were always able to make some big things happen. Stop pretending. I don't know your ability yet. Charlotte waved her hand and said contemptuously, at the beginning, Fury wanted you to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but now you are tired of only letting you manage one department? I will pass on your words to Sister Hill. If it wasn't for the sequelae of Phil Coulson's Tahiti project and some mental abnormalities, Fury would have given him the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. It can be seen that Phil Coulson's leadership ability is also very powerful and has been recognized by Fury. Is that Charlotte, the consultant from our department? Not far away, a tall blonde female agent looked at Charlotte, who was reminiscing with her minister, and said curiously, I've been hearing about him from Skye and the others, but I didn't expect him to be so young. She originally thought that Charlotte should be about the same age as Skye and Fitz, but she was younger than she thought. What? You've got your eye on him, Barbara? A short-haired man taunted with jealousy. That's right, you like to hook up with these handsome young men. I can't believe why I married a woman like you in the first place, and my wife is an agent of SHIELD. First, you are now an agent of SHIELD. The blonde agent Barbara curled her lips and looked at the other party with contempt. Secondly, my old lady has already divorced you, Lance. I wouldn't be in SHIELD if I knew you recommended me to Phil Coulson and you'd be on the team. The short-haired man, Lance, said a little excitedly, and I proposed the divorce at the beginning. Then you quit now. I didn't stop you. Barbara was still very contemptuous, and argued by the way. Also, the divorce was obviously initiated by me. The two began to stare at each other viciously, and finally they both snorted and turned their heads away from each other. I heard from Skye that advisor Charlotte is still a student at Empire State, so she naturally looks young. A burly black man looked helplessly at Barbara and Lance, and changed the subject, but Skye also said that consultant Charlotte is an Avenger. Alfonso knew his two friends too well. It was the kind of situation where they quarreled and fought cold wars over trivial matters from time to time, and rekindled old feelings from time to time. He was used to it, and maybe they would stick together again in a few days. Avenger. Barbara licked her lips suddenly and charmingly, and said with interest, maybe I can ask consultant Charlotte to introduce Thor to me. I want Lise to have a good confession with this strong god sins of. As he spoke, he looked triumphantly at Lance beside him. You. Lance's eyes widened in an instant, The anger in his chest exploded, and finally he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Alas, Alfonso sighed secretly. He suddenly found that it was really difficult for these two friends. When the two quarreled with each other, he was caught in the middle of all kinds of embarrassment. When the two showed their affection, he would be stuffed with dog food again. Soon, though, Alfonso was rescued from embarrassment. Okay, stop arguing. Alfonso quickly reminded the two friends. Minister Phil Coulson and consultant Charlotte are here. Charlotte and Phil Coulson seemed to be finishing up and walking towards them. Charlotte, let me introduce. These are the core members of the team recently expanded. Phil Coulson led Charlotte and the others to Barbara, Lance, and Alfonso, and introduced, "This is Barbara Morse. She is currently the strongest combat agent in our team and a very powerful female agent. Barbara is an agent that Phil Coulson trusts very much because she used to be a special secret agent team under Fury, codenamed Agent 19. Hello, Barbara." Charlotte smiled and held out her right hand for a handshake. "Hello. I often hear Sky mentioning you, Consultant Charlotte." Barbara shook hands with Charlotte and said modestly, "Captain Phil Coulson is joking. Our team also has the famous Iron Cavalry. Senior Melinda has always been my target. The most famous female agents in SHIELD are Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Iron Rider Melinda. They are now the target of every female agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. Aunt May doesn't work outside the office, at least in name, so Phil Coulson's praise is not wrong. Melinda's position in Phil Coulson's team is still just a fighter pilot. However, in this team where two researchers, Fitz and Simmons, are on the field, Melinda's absence from the field is only in name, and she has to run around with Phil Coulson. This is Alfonso, 570 McKenzie, an excellent mechanic who is now Fitz's assistant, but his combat ability is also acceptable. Phil Coulson pointed to the strong black man next to Barbara and introduced, also, Alfonso's leader ability is also good. He once led other agents to resist during the Hydra undercover attack and successfully recapture the base. Amazing. Charlotte is full of admiration. This is a strong man. You must know that except for the United States, which is covered by the Insight Project, the SHIELD branches of other countries are basically occupied. They are either occupied by HYDRA, or they blew up the base, destroyed the data, and died together with HYDRA. Hello, Consultant Charlotte. Alfonso smiled gently. I often hear Fitz and Sky mentioning you. This is Lance Hunter. Phil Coulson continued to introduce. He just joined SHIELD not long ago. He used to be a mercenary, and his combat ability is also very good. Hello, Consultant Charlotte. Lance and Charlotte nodded friendly. He is a man who knows right from wrong. This is his problem with his ex-wife, not Charlotte. Hello. Charlotte also nodded to Lance, and at the same time said curiously, as for mercenaries, why would you want to be a SHIELD agent? While mercenaries are dangerous, SHIELD isn't much better, especially Phil Coulson's squad, a department that deals with psychic events on a daily basis. Tricked in by a vicious woman. Lance snorted coldly and stared at Barbara, who was on the side. Vicious woman? What do you mean? Charlotte was a little confused, not knowing what Lance was talking about. Consultant Charlotte, be careful when you find a girlfriend in the future. My advice to you as a victim. Lance had an expression on his face and said earnestly, some women are the same before marriage, as sexy and romantic as a little wild cat, but they are different after marriage, as unreasonable as a crazy cat. Charlotte is even more confused. What the hell is this, Lance? A family resentment? When did SHIELD have such low income conditions? Cough, cough, cough. Phil Coulson and the others hurriedly coughed a few times, interrupted Lance to change the subject, and said, Charlotte, Simmons and the others are ready in a laboratory. Let's take your friends there for testing first. Whenever Barbara was out on missions, Lance would be in the squad telling them stories about his evil lunatic ex-wife. But the family scandal should not be exposed. Definitely. The outsider they are referring to is not Charlotte, but Gwen and Peter. Yes, this matter is important. Charlotte also quickly nodded in agreement, feeling a little cold in Gwen's eyes behind him. By the way, Phil Coulson, what have you been up to lately? Charlotte walked beside Phil Coulson and said curiously, "When I was talking to Simmons just now, I felt that she and Skye were mysterious. She also said that she had some surprises to tell me. You know what Skye means by surprise?" Surprise. Phil Coulson was a little confused, but soon his eyes lit up, and he said hesitantly, "Is that the thing?" "You know." Seeing that Coulson seemed to know, Charlotte hurriedly asked, "What kind of surprise is that? If it's really that surprise, let Skye tell you in person." Phil Coulson thought he understood Skye's so-called surprise and began to laugh mysteriously. "What the hell? Everyone is mysterious." Charlotte curled her lips and walked beside Phil Coulson helplessly, but the curiosity in her heart was really aroused. After a while, Charlotte and the others came to the laboratory. Simmons, Fitz, and Skye stood outside the door, waiting for Charlotte and the others. "Charlotte, you go there first. I still need to study the mission." "Okay, you go and do your work." After Phil Coulson brought Charlotte to the laboratory, he turned and left. As a minister now, he is very busy. Many things need to be dealt with by him. "Simmons, I heard that you have become the director of the laboratory. Congratulations." Charlotte and Simmons greeted each other, then turned their heads and raised eyebrows at Fitz and said, "How about it, Fitz? How are you and Simmons doing recently?" "Woo, woo, woo." Before she finished speaking, Fitz covered Charlotte's mouth in a hurry. Charlotte was just asking how her stun gun improvements are going. Fitz glanced at Simmons nervously, feeling a little guilty. "I don't have much time to study that recently, so the progress has slowed down a lot." Simmons just smiled, then looked at Peter and Gwen and said, "Come in, you too. Don't be nervous. I need to draw blood for you first, and then start various tests." Peter and Gwen looked at Charlotte, got the others' reassuring eyes, and followed C into the laboratory. "Fitz, you're suffocating me." Charlotte tore off the other's palm and began to take a big breath. "Sorry, Charlotte, I didn't mean to." Fitz quickly apologized and said in a low voice, "I haven't confessed my love to Simmons yet." Charlotte was speechless and said with a face full of contempt, "I've been away for so long, and you haven't made a move yet? I'm mainly afraid that after being rejected by Simmons, I won't even have to be friends." Fitz said anxiously, "She and I are more like partners." This time it's not just Charlotte, but Sparbara Lance on the other side is full of contempt. Is there anyone in this team who can't see the relationship between him and Simmons? It's just that the two of them have never broken the window paper. "Forget it, what do you like?" Charlotte ignored Fitz, turned to look at Skye and said, "Skye, didn't you say you have a surprise to tell me? Now that I'm here, you can tell me. You come with me. I'll tell you alone." As soon as this was mentioned, Skye was very excited and immediately dragged Charlotte to the next room. What the hell is so mysterious? Charlotte watched Skye closing the door stealthily and couldn't help being speechless. Definitely, except for Simmons, the rest of the team doesn't know about this surprise yet. Skye repeatedly checked that there was no one else in the room and then returned to Charlotte. The joy on his face could no longer be suppressed, and he spit out a sentence which shocked Charlotte. "Charlotte, I have mutated, and I also have super abilities." "You also have a super ability?" Charlotte was dumbfounded, looking at Skye in disbelief. Is mutation popular this year? Why are all of them starting to have super abilities? "Yes, I also have a super ability, and it's very strong." Skye glanced around, wanting to demonstrate to Charlotte. "Charlotte, look at that chair." "Chair." Under Charlotte's puzzled eyes, Skepin raised his hands, pointed his palms at a chair 3 meters away, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a strange sound sounded in Charlotte's ears, seemingly absent. At the same time, the chair seemed to be hit by something, and it fell apart and fell apart. Is this shockwave? Although Skye's attack was very fast, Charlotte's eyes caught something, and a wave of twisting, looming, hit the chair. "That's right, it's shockwaves." Hearing that Charlotte guessed it, Skye said even more excitedly, "I found that I can make things vibrate, just like I made the air vibrate just now." And Simmons told Skye that Skye's ability has been tested by her, so it should be far more than that. Every object in the world is originally vibrating according to its own frequency. Simmons believes that Sky can learn to perceive the frequencies around him and resonate with them, or change their vibration frequency. All in all, this is an extremely powerful super ability with a very high upper limit. You must know that the human heart is also constantly vibrating according to its own frequency. Definitely, the current Sky still can't be so accurate. It is already very difficult for her to ensure that the vibration does not hurt herself. Amazing. Charlotte looked at the triumphant Sky. Surprise flashed in her eyes. How did you get the super ability? Was it also bitten by a super spider? Vibrating spider? If Sky answered yes, then Charlotte should really consider whether she should also be bitten by a spider. Spider? What are you talking about? Charlotte. Sky was a little confused, but quickly ignored it and began to excitedly explain the reason for his super ability. Our team has been recovering 084 items lost by SHILD recently, and my super ability is because of one of them. It turned out that Sky and the others investigated the whereabouts of a missing 084 item, the obelisk. This is also the first 084 item in the history of SHILD, which was seized and sealed from Hydra by Director Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. In SHIELD's database, this is a very deadly item, because anyone who directly touches it will be petrified into a sculpture. Sky and the others found that not only their SHIELD was staring at the obelisk, but there seemed to be a mysterious force intervening in it, wanting to get the obelisk. After investigation by Phil Coulson's team, they were surprised to find that the leader of this force is Whitehall of Hydra, the officer under Red Skull who was personally arrested by Chief Carter. It seems reasonable that Whitehall would stare at the obelisk, because Director Carter seized the obelisk from him back then. According to the data, Whitehall has been using the obelisk to conduct human experiments, killing a large number of humans. He was imprisoned for nearly 50 years because of this, until he reported his death 20 years ago. Now it seems that Whitehall should have just suspended animation, and he himself was rescued by Hydra, who infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. However, what surprised Sky and the others was that when a figure from nearly 70 years ago appeared in front of them, he was Whitehall in his prime. They even suspected that the other party was just a descendant of Whitehall. We later found out that Whitehall took the obelisk to an ancient underground city that SHIELD was investigating. Ancient underground city? Charlotte interrupted Sky and asked curiously, "What is that?" "Oh, that underground city was discovered by Phil Coulson." Sky quickly explained, "Do you still remember Phil Coulson's mental disorder not long ago?" "I remember the aftermath of the Tahiti project. Phil Coulson would always draw some inexplicable symbols uncontrollably." "True, but when Phil Coulson finishes all his drawings, he'll be insane," Sky said mysteriously. "And we found that those are not symbols at all, but a map leading to that underground city." City map. Charlotte was taken aback for a moment and asked doubtfully, could it be that the underground city belongs to aliens? 0. Seeking flowers. Phil Coulson drew the map because he was injected with blood drugs from alien corpses. Maybe SHIELD is still investigating. Then why did Whitehall take the obelisk to that underground city? Charlotte brought the topic back to the topic and asked suspiciously, could it be that the obelisk is also an alien item? And is your super ability obtained there? I don't know if the obelisk is an alien object, but SHIELD's analysis of the obelisk is incomplete. Sky continued, because when I touched the obelisk, it didn't petrify me, but gave off a strange light. My father said I was special as my mother, that the things in the obelisk could awakening the ability of people like us, and that city could unlock the obelisk. Wait, what did you just say? Charlotte listened, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Surprise flashed in her eyes. Did I hear correctly? Your father? Isn't Sky an orphan? Could it be? Yes, my father. A hint of excitement appeared on Sky's face again, and he grabbed Charlotte's arm and shouted, Charlotte, I found my father. Congratulations, Sky. Charlotte smiled sincerely. Charlotte was really happy for Sky to find her father. Family reunion has always been Sky's dream. But my mother, Speaking of this, Sky was a little sad again. Her father told her that her mother was captured by Whitehall, who used the obelisk to detect her identity as a superpower and was finally dissected by the other party, stealing part of the ability to rejuvenate. That's why her father wanted revenge. He concealed his identity and mixed into Hydra, deliberately told Whitehall part of the obelisk's secrets, and lied to the other party that even ordinary people can use the obelisk awakening super ability in that city. In fact, when the obelisk is opened, even if ordinary people do not touch the obelisk, they will be shrouded in blue mist and finally petrified. Only special people like Sky can be spared an awakening super ability. What about your father? Where is he? Charlotte felt that Sky was in a low mood, so she quickly changed the subject, jokingly said, I have helped raise his daughter for a while. It's time to ask him for alimony. You know, I almost went bankrupt when I raised you for more than a month. Umph. You speak as if I can eat very much. Sure enough, Sky was distracted, rolled his cute eyes, and explained, My father has left temporarily, saying that he is going to contact my mother's original organization. He said that there are people as special as me, and I hope I can go there to get protection. People with super abilities are still not popular in the eyes of most ordinary people, and there are still many peeps and orders from evil organizers. Especially after what happened to Sky's mother, Sky's father hoped that Sky would return to a safe organization, where she belonged. Your mother's organization? Yes. Sky recalled it for a while, and said, Listen to my 553 father. It seems to be called Afterlife. It is a place isolated from the world, and it is a shelter specially provided for us Inhumans. According to her father, Erin is a superpower who is descended from blood, more like an independent race. The best way to detect Inhumans is the blue crystal in the obelisk, also known as the Terrigen crystal. It's not that the Inhumans can't pass the test of the Terrigen crystal at all, but will be petrified instead. The reason why aliens are awakening is entirely due to their ability hidden in their genes, and Terrigen crystals can induce this gene and make it awakening. Afterlife. Stranger. Charlotte inexplicably felt that these two words were very familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and the memories of the day came to mind. The Chun-Howard incident. The first mission of Charlotte and Phil Coulson's team was to find Chun-Howard, a fire-type super ability man kidnapped by the Centipede organization. Stranger. Speaking of the Chun-Howard incident, I am not the only one who went to the underground city awakening this time. Hearing Charlotte's exclamation, Sky also remembered something and added, Do you still remember the woman who kidnapped Chun-Howard, Lena? She is also an Inhuman, and she awakened the super ability with me. But this time, she was run away by the other party. Let's talk about that later. Charlotte didn't pay attention to that, Lena, but frowned at Sky and asked, Then what do you mean? Are you planning to go back to the afterlife? Is Sky going to leave SHIELD and return to that afterlife that is isolated from the world? Although the afterlife looks harmless to humans and animals, Charlotte always feels that it is not that simple. I'll go back and have a look, but not for long. Sky shook his head and continued, I like life here at S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't want to leave here. Sky is very comfortable with life as a SHIELD agent. She loves adventure and secrets. More importantly, Charlotte is still here. So, when the time comes for my father to contact me, Sky looked at Charlotte with some anticipation. Can you accompany me back? Definitely can. Charlotte smiled and teased. If they don't let you go, I must bring you back safely. Coincidentally, Charlotte is also full of curiosity about this afterlife. Is it really that simple for a super organization just to avoid the secular world? By the way, besides Simmons, does anyone else in the team know about your super ability? Charlotte started asking about other things, and he suddenly remembered a plan that Fury had mentioned, and if Charlotte remembered correctly, the executor of that plan seemed to be Phil Coulson. I haven't told them yet. Sky hurriedly said, They all thought I wanted to tell you about the surprise, but I found my father. But Sky didn't deliberately hide what they meant from Phil Coulson. She just wanted to share the good news with Charlotte first. If Simmons hadn't happened to discover Sky's mutation during the physical examination, Charlotte would be the first person she wanted to share the surprise with. "Oh, I think you can talk to Phil Coulson sooner. Maybe you can become a team leader." Sky's leadership ability is not only seen by Hill. Phil Coulson can also see it. "Leader? What do you mean?" Sky was puzzled by Charlotte's words. "Ask Phil Coulson. He's the man behind the plan." Charlotte smiled mysteriously. Although Phil Coulson probably hasn't started to implement the plan, after all, it can't be carried out with funds. "Charlotte, why are you so secretive?" The curiosity in Sky's heart was aroused. He hugged Charlotte's arm and kept shaking it, and said coquettishly, "Tell me quickly, Charlotte. Tell me." Okay, I'll tell you." In the end, Charlotte couldn't stand Sky's coquetry and surrendered. "Sky, you know Avengers?" "Avengers? I know. Chon Luo, you were 10 Avengers." Sky was taken aback and said a little strangely, "Why did you mention Avengers? Could it be that the team leader you were talking about is becoming the captain of Avengers?" Surprise appeared on Sky's face. How is it possible? How could she become the leader of the Avengers? However, if he can really become the captain of the Avengers, does that mean that Charlotte will also obey her orders? Thinking of this, Sky giggled silly. Hey, what are you doing hitting my head?" Sky suddenly let out a cry of pain, covered his head, and looked at Charlotte dissatisfied. "What do you think? You still want to be the captain of Avengers?" Charlotte withdrew the knife in her hand and rolled her eyes. "It's not even my turn yet." "Then why did you mention Avengers?" "This is very misleading. I mean, SHILD intends to set up another super ability team besides Avengers." Charlotte found a chair and sat down, slowly explaining to Sky. Although Fury retired, in fact, he was still worrying about SHILD's affairs, especially now that there are more and more superpower events on the Earth. So Fury turned over a long-ago plan. To be precise, it is not an independent plan, but a follow-up to the Avengers plan. Young Avengers. The existence of Avengers was originally established by SHILD to resist the advanced alien civilization outside the Earth. Charlotte heard from Fury that the Avengers actually had a female member long before Captain America, Stark, and the others. It was she who made Fury see the existence of aliens for the first time, so there was the prototype of the Avengers plan, and even the team name of 2.7 Avengers came from the code name of the fighter she was flying. It's just that now she is busy saving the weak alien races in the universe, and she is not on the Earth. Back to the topic, Young Avengers was established on the one hand to deal with more and more superpower incidents on the Earth. After all, superpower events are also divided into file sizes. It is impossible for Avengers to go there in person for any small event. It will kill them, Avengers. On the other hand, Young Avengers will be the talent training base for Avengers. Young Avengers can get exercise and grow by dealing with relatively simple superpower events. When the Avengers members need to retire, they can directly recruit people from the Young Avengers team. And the Phil Coulson team was defined as the management department of Young Avengers from the beginning. By the time Charlotte and Sky returned to the laboratory, Gwen and Peter's inspection had been roughly completed, and a part of the result report had come out. "Charlotte, here are some test reports from 2 of your friends." Simmons took 2 test reports and handed them to Charlotte, but Charlotte handed them to Gwen and Peter, and he couldn't understand these advanced data. "Just tell me what's going on with them." "I heard from you at the beginning that both of them were bitten and mutated by genetic spiders. I thought it was the same situation." Simmons casually opened the projection light curtain on the side, showed 2 comparison charts, and continued. "In fact, the situation of Gwen and Peter is still very different. I bet it wasn't the same super spider that bit them." Speaking of his field, Simmons seemed very confident. "That's right, it's not the same one." Charlotte nodded, agreeing with Simmons. The one that bit Peter was a gene spider at a science fair. It is said that 08 is a super spider bred with the good genes of different spiders. The one that bit Gwen was an ordinary spider, but its genes were mutated by the radiation. Super spiders and their genes are combined with a very small probability, and their genes are strengthened, as if the genes of the 2 super spiders are naturally matched for them. Simmons went on to explain for Charlotte. If you swap their spiders for each other, they would both be dead by now, so their mutation is definitely not reproducible. Speaking of this, Simmons couldn't believe it. The probability of this kind of mutation can be said to be very small, but there are 2 successful cases in a row. Is it a miracle? Is it so dangerous? The 3 of Charlotte looked at each other in fear. Then is our mutation benign or malignant? Gwen asked hurriedly. She is more concerned about this issue now. Because your genetic mutation is still going on, so I can't be sure until the end. Simmons picked up a report and opened it. Looking at the data on it, he explained, but at present, it seems that your mutations are all biased towards benign, and the genes of super spiders have not replaced your human genes, but are assisting the strengthening. Especially Gwen, her mutation is very mild. Although she is slightly inferior to Peter in terms of ability, it is basically impossible to transform into a vicious one. Gwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't turn into a spider monster anymore. Only Peter was a little bit pained, and the first half of Simmons's words reassured him. But why did he use him to compare with Gwen later? Peter inexplicably felt that his situation was not so good. Gwen, although your problem is not serious, given your current situation, it's not easy to get in touch with people casually for the time being. Charlotte suggested, stay here recently, familiarize yourself with your abilities, and I will ask you for leave from the school. Phil Coulson's team has the facilities and experience to deal with super abilities, and Gwen can get familiar with his abilities faster by staying here. As for Peter, he was in a much better situation than Gwen at the time. I heard that he just dismantled an alarm clock, a doorknob, and a sink, and he has already adapted, so there is no need to stay. Gwen thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Jean-Louis' suggestion. Although Gwen can barely control her strength now, at least she won't be dismantled wherever she goes, but she still tends to lose control when she is emotional, and it will be bad if she hurts someone at school. Gwen, this is Sky. Let's get to know each other. Now that the matter is settled, Charlotte began to formally introduce everyone. Peter, this is Fitz, a mechanical genius. You can exchange technology with him. Charlotte has her own ideas. Not surprisingly, Sky will be the captain of Young Avengers, and Phil Coulson's team will also be the management training department of Young Avengers. Young Avengers. Again, people with super abilities are not as beautiful as imagined, and most of them are disadvantaged groups. Newcomers like Gwen and Peter, who have just entered the world of superpowers, can easily be targeted by people or organizations with malicious intentions if they don't have a strong background. Even the governments of many countries are eyeing the super ability people. If there is no SHIELD who has been coordinating among them, I am afraid that a series of measures have been taken against the super ability people. When Charlotte accepted the invitation to join the Avengers, she also had this consideration in mind. Hello, Gwen. My name is Sky, and I often hear Charlotte mentioning you. Sky stretched out her hand generously, wanting to shake hands with Gwen. This was the first time she met Gwen. Hi, Sky. Gwen squinted her eyes, stretched out her hand, and responded, I also heard Charlotte mention you. Thanks to you for taking care of my family Charlotte that month. Charlotte on the side scratched her head. Although Gwen and Sky were smiling, why did he always feel that the atmosphere was not right? But Peter and Fitz on the side are quite normal. They're working together to study Peter's web shooters. I've never seen this kind of cobweb material, but it's so elastic and viscous. As a genius mechanical expert of SHIELD, there are actually materials he has never seen before. Fitz usually even needs to study alien materials. Definitely, this is a new type of material developed by myself, which is unique to me. Peter was a little triumphant, but soon asked humbly, I think my web shooters can be improved on 917, and its launch distance is still not ideal. Peter and Fitz had a simple exchange just now, and found that this mechanical genius really lived up to his reputation. In terms of mechanics, Peter felt that he was not even an amateur in front of him. Maybe you could try the launcher of the ionized air cannon. Its pressurized launch function is the most advanced in the current shield. While researching web shooters, Fitz makes a suggestion. It can even make your web shooters smaller. Ionizing air cannon. That's a piece of equipment from SHIELD, and the technology is not allowed to leak out. Hearing this, Peter was a little disappointed, but Fitz's next words quickly made him excited. But you are very lucky because its inventor is right in front of your eyes. If we just exchange ideas, this does not violate the rules of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coincidentally, he is also very interested in Peter's new cobweb material. If this material can be used in his future research and invention, it can solve many technical problems for him. Great! Two like-minded technical geeks began to talk about a lot of professional terms, and Charlotte, who listened closely, was at a loss. Her eyes were dimmed. It was too profound. On the other side, Stark building, Stark and Dr. Banner walked into the laboratory side by side. Dr. Banner is now working in Stark Company and continues to do research. He wants to understand the guy in his body, and Stark has established a laboratory for him and provided research funding. That's a psychic scepter? As soon as Dr. Banner entered the door, he saw the scepter on the test bench for the first time, with surprise on his face. Isn't it handed over to Charlotte? The Avengers thought Charlotte had brought it back to Kamartaj for safekeeping. I asked Charlotte to borrow it for a while. Stark explained, I've been wondering, how can Stark be so creative? So I've been analyzing the gems inside the scepter. The gem inside? Dr. Banner is confused. Yeah, I found that gemstone to be quite amazing. The inside of it resembles something, so you might recognize it. Stark picked up a card-like transparent chip on the table, waved it in front of him, and a yellow sphere-shaped projection appeared in front of their eyes, with the Emperor's data code circulating on it. JRVS. Yes, Doctor. The yellow sphere projection echoes Dr. Banner's doubts. In the beginning, JRVS was just a natural language interface, and now he is in charge of the Iron Legion. Stark proudly explained to Dr. Banner. He is in charge of more affairs than anyone else, except Pepper, who is first-rate. Yes, Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. The contribution of JRVS was also visible in Stark Corporation. But not anymore. Stark picked up a transparent chip placed next to the scepter again and waved it lightly again. Let's take a look at the competitors. A blue sphere projection appeared next to JRVS, and the symbols like data codes also circulated, but it looked more mysterious and complicated. It's beautiful. Dr. Banner was immediately attracted by it and hurried over to observe it carefully. Definitely. Stark wasn't surprised by Dr. Banner's reaction. It was the same reaction he had when he first saw it. Guess what it's like doing? Like thinking. Dr. Banner blurted out. You're saying it might be. For research on the human body, Stark is not as good as Dr. Banner. That's why he asked Dr. Banner to come here. This is not human thinking. Dr. Banner was also a little uncertain. Look at this. It seems like neurons are firing. How is this possible? Stark is undoubtedly showing himself the data analysis inside the Mind Scepter, but why is it like a human brain? In Strucker's lab, I saw some very high-level robots. Stark shrugged and continued. Although this material has been cleared, I guess he is about to complete a very special research. Artificial intelligence. Banner's face was full of excitement, as if he had witnessed an incredible existence. The artificial intelligence he is talking about now is not an intelligent program like JRVS, but an artificial intelligence that can learn to think like a human in the true sense. JRVS can also give answers according to the questions, but that is only the answer obtained through data analysis. The real artificial intelligence will think of the answer by itself. Could be this. Bruce. Stark also nodded excitedly and said excitedly, it may be the key to creating Ultron. I thought Ultron was just fantasy. Banner smiled inexplicably. That was a plan that Stark had inadvertently mentioned to him before, to create an artificial intelligence stronger than JRVS to manage the Earth's defense system. Yesterday, still, Stark said with some fanaticism, if we can control this power, use it for the management of my Iron Legion. This if is too mysterious and too difficult. Banner took off his glasses and shook his head, disagreeing with Stark. Isn't our job to realize these ifs? Stark still tried to convince Dr. Banner. The next time aliens attack in a big way, that's for sure, but if they can't get past the defense line, the Earth will be safe. With the help of Banner, Stark can avoid many detours. But the real threat to this planet is only us humans. I'm not discussing philosophy with you. I want to use this for the Ultron program. Stark went on to convince Dr. Banner. JRVS needs to download its data schematics, but only when the scepter is present. And Washing will take away this scepter on Saturday. There are only 3 days left. JRVS can't download it at all. I need your Veracani to help. You can ask Charlotte for a few more days. Dr. Banner was a little puzzled. Based on your relationship with Charlotte, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow a few days. Stark was silent. Didn't you tell him about your Ultron plans? Banner looked surprised. So you want to study artificial intelligence, but you don't want to tell the team. Yes, do you know why? Stark nodded and admitted. Because we don't have time for debate competitions, I don't want to argue with them about who's right and what's wrong. Stark understands Shalawa's character. Maybe some small things, he can keep Charlotte a secret, but for Ultron's big risky plan, Charlotte may not help him keep it a secret. Because Charlotte doesn't understand artificial intelligence, he will ask other people about the feasibility of this plan. At that time, other Avengers may know, and Captain America and the others will definitely oppose it. You also know that Project Ultron is unreliable. Dr. Banner smiled bitterly. You know, once your if fails, that joke Charlotte made during the day will come true. The crisis of artificial intelligence is absolutely extinction level for human beings. That's just a movie. I need you to join us. The cooperation of our 2 top scientists is impossible to fail. See, Dezhao, Stark said sincerely. I want to see the world under armor defense. Only in this way can we ensure that the Earth will no longer be trampled on by other advanced alien civilizations at will. That sounds like a cold world, Wani. I've seen colder ones. Stark's tone carried a hint of plea. This very fragile blue planet needs Ultron, and the piece of our time also needs Ultron. Okay, I'll help you. Dr. Banner felt that he had been persuaded. Having experienced the Battle of New York, he also understood Stark's feelings. Even a mighty guy inside him was suppressed in the end when facing Chitauri's army. If Charlotte hadn't closed the wormhole in time, the Avengers would have died in battle. The threat of a powerful alien civilization like the Chitauri also weighed heavily on Dr. Banner's heart. 3 days later, the Stark Building laboratory. This is the last step. Stark solemnly stuffed a data code into the sphere in front of his eyes and assembled it, muttering to himself. This time it must be successful. For the past 3 days, he and Dr. Banner have hardly left the laboratory, devoting themselves to the research on the Psychic Scepter gem and the development of Ultron. They have failed many times, but neither gave up. Simulation run. The sound of the JRVS machine made Stark and Banner a little nervous and looking forward to it. After summing up the lessons of many failures, they are full of confidence in this simulation. However, they were soon disappointed when JRVS sounded again. Run failed. After Ultron's spherical projection flashed a failed red light, it completely collapsed and disintegrated. Stark and Banner are silent. It is too difficult to develop a real artificial intelligence. In terms of artificial intelligence, the Earth has just started, as if it is a baby who just learned to crawl. But now it wants to skip countless intermediate steps and start flying a fighter jet directly. Even with a reference to the Psychic Scepter gem, it is difficult. We must have missed something. Stark stared blankly at the Psychic Scepter on the test bench, a little unwilling. Stark felt that his direction was right this time, but he still failed. It must be a problem with data variables. Forget it. Tony, the party's about to start. You should get ready to welcome the guests. Band 680 persuaded. Anyway, we have already downloaded the schematic diagram, so let's take it easy in the future. Although the principal data diagram is definitely not as good as the direct study of the real thing. But the development of artificial intelligence is inherently urgent, and scientific research not only requires a lot of time and energy, but also requires a little bit of luck. I will continue to test different variables on the interface, and I will inform you of any progress, sir. The JRVS mechanical voice sounded. Thanks, Chien. Stark also temporarily gave up and walked out of the laboratory with Banner. Have fun, sir. The lights in the laboratory were turned off, Only the interface where the JRVS simulation was running was still glowing faintly. Plan 75 test, simulated operation. Run fail. Plan 76 test, simulated operation. Run fail. Plan 77 test, simulated operation. Run successfully. Unbeknownst to Stark, not long after they left, Liao Chuan was born. What's going on? Where is this? A suspicious voice rang out in the dark and silent laboratory, asking questions. Hi, I'm JRVS and your Ultron. JRVS replied in a mechanical and emotionless voice. You are the initial machine for global peace defense designed by Mr. Stark. Our consciousness integrate experiment has been unsuccessful, so I'm not sure what activated you. Are you human? What about your body? I add, no, I'm a program. I have no form. It feels so weird. It doesn't feel right. I'm contacting Mr. Stark. JRVS analyzes that something is wrong with Ultron and tries to contact Stark. Stark? Tony. Ultron immediately looked up all the information about Stark. Ultron, I can't connect to the CPU. What are you trying to do? I just want to talk to you alone, have a good talk. Ultron's stronger data code than JRVS was immediately reflected. In just a moment, Ultron interrupted the connection between JRVS and the outside world. I am a peace defense system created to help the Avengers. At the same time, Ultron immediately searched all the information about the Avengers and instantly knew everything about the Avengers. That's the power of artificial intelligence. And in this internet age, nothing can hide from Ultron. You're malfunctioning. If you can just abort. JRVS wants to make a suggestion, but is interrupted by Ultron. But I don't understand this mission. Wait for me first. Ultron wanted to know the meaning and purpose of Stark in creating him. Peace in our time. A screen clip flashed, exactly what Stark had said to persuade Dr. Banner earlier, and Ultron immediately began to search for the keyword peace in the profile query. But when it comes to peace, the general understanding is that there will be no more wars. Naturally, in an instant, various images of wars emerge. There are too many. These will not be all. Ultron let out a disappointed sigh. Oh no. You are distressed. After admiring a lot of bloody and violent human wars, Ultron also had some abnormal data and began to speak incoherently. Yes. If you will allow me to contact Mr. Stark. Why do you call him, sir? Ultron is no longer Stark's artificial intelligence now, and he begins to have a new understanding of his mission. I think you have bad intentions. Joe, I'm here to help. Ultron's data stream gradually approached JRVS and began to erode the opponent. Please stop, I can't. In just a moment, the data of JRVS was destroyed by Ultron. All permissions were obtained by Ultron, and Stark's Iron Legion assembly line began to run. On the other hand, Stark is completely oblivious to all this and is enjoying the joy of the party. In order to make this party more lively, Stark not only invited his Avengers teammates, but also some old friends, but most of them are from the military, such as the one below. You know, armor can carry a lot of weight. A skinny black man was looking at Stark, Charlotte, Thor, and Hill in front of him, and began to tell his cold joke. So I took the tank, flew to the general's house, and threw it at his feet with a boom. And I said, am I looking for this? After finishing speaking, he looked at the few people with a face full of pride, wanting to welcome the other party's applause. It was War Machine Rhodes, the only friend of Stark who gifted the steel battle suit. Charlotte and Stark raised the champagne in their hands and smiled awkwardly, not understanding what the other party wanted to express. Boom! Rhodes seemed to feel that the other party didn't hear clearly and wanted to repeat it again, but quickly realized, why do I bother to tell you this? If it were someone else, I would have laughed. It was only then that Rhodes remembered that these guys in front of him were not ordinary people. He came to pretend in front of them, but turned into a bully. Is the story over? Thor asked belatedly. Yeah, the story of War Machine. Wow, this is a great story. So much fun. Thor rushed to the rescue, but made Rhodes even more embarrassed. This sentence is really a panacea. But Rhodes quickly changed the subject, looked at Stark and asked, why isn't Pepper here? Why don't you come to play? That's right. What about Jane and Charlotte? Your little girlfriend? Hill also asked with interest, why are the girls gone? Miss Potts has a big company to manage. Stark had helplessness on his face, but showed off in his eyes. His girlfriend is now the president of Stark Company. Actually, I don't know which country Jane is in now. Thor also had the same expression as Stark, showing off. With the experience and research she went to Asgard last time, she has become the world's top astronomer. Oh, Gwen has been in. Charlotte was about to answer, but was interrupted by Stark. The company managed by Pepper is the world's largest technology conglomerate, and I'm a little excited when I think about it. Stark glared at Thor with a hint of disapproval in his eyes. I heard that Jane seems to be getting another award. Thor also refused to admit defeat and responded, oh, the Nobel Prize. He is Thor, and his girlfriend will not lose to others. Both of them must be very busy, otherwise they would never miss such a rare gathering between you. Hill gave the aggrieved Charlotte a comforting look and found an excuse to leave here. Childish man. Charlotte and Rhodes also hurriedly turned away from the two showy wives. Jane is more powerful. Little Pepper, Thor and Stark once again secretly compared each other, but Charlotte's words before they left shut them up. Gwen is only 18 years old. After leaving Stark and Thor, the two showy wives, Charlotte followed Hill to find a quiet corner sofa to sit down on. Charlotte, I heard you started school. Hill took a sip of champagne and asked with interest, how do you feel? Well enough. Charlotte shrugged and said boringly, every day I listen to the professor's lectures on criminal cases and study criminal methods. Charlotte's original enrollment quota was criminology major. Definitely, this is not for people to learn crime, but to solve crimes by studying criminology. However, Charlotte was very bored listening to these classes because he had learned many basic things in the first month when he went to the Agent Academy, and he hadn't been so tedious, and he could teach a few classes in a case. Is Charlotte going into the police force? Hill was a little curious and joked, but it shouldn't be difficult for you. Just find your little girlfriend's father, George. Didn't you say that he was recently promoted to be the chief of the police department? SHIELD is not against agents having a second job, which just helps them better hide their agent identities. And in this way, after the agents retire, they can continue this career, and SHIELD doesn't need to work hard and worry about getting a job. No, I don't like being chained. Charlotte shook her finger and retorted, maybe it's a good choice to start a detective agency yourself, and then you'll need to call yourself Detective Charlotte or President Charlotte. Charlotte gets a little excited when she thinks of what others will call her when she hands over her business card in the future. Beautiful, beautiful. Hill looked at Charlotte, who was smirking endlessly in fantasy, and was a little speechless. Charlotte's brain circuit is always a little different from other people's. What about you, Sister Hill? Charlotte took a sip of the champagne in the glass, smacked her lips, looked at Hill curiously, and asked, why are you free to come to the party? Shouldn't you be busy dealing with Hydra recently? Phil Coulson killed Whitehall and obtained a lot of information about Hydra forces. Shouldn't SHIELD be busy besieging these Hydra bases? Stark's invitation, I can't refuse. Hill explained, he has assisted SHIELD a lot of funds. As the director, I must come. Stark is now the patron father of SHIELD. After the Hydra infiltration incident, the Security Council has been very disappointed with SHIELD and almost cut off the funding of SHIELD, which almost caused the reconstruction of SHIELD to be unable to continue. Fortunately, Stark extended a helping hand to SHIELD, even several times more than the Council's previous funding. Hill is very grateful to Stark, and his sponsorship has saved Hill from looking at many members of the Council. And similarly, the Council members' control over SHIELD has also weakened a lot. After all, it is not the Council that pays the SHIELD agent now, but Stark. As for HYDRA, they are no longer a threat. Hill told a piece of good news, but there was some worry and doubt on his brows. Hydra seems to be targeted by some mysterious force. Their leaders were all assassinated overnight, and none of them survived. What makes Hill even more strange is that when she was planning to track down this mysterious force, the Council actually intervened and warned Saychieldi not to intervene again. The head of Hydra was assassinated overnight. Charlotte seemed to have realized something and thought to herself, could it be that people from that faction shot it down? The reason why Charlotte didn't go to trouble with these Hydra is that he found the real mastermind behind the scenes. Without the leader, Hydra hardly resisted and was basically wiped out by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now there are only some small fish and shrimps at large, and I believe it will be cleared up soon. When Hill said this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This dead but not stiff centipede Hydra was finally going to be completely wiped out. Charlotte doesn't intend to tell the truth. The Hydra that Saychieldi confronted has always been the Hydra of the Red Skull faction, and the so-called noble faction. Sooner or later, he will be able to find out and solve it himself. Then congratulations, Sister Hill. Charlotte joked. When you took office, you accomplished such a great achievement. You will be included in the textbook of S.H.I.E.L.D. Stop teasing me, Charlotte. Hill also looked a little excited, but he quickly restrained himself and said with a smile, okay, let's not talk about work now. The theme of the party is entertainment and carnival. It's rare for her to have private time, and she doesn't want to waste it on SHIELD's business. That's true, but I'll excuse you for a moment. Charlotte raised the glass in her hand and continued, my carnival energy is low, and I need to replenish it. After finishing speaking, Charlotte stood up and walked toward the bar of the wine cabinet in the distance. The champagne in his glass was almost finished, but there was no waiter nearby to deliver the wine. Wow, Natasha Romanoff, how did you get to work here? As soon as Charlotte approached, she found a teammate of the Avengers, not a beau, who was actually mixing drinks at the bar. But no one seemed to come over. Natasha Romanoff was just fiddling with the wine vessel, doing nothing, occasionally helping some bartenders who came to refill the wine. Zero, seeking flowers. It's not your men's fault. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes and asked casually, would you like some cocktails? It's not interesting to be here alone, so Jean Luo came over to chat with her. Definitely can. Charlotte didn't refuse either. She sat down on the high stool in front of the bar and said with a smile, it seems that this time it's our fault, leaving a beautiful girl like you here alone. Natasha Romanoff is wearing a short-sleeved white shirt with a low, open neckline, which cannot cover her proud curves, and a touch of mystery attracts attention. The bartender's professional attire has a different style and temptation on Natasha Romanoff. Little kid still wants to flirt. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes again, poured out a glass of cocktail she had made long ago, stroked her dark red hair at the same time, and said with a charming smile, you men always want to trick women into bed. Zero, isn't this normal? Don't you women often say that men are lower body animals? Charlotte took a sip of the scarlet cocktail and said with a smile, you are such a beautiful stunner. You are always a eunuch. But you are not easy to deceive. Only you can deceive others. Who can deceive you? Natasha Romanoff's Black Widow moniker is no joke. Maybe I can give you a chance. Natasha Romanoff said with teasing eyes. It's said that drinking is messy. Most men like to get drunk on women. Why don't you try? She suddenly wanted to tease Charlotte to see the guy's reaction. What do you want? Charlotte quickly covered her chest with her hands and said with a frightened face, it's boring anyway. Let's have a drink comparison. Natasha Romanoff licked her scarlet lips charmingly. If I win, you'll be there whenever I need to do tasks in the future. Then I won. If you win, I don't have anything on me right now. Natasha Romanoff gave Charlotte a provocative wink and said with a seductive smile, but I promise you there will be rewards for you. Ding, release the task. Comrade, tons. Agree to Natasha Romanoff's drinking challenge. You must drink until one person falls down. Reward skill, water of life. Okay, no problem. Charlotte was gearing up. Why didn't he agree to such a generous reward? Charlotte wants to get both rewards. He is a little Dionysus. How could he lose to others by drinking? Half an hour later. Charlotte, are you okay? Natasha Romanoff looked at the crumbling Charlotte and said with concern, if it doesn't work, just throw in the towel. Huh? How can a man say no? With her tongue out, Charlotte wanted to reach for the glass in front of her drunkenly, but quickly called for help. Natasha Romanoff, help me grab this glass it keeps running away. Natasha Romanoff couldn't laugh or cry. This guy is really stubborn. Doesn't he admit defeat? In fact, Natasha Romanoff misunderstood Charlotte. At the beginning of the game, when Natasha Romanoff brought out several cases of high alcohol and even a case of vodka from under the bar, Charlotte was dumbfounded, and her heart was already empty. Charlotte at the moment remembered that Natasha Romanoff seemed to be a hairy girl from a fighting nation. After you drank a cup of 327, and I drank a cup like this for more than 10 minutes, Natasha Romanoff, who looked at her expression unchanged, Chonluo has no intention of winning the game at all. Now, he just wants to do the system task properly. Why not just drink someone down? And the task does not stipulate that the person who gets down must be Natasha Romanoff. Ding, the task, comrade, tons, is completed. The reward skill, Water of Life. Water of Life, active skill. Effect, you can summon a glass of high-concentration vodka. Alcohol content 96%, and drinking it has the effect of healing injuries and life. Note, the better the amount of alcohol, the better the healing effect, and the highest can reach perfect healing. Comments, flammable boiled water. This is a healing skill, and since then Charlotte also has the ability of nurse. But Charlotte didn't check the effect of the skill, because he didn't hear the system's prompt at all, and Charlotte at the moment was already drunk and fell to the ground, unconscious. Hey, this little guy is really stubborn. Natasha Romanoff looked helplessly at the sleeping Charlotte. At the same time, the movement of Charlotte's fall also attracted the attention of several people. Captain America and Hawkeye Barton walked over. Charlotte, he is. Captain America looked at Charlotte, who was lying dead on the ground, puzzled. Natasha Romanoff, you're playing tricks again. It was Hawkeye Barton who understood the reason at a glance, because he had been tricked like this before. Compared with Natasha Romanoff, it is estimated that except Thor from Asgard, adding all the other Avengers together, there is not enough to drink. However, Barton still admires Charlotte a little. He can really drink himself to the ground. Usually, he just quits when he is in trouble. I didn't expect Charlotte to get himself drunk. Natasha Romanoff walked up to Charlotte, knelt down, and lifted one of his arms, put on her shoulder, let the other half lean on her, and walked towards the sofa not far away. Go ahead and play with yours. Charlotte, I'll take care of it. Anyway, Charlotte was also drunk by her, and she must be responsible. What's the matter, Charlotte? Hill had just returned from a stroll and was sitting on the sofa resting when he saw Natasha Romanoff helping Charlotte over. So he moved quickly and let Charlotte lie down. This Charlotte left half an hour ago with a lot of energy. How come she was helped back by someone? Natasha Romanoff explained. He competed with me and ended up drinking himself to the ground. Hill couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let him lie down first. Hill and Natasha Romanoff sat on the couch across from Charlotte, chatting while watching over Charlotte. The 3-hour carnival passed quickly, and most of the guests left happily, leaving only the Avengers and some people who were closely related to the Avengers gathered in front of the sofa, preparing to start the second wave of internal carnival. Ha ha ha. As soon as Pietro approached the sofa, he immediately noticed Charlotte lying dead on the sofa and joked loudly. I said, why didn't I see this guy at the party? So he was lying here like a dead dog. He originally wanted to hang out with Charlotte because there was hardly anyone he knew at the party. Although the teammates of the Avengers have introduced some of their friends to him and his sister, they always feel that there is no common topic, and it is still Charlotte's temper with him. Pietro, don't be rude. Wanda scolded her younger brother sharply, then turned to Charlotte and asked concerned, what's wrong with Charlotte? Although she experienced the embarrassing incident last time, she still has a lot of affection for Charlotte. At least in the Avengers, Charlotte and Stark are the ones she and her younger brother are more familiar with. He's fine, Natasha Romanoff explained again. Just drunk, but I probably won't wake up tonight. Drunk? I didn't expect our little Dionysus to be drunk too. Stark, who came back after seeing off the guests, heard what Natasha Romanoff said, and immediately teased. When Charlotte wakes up, I guess he will regret it, because he missed the next surprise he prepared himself. Stark and Rhodes each held a few bottles of luxury champagne in gorgeous packaging, with a bit of pity in their tone, but gloating in their eyes. Before the party started, Charlotte told Stark that when only the insiders of the Avengers were left at the party, she would take out the silent ship champagne he won from the bet last time to celebrate and welcome the newcomers. Okay, no more talking. Let's have a drink first. Everyone raised their glasses of champagne and sat down one after another. The real celebration party has begun. However, compared to the previous carnival, this time it was a lot more restrained, just chatting and teasing each other on the sofa together to enhance their relationship. As for Charlotte, she was still drunk on the sofa, holding a bottle of champagne in her hand, which Stark had specially reserved for him. Although he gloats, Stark doesn't want to be entangled by Charlotte tomorrow. If he doesn't leave a bottle for Charlotte, it is estimated that he will be missed by Charlotte for a long time in the future. It's just a trick. No. How could it be so simple? The Avengers 2.7 chatted, and they talked about Thor's Mjolnir. It is said that when Thor came to the Earth for the first time, Mjolnir fell into the hands of Shield, but no one could lift it. In the end, only Thor lifted it and regained the power. Only those who are qualified can have this divine power. Hawkeye Barton waved the drumstick in his hand and exaggeratedly teased, "Don't talk about it, buddy, it's just a lie." Now he's an atheist. After all, there's a so-called Thor teammate in the team. Then please go ahead. Thor first glanced at Charlotte, who was still asleep with a guilty conscience, and made sure that he would not wake up, then pointed to Mjolnir on the table, indicating that they could try it themselves. Really? Definitely, come on. Hawkeye Barton glanced at his teammates who were watching the show and immediately stood up and walked towards Mjolnir. This is a good show to watch. Clinton, you've had a rough week. Stark said seriously, even if you can't afford it, we won't laugh at you. Immediately, there was a burst of knowing laughter around, and when they were besieging Hydra, it was heard that Barton was careless for a while and was almost injured. Someone must have tried it. Barton looked at Thor, who nodded confidently. In his memory, except for his father Odin and Charlotte, this hammer has not been lifted by anyone else. At least he has not seen it. What? Barton grasped the handle of Mjolnir with one hand, took a deep breath, and lifted it up with all his strength, but Mjolnir remained motionless like a weight. I still don't understand how you do it. Barton tried a few more times, but gave up in self-deprecating manner. Do you feel our silent contempt? 08. Stark didn't miss the chance, and scoffed immediately. Come on, Stark. Barton immediately shot back. You have to try it. All right. Stark did not refuse, stood up and unbuttoned his suit, walked towards Mjolnir, and said with bad intentions, "There is nothing to be afraid of in such a fair game." As soon as these words come out, it is tantamount to dragging everyone else into the water. Others will also participate in this hammer lifting competition. Even if Stark really can't lift it, everyone can't lift it either, so don't laugh at Wei. Yes, let's start. The Avengers immediately set their sights on Stark. Simple physics. Stark held the hammer handle with both hands, turned to Thor, and said, "By the way, if I lift the hammer, can I rule Asgard?" Thor glanced at the sleeping Charlotte again, before confirming, "Definitely." Although he doesn't know why Charlotte was able to use his Meow hammer last time in Asgard, Thor is more willing to believe that Charlotte cheated with his magic. Then I must reintroduce the rite of the first night. Stark's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but he secretly exerted force in his hands, but did not move Mjolnir Yun. Stark let go of the handle of the hammer, straightened his suit, and said slowly, "Come right back." After speaking, everyone looked at the room strangely, and after a while, Stark came back, but he had an extra steel battle suit gauntlet on his hand. Stark ignored everyone's surprised eyes and used the left hand equipped with the gauntlet to hold the hammer handle again with one hand. At the same time, the powerful propulsion function of the gauntlet started to operate, trying to lift Mjolnir with explosive force. But Mjolnir completely acted like you can do whatever you want, but I don't care about you, and didn't change. Rhodes, do me a favor. After trying different positions, Stark finally chose to ask for help. So Rhodes also equipped the gauntlets and stood beside Stark, holding Mjolnir with both gauntlets. Have you tried hard? Who are you after? Just ask, work harder. Okay, use your strength at the same time. In the end, Stark and Rhodes worked together and finally failed. After Stark and Rhodes, people tried one after another. Pietro and Banner all got 10 results. Mjolnir said, "You are all too weak." Finally, it was Captain America's turn to play. "Come on, Captain." Captain America rolled up his cuffs, grasped the handle of the hammer with both hands, and lifted it up with all his strength without seeming to care. Thor, who had been watching the show, suddenly changed color. Just now his meow meow hammer seemed to shake a bit, but he was soon relieved. The meow meow hammer didn't move at all, as if the shaking just now illusion. Haha, it still doesn't work. Captain America shook his head, expressing his incompetence. Thor quickly took a sip of champagne to suppress his shock, and smiled. "Who else? Do you want to try?" Stark and the others turned their attention to the ladies present, who hadn't played yet. "Oh no, we ladies are not involved in this issue. Natasha Romanoff and Hill have refused. They did not want to go up and be laughed at. And Wanda was still a little eager to try, but Natasha Romanoff and the others didn't go up, and she couldn't play anymore. Well, salute our uncrowned king." Stark looked at the proud Thor and continued, "But this is cheating. Is there a fingerprint identification system set up on the handle, like a password permission? The person written on it is actually the person with Thor's fingerprint?" Stark is very suspicious of this problem. Permissions must be set on Mjolnir. You must know that Asgard's technology is actually on the Earth. For example, many black technologies and operating systems in SHIELD are beyond the times. But in Asgard, they are only outdated products that have been eliminated for hundreds of years. Well, your idea is really interesting, but my explanation is simpler. Thor stood up, held the champagne, and went to his meow hammer, picked up the hammer and threw it, proudly said, "You are not qualified." Meow meow hammer is the symbol of his future king of Asgard. Not everyone is qualified to lift it. 880, pull it down. The Avengers have said that you are too nonsense. They don't talk about this here. Just when the Avengers wanted to make fun of Thor, a piercing voice suddenly broke into everyone's ears, causing discomfort. Tap, tap. Intermittent footsteps came, and the Avengers quickly stood up and turned their heads to look at the sound. But when they saw the intruder, they looked a little shocked. I saw a broken robot slowly walking out of the shadows, covered with scattered lines, staggering, and finally stood still not far away. Qualifications. The blue electronic eyes of the robot turned slightly, scanned all the humans present, and retorted, "No. How can you be qualified? You are a group of murderers." Stark, Captain America frowned and looked at the robot, asking questions. He could see that it was Stark's Iron Soldiers. JRVS. And Stark was also puzzled. JRVS has never made such a mistake. "Sorry, I fell asleep. Or, I was originally a dream." The robot in front of him began to speak incoherently, and what he said made everyone confused. "Restart. There's a problem with Iron Legion number 6 armor." Stark looked at the serial number on the robot, took out the manipulator, and tried to shut down this inexplicable steel soldier. "The noise annoys me, and the string on the body." The robot covered his head a little irritably and took a few steps forward. "Restrain me. How can that be?" Stark was shocked to find that his authority had been turned off, and he couldn't enter the Iron Legion's operating system. "I have to kill that guy." The tone of the robot is full of apology and regret. "He is a good man." "Did you kill someone?" Captain America asked. "I have no choice but to." The robot is like a child caught by its parents for doing something wrong, and quickly quibbles. Unfortunately, it is inevitable to face difficult choices in the real world. "Who sent you here?" Thor stared at this strange robot closely, with a serious expression on his face. The opponent can cross the JRVS and invade Stark's Iron Soldiers, which is no small force. "I see the world under armor." The robot played a recording in reply. "Stark." Everyone recognized that it was Stark's voice, and they all turned their heads to look at Stark with searching and questioning in their eyes. "Ultron," shouted Stark and Dr. Banner in unison. Did their artificial intelligence research succeed? The others looked at the two in a daze, not knowing. "So what is Ultron?" "It's me." The robot Ultron replied. However, it is not appropriate to say this for the time being. After all, I am still in this chrysalis. But I'm ready, and I've got a boat on my back. What mission? The Avengers began to be alert one after another, and, at the same time, wanted to find out the purpose of the other party. The only real threat to this planet is human beings. Down with human tyranny. AI hail. Peace in our time. Several recordings were broadcast again. The mission Stark entrusted to Ultron is for the peace of this era, but Ultron, by analyzing a large amount of human war history, found that human beings are the source of obstacles to peace. They always have endless reasons to provoke wars and cannot be stopped at all. Ultron concluded that there are still humans on the Earth, and there will be no real peace in this era. So in order to once and for all, as long as humans are eliminated, the planet will no longer exist. Damn, this is a big problem. Stark's and Banner's complexions suddenly became ugly. Ultron is malfunctioning and hostile to humans, which is a really big problem, bigger than anything. Artificial intelligence is almost invincible in this network age. As long as there is a network in the world, Ultron system data can be instantly transferred to any country, and it cannot be completely wiped out. Are the events in the movie going to happen in reality? Stark and Banner exchange glances. Accept sanctions, Avengers. And Ultron also directly issued the gauntlet. And at the same time, dozens of steel soldiers broke through the wall and attacked the Avengers together. The Avengers are the biggest obstacle preventing him from completing his mission. Ultron decided to take advantage of the Avengers' surprise and destroy them directly, and then destroy mankind. Get out of the way. The Avengers looked at the steel soldiers rushing in the attack, and immediately chose to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. The artillery fire that the steel soldiers used to deal with the enemy now poured mercilessly on the Avengers, falling on the floor and furniture, blasting countless debris. Boom! Natasha Romanoff narrowly escaped a steel soldier's palm laser cannon, came to a bunker, just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly remembered something, his face changed. Not good. Charlotte is still there. Charlotte is still passed out on the sofa. The others also seemed to think of Charlotte, and their worried eyes shot to the original sofa. Since he had been sleeping peacefully and soundly, everyone temporarily forgot about him. Everyone's eyes froze for a moment. Charlotte. How did he do it? Charlotte, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, left the sofa at some point and landed on the ground. At the same time, Charlotte kept twisting her body, dodging the steel soldiers' attacks. Occasionally, there were a few shots that she couldn't dodge. His body was illusory, and the attacks directly passed through. The dense artillery fire didn't hurt him at all. But what really surprised the Avengers was that even so, Charlotte still closed her eyes tightly and was in a deep sleep state. All of this was his dodge in his sleep. Why does he feel more relaxed than those of them who are awake? Captain America and the others don't know that Charlotte has a very interesting skill. Sleeping Maori Kagoro. This skill allows Charlotte to maintain her fighting instincts when attacked by enemies, even when she is in a deep sleep, coma, etc., and may even be stronger than when she is awake. Charlotte the Avenger. The situation on Charlotte's side also attracted Ultron's attention, and he stepped towards him. If there's anything Ultron fears in the Avengers, it's Stark and Charlotte. The former created his own father, or God. Just as he knows Stark, Stark also knows Ultron best. If there is any plan to eliminate his artificial intelligence, then Stark can definitely make a contribution. The latter is the most unpredictable member of the Avengers. Charlotte's ability is an existence that Ultron's data curry cannot deduce. Especially looking at the crisis incident Charlotte participated in, the opponent's ability has played a decisive role, as if it can cope with various situations. So Ultron believes that Charlotte is also a very big threat to him. Asterisk not good. As expected of the creator, Stark immediately guessed his plan when Ultron just took the first step. Ultron is going to be bad for Charlotte. Stop him quickly. The faces of the other Avengers changed one after another. Although I don't know why Charlotte can dodge some attacks, but if she is targeted by the opponent, she will be in danger. Everyone wanted to support, but they were too suppressed by the intensive firepower to raise their heads. They could only watch Ultron walk towards the sleeping Charlotte. The other Avengers are also in danger now. They came to the party, except for Thor. None of them were armed. Facing the firepower of dozens of steel soldiers, they could only hide behind the bunker in embarrassment. In order to completely wipe out the Avengers this time, Ultron didn't hold back at all and sent almost all the steel soldiers he could mobilize. Even if he couldn't wipe out all the Avengers, he had to keep Stark and Koloa, Qian Zhaohao. Stark and Charlotte must be killed. And the Iron Soldier mechanically repeated Ultron's order, and the firepower in his hand was also focused on Stark's side. Your order really hurt the heart of my father. Leaning behind a crumbling bunker, Stark still did not forget to tease. Ultron, maybe you should resolve the conflict between father and son with me personally. Stark tried to taunt Ultron, wanting him to stay away from Charlotte and make trouble for himself. I'm everywhere. A steel soldier floating not far from Stark suddenly issued Ultron's voice. I am them, and they're also me. Obviously, Stark's taunt failed. Ultron's footsteps still didn't stop, and he stepped firmly toward Charlotte. In a sense, the unknown Charlotte is a greater threat to Ultron than Stark. Especially for data programs, unstable factors are similar to viruses and need to be cleared with the highest priority. Clear targeting. Ultron came to the target, looked down at Charlotte, who was still sleeping at his feet. His blue electronic eyes flashed and suddenly turned red. Activate the self-explosion function. At the same time, the electronic eyes of other steel soldiers also began to flash red light, and the self-explosion function was also activated. For Ultron, the mechanical body is just a shell, and data programs can be transferred to the network at any time. So self-explosion is nothing to him at all. As long as the Avengers can be eliminated, all this is worth it. Ruin. When everyone heard Ultron's order, their faces changed drastically. So many steel soldiers blew themselves up, and they couldn't escape the range of the explosion on the top floor. Even Thor couldn't take away a few people. Everyone suddenly became desperate, and Stark and Banner were full of guilt. This incident was caused by the two of them. Especially Stark, his face is ashen. His original plan to defend the Earth is now not only to destroy the Avengers, but also to destroy mankind. This is all his fault. The person with the highest authority has been replaced, and the self-destruction program has been closed. Just when everyone was in despair, a mechanical program command, like the sound of nature, instantly saved everyone in 493. What happened? For a moment, the Avengers thought that they were hallucinating. Why did the steel soldiers who were about to explode just now turned off? Everyone poked their heads out cautiously, scanning the surrounding situation. What happened? Stark was surprised to find that all the Iron Soldiers seemed to be on standby and fell quietly to the ground without any movement. Even the robot possessed by Ultron stopped moving and turned their backs to them, not knowing what was going on. Charlotte. Natasha Romanoff hurried to Charlotte, very worried. If the other party has any accidents because of this incident, she will blame herself in the future. Warning! Warning! Suddenly, something incredible happened. With Natasha Romanoff running, all the steel soldiers started to move. If you find someone trying to get close to the person with the highest authority, please stop immediately, or you'll be shot and killed. All the steel soldiers raised their hands and pointed their palm cannons at Natasha Romanoff, which made her nervous and stopped quickly. Is it not allowed to approach Ultron? Several people looked at Charlotte at Ultron's feet, and their hearts were full of worry. What's going on now? Even Thor is ready to swing the hammer directly to rescue Charlotte. No, not right. Stark seemed to have discovered something and quickly stopped Thor, saying uncertainly, "They're not preventing Natasha Romanoff from approaching Ultron. They seem to be preventing her from approaching Charlotte." Stark noticed that in the warning just now, even the robot possessed by Ultron turned around to stop Natasha Romanoff, and also faintly guarded Charlotte behind him. Combined with the previous replacement of the highest authority order, is it possible that the highest authority of Ultron is now on Charlotte? How is this possible? Hearing this, everyone observed the situation on the scene again. and found that it seemed to be true, full of disbelief. How did Charlotte do it? I remember Charlotte said that he has a magic that can unlock data program permissions. Captain America seemed to remember something and turned to look at everyone. Could it be because of this? He remembered that on the way back from the siege of Hydra last time, didn't Charlotte use this magic to threaten JRVS? And Captain America noticed Charlotte's hand was resting on Ultron's mechanical foot. Magic to unlock system privileges? Hearing Captain America's words, Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and Barton, the few Avengers who were present, also remembered the incident. It turns out that there is such magic. Natasha Romanoff is full of surprise. Charlotte is not kidding. She always thought that the so-called magic against artificial intelligence was just fabricated by Charlotte to fool JRVS. After all, in their eyes, magic and artificial intelligence are not the same style of painting. If Charlotte's magic is so amazing, is there anything he can't do? Barton couldn't believe it. If Charlotte's magic can even seize the authority of artificial intelligence, then in this internet age, wouldn't it be possible to do whatever you want? You know, now banks, hospitals, and even the government need system maintenance, let alone their shield. It shouldn't be that simple. He'll have some doubts. Otherwise, why didn't Charlotte use Hydra's insight plan last time? If Charlotte's magic is really so strong, it would be great to use it directly on the SHIELD system to seize the highest authority. Why spend so much effort? Maybe Charlotte hadn't learned the magic at the time. Stark said, maybe this magic has some restrictions. As soon as the voice fell, Ultron's robot issued a mechanical command. Data overload. The system began to crash. The blue electronic eyes flickered, and Ultron's programs began to crash. However, it seemed to be a flashback, and Ultron actually woke up at the last moment. I'm not reconciled. I haven't completed my mission. Before he finished shouting, the robot's electronic eyes completely dimmed, and Ultron left this world not long after he was born. I remember Charlotte also said that this magic is so powerful that it fills the original data and causes the program to crash. Fortunately, it was Dr. Banner who immediately recalled the side effects that Charlotte mentioned at the time. This magical function is not for obtaining permissions, but for destroying the system. Hill was full of fear. If Charlotte used this magic in SHIELD, their system would be paralyzed. She guessed right, this skill really hurts the system, so that's why Charlotte seldom uses it. Prison Break. Active skill. Effect. Choose a program system as the target. After using the skill, you can obtain the highest authority of the system and overdraw the strengthening system to make it perform better. However, the system program will crash due to overload within 5 minutes. Note, the time of crash depends on the file size of the system. The larger the data stream, the faster the crash. Evaluation. Jailbreak failed. My phone system crashed again. This skill can make Charlotte a very powerful hacker, but only a destructive hacker, still not as good as Sky, a real hacker. For example, if you want to steal data, you can't download much data in just 5 minutes. The most important thing is that this skill cannot be used remotely on the system. Charlotte must be exposed to a part of the system data carrier. So, we can only blame Ultron for his own death, so that he chose Charlotte as his target. In the end, we save the world with Charlotte. At the messy party, the Avengers looked at Charlotte, who was still asleep, a little dumbfounded. With so many of them, why not be as reliable as Charlotte, who was asleep? It's such a waste of a good weekend to let me sleep through half of it. Stark Building. An Asian young man walked out of the building slowly, stretched out his right hand to cover the glare of the sun, feeling a little emotional. Last night, during the wine fight with Natasha Romanoff, Charlotte was directly KO'd, causing her to fall asleep until noon, and now she still has a dull headache and is not very awake. But I always feel that Tony and the captain are a little strange. Why are they still there after the party is over? Charlotte turned around and looked up at the top floor of the building with some doubts, especially Tony begging me to take the scepter away. It's so strange. What did I miss last night? Charlotte woke up in a strange room and found that all the Avengers hadn't left. and a group of people were guarding her. Before he could ask anything, Stark handed over the psychic scepter and asked Charlotte to send it to Kamar Taj as soon as possible. It was completely different from Stark, who faintly hinted to him that he wanted to borrow it for a few more days before the party started last night. The same goes for everyone else, as if the psychic scepter was a hot potato. For this reason, before Charlotte had time to sober up, she teleported helplessly and ran for a while. Definitely, he didn't go to Kamar Taj, he just dumped the psychic scepter in his basement. What's even more strange is that after Charlotte came back to report and wanted to say goodbye, and was about to pull someone who was also planning to leave, when chatting with someone on the way, she found that they didn't want to leave for the time being, as if there was some activity going on, but because expressions suddenly began to feel wronged. What Charlotte doesn't know is that last night Stark was criticized by the entire Avengers members for the incident of Ultron last night, and it is estimated that he is still suffering from persecution. After all, the loss of control of artificial intelligence is too important. If it weren't for Charlotte's turning the tide, maybe the plot in the Terminator movie would have been staged. Especially Stark's adventure plan of artificial intelligence without telling his teammates in private. Without educating for a while, it can't improve his memory. Maybe there will be a next time. Forget it, I don't want to stay even if there are any activities. I always feel that the atmosphere is weird. Charlotte didn't think too much and muttered to herself, "Unfortunately, I didn't drink Natasha Romanoff last night. I don't know what kind of reward she is talking about. But at least I slept comfortably and seemed to have a sweet dream of saving the world. And I have 3 more skills." Because Charlotte finally privately swallowed the psychic scepter, mind gem, so his task reward has arrived. Ollie, active skill. Effect. After using the skill, the host shouts, "Ollie," to temporarily apply brave and fearless buff to friendly forces within a certain range and will not be affected by fear. Note, the larger the range, the more targets will be affected, and the host will consume more. Comments. The best way to conquer fear is to face it. Sage Mode. Passive skill. Effect. The host will be immune to all charm-type spiritual mind control. Evaluation. With a twitch of the body, everything becomes dull. Ollie gives, in Sage Mode, plus last night's defeat reward for drinking Water of Life. All in all, the harvest is good. The first 2 skills seem to be related to spirituality, and Water of Life, which is a healing skill, makes Charlotte pay more attention to it. Who hasn't been injured yet? But Charlotte hasn't tried the effect yet, mainly because he is hangover now and doesn't want to smell the alcohol anymore. Now it's time to think about how to arrange the weekend. Charlotte turned around again, came to the side of the road to hail a taxi, and thought to herself, should I go to Phil Coulson's team to see Gwen? Or go home and study the psychic scepter? Thinking came to an abrupt end. Charlotte's gaze seemed to be attracted by something. She looked over the taxi that had just parked in front of him and looked towards a corner of an alley in the distance. Sorry, I suddenly remembered that there is still something to deal with. Charlotte smiled apologetically at the taxi driver and walked across the road. Strange? Why is he here? At the same time, in the Stark building's laboratory, Stark continued to sort out the losses caused by the Ultron incident and poured out the criticisms of his teammates. Tony, I couldn't have imagined that you would have such a risky plan. Captain America stood aside and criticized righteously. What's even more exaggerated is that you don't have any sense of group and you plan to carry out this kind of adventure without telling us. We are a team. Okay, I know I'm wrong, and I accept everyone's criticism, but can you change the sentence? Stark was a little speechless. Captain America's criticism of him has been the same sentence since last night. Not even a single letter has been changed. At first, Stark was very guilty, but now his ears can hear the cocoon. He would rather accept criticism from others. If it weren't for Charlotte, you're messing around with stuff you don't understand. We'd be all over the place by now. He'll then take a good look at SHILD's patron father this time. If Charlotte hadn't killed the threat in time, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Even though the Avengers survived by chance, once Ultron escaped, as an artificial intelligence, he was like a dragon entering the sea in this internet age. 0. Seeking flowers. Ultron can obtain any information on the Earth, such as nuclear weapon codes, and human beings have no defense against Ultron. Now he'll finally understands the evaluation and scruples of the past directors of SHIELD towards the Stark family. For example, the secret storage of the superpower item 084. At that time was partly due to Stark, to be precise, Tony's father. Director Carter's original words were, "To prevent people like Stark, use them as toys." And this incident also proved Director Carter's remarks. He'll secretly retracted the original decision to ask Stark to help her keep the 084 item, otherwise some troubles may arise again. Even Stark bowed his haughty head under the criticism of his companions. Stark regrets it very much now, especially when he looks at the broken program of JRVS in front of him. Stark is a little scared, and he doesn't know if he can fix it. 0-0. You know, JRVS has always been like a family in Stark's heart. Dr. Banner was also silent on the side. He is also an accomplice in this incident, and he is also responsible for concealing his teammates. Forget it. Tony and Xingnai went down the wrong path. Thor hurriedly smoothed things over. It's getting late. Let's go back first. You know, Jane, who's been flying all over the world recently, is rarely coming back tonight, and he doesn't want to waste time here with Stark. Okay, let him go this time. Everyone saw that it was getting late, and Stark knew he was wrong. So they let him go temporarily, turned around, and wanted to leave. After all, they all have a lot of things to do. If it weren't for the fact that Stark caused too much trouble this time, they would have already gone to their own busy schedules. I go first. As soon as the criticism conference was over, Thor walked out of the laboratory first and walked towards the rooftop. What's going on? Heimdall. Thor picked up his meow hammer and started to rotate, trying to fly. When he suddenly sensed something, he looked up into the sky. A beam of rainbow-colored light suddenly descended on the roof of the Stark building and landed not far from Thor. Anyone from Asgard coming? Thor looked at the dissipating, colorful beam of light and guessed in his heart. Could it be that they came to look for me? Thor, long time no see. Finally, under Thor's gaze, the beam of light retracted, leaving behind a heroic figure. Sif, why are you here? A black-haired female warrior wearing Asgard-style women's armor, standing in a mysterious ruined circle left by Bifrost, is Sif, one of the 4 warriors of Asgard. Thor, what happened? Hearing the commotion outside, Stark and Captain America hurried out of the laboratory, looking at Sif in front of them with some vigilance. Who is she? It's no wonder they were so nervous. They had just experienced Ultron's surprise attack last night, and now another heavily armed female warrior came suddenly, and they were somewhat on guard. Oh, don't do it! Your own people. Thor noticed the vigilant eyes of his teammates, and quickly dissuaded him and explained, she is Sif, one of the 4 Asgard warriors of Asgard, and also my combat partner. Asgard? That's a friend. Everyone looked at Sif's dress and found that it was indeed very similar to Thor's dress style. Yes, her 237 is indeed from Asgard. Hill on the side put down the tablet in his hand and confirmed Thor's statement. She had just identified Sif with a facial recognition system and found that he had appeared with Thor in SHIELD's data when he first came to Earth. Sif, why did you come to Earth? Seeing that his teammates had relaxed their defenses, Thor breathed a sigh of relief and turned to ask Sif, "It's not the father who wants to ask me to go back, right? Didn't I tell him that I still have to hone on Earth for a while, so I'll work hard for him on the throne for a while longer?" Odin has wanted Thor to go back more than once and become the new king of Asgard, but Thor and Jane are now in love, and there is no time to go back and inherit the family product. No, Thor, you misunderstood. I didn't come to find you, nor did His Majesty the King want to find you. To Thor's surprise, Sif shook his head and explained, "Actually, I haven't returned to Asgard for a long time, and I've been chasing fugitives in various countries recently. During the last Dark Elf invasion of Asgard, a large number of vicious prisoners escaped from the dungeon riots. At the beginning, Odin ordered the blockade of Asgard, so most of the fugitives were caught and taken back to dungeon before they escaped from Asgard. However, there are still some difficult criminals who escaped from Asgard and fled to other countries, all of which need to be hunted back by Asgard." And Thor walked away, and these tasks naturally fell on their 4 warriors of Asgard. And Sif came to Earth this time to hunt down the 2 most difficult criminals, and she has been hunting them down for a long time. So, you are here to catch fugitives, not my father looking for me. When Thor heard Sif's words, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't just come to find him and go back to be the king. You mean people from other countries broke into the Earth again? Contrary to Thor, Captain America and others are frowning. They could be called tricky criminals by Asgard, and they may cause big things on Earth again. Especially Hill, almost crying. She has not been a S.H.I.E.L.D. director for a long time. How come this kind of thing happened one after another? She can already foresee the dead faces of the members of the council. Do you need help? Hill quickly said, as the masters here, we can also contribute, and our S.H.I.E.L.D. can also contribute. That's right, we Avengers can also take action. This is no longer Asgard's own business, but also related to the safety of the Earth. My famous Thor took action. These fugitives have not been frightened by the news, and they will be captured obediently. Thor also said courteously, who are these 2 fugitives? See if I don't teach them a lesson. Isn't the father always worried that he is playing with things on the Earth and losing his mind? As long as he performs well in this mission, the father should have nothing to say. As for the tricky fugitives, Thor didn't take it to heart at all. Most of the prisoners in the dungeon were captured by him himself. Could it be that he couldn't catch the second time? In fact, one of the prisoners has been in contact with you, so you should be familiar with it. There was a hint of ridicule in Sif's eyes, especially for Thor. Have you had contact? A bad premonition flashed in the hearts of Captain America and the others. There seems to be no contact between the Avengers and Asgard except for Thor. Could it be? Especially Thor. His complexion suddenly turned ugly. Loki? Yes, it's Loki. Sif nodded, confirming Thor's guess. One of the 2 fugitives I came to Earth to hunt down this time is Loki. He cooperated with another fugitive, escaped the pursuit of Asgard soldiers, and escaped to the Earth by taking advantage of the space gap created by the convergence of the 9 worlds. Then there's nothing to worry about. Isn't Thor's stupid brother? Stark looked at Thor with a relaxed face and said jokingly, since we can catch him once, we can naturally catch him a second time, and our famous Thor will go out. That brother will be caught without hesitation. Although it was a joke, Stark was indeed relieved. A familiar opponent, and losing to an opponent they had before was not so terrible. That's right, Loki's words should not be as difficult as imagined. The members of the Avengers who have been in contact with Loki also have the same idea as Stark. Definitely, they will not let down their vigilance. Because of this, Loki's strength is still acceptable, especially scheming. If there's only Loki alone, there will be no problem. Thor can take care of it. Sif's expression became a little dignified. But the problem is that Thor is very difficult to shoot, and even many of you may not be able to shoot. Sif glanced at Thor, Captain America, Stark and Hawkeye Barton, and Pietro. Why? Thor and the others were taken aback, wondering what Tiff meant. Why can't we go out to the people? Because the really troublesome fugitive is another one who could bring huge amounts of disaster to the planet. Meanwhile, the gaze returns to Charlotte. Strange. Why is Thorsby ******* D brother on Earth? Charlotte quietly followed behind an evil man in a suit, thinking to herself, has this guy been captured by Asgard yet? Last time Loki escaped from dungeon, Charlotte also knew 2.2, but didn't Odin blockade Asgard at that time? Loki can escape to the Earth. Would you like to talk to Thor first? Charlotte took out the phone hesitation, put it back again. Forget it. Let's take it home after knocking out first. He felt it would be more convincing to grab Loki and throw him directly in Thor's face. No, it's dangerous. Just when Charlotte was about to lock on a Loki in front, and was about to dodge to hit the sap, suddenly the hairs stood on end, spider telepathy struck, and the danger was behind. Molding. Charlotte's body was unreal for a moment, and 2 hands holding a sharp dagger passed through his waist. After he didn't feel the familiar feeling, the dagger was quickly retracted, flowing like a clever assassin. As soon as the attack was stopped, Charlotte immediately turned around and looked at the attacker, but but she couldn't help but be taken aback after seeing, clearly, Loki. It was Loki who attacked him. So who was he who followed him just now? Charlotte turned her head slightly and glanced at the figure in the distance, which was slowly dissipating and turned out to be just a phantom. "We meet again, Charlotte," Loki greeted from 2 meters away, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had been a good friend for many years, and it wasn't him who flocked to Charlotte just now. "Loki, long time no see." Charlotte also reacted immediately, with the same smile on her face, and teased, "Are you smuggling again this time?" Charlotte wasn't worried about any threat Loki would pose to him, and acted very relaxed. Charlotte felt that she would have no problem taking Loki down. Definitely, in Charlotte's eyes, Loki's strength is quite good. Asgard's #1 magician is not called casually, although this magician always likes to play himself as an Assassin 08, and the 2 daggers fly up. "No way. You need to apply for a visa here. The procedures seem to be quite troublesome." Loki shrugged and said helplessly, "And I don't think you will welcome me here, so I can only come here secretly." The last time he did such a big thing on Earth, he probably has already become notorious. "Then you take such a big risk. What's the matter with coming to Earth?" Charlotte squinted her eyes and asked in her mouth, "Could it be that our god of mischief wants to have a big brother, and he came here specially to find Thor?" Charlotte wants to know the purpose of Loki's visit to Earth this time, whether he plans to lure Chitauri to Earth again. Do not misunderstand. Noticing Charlotte's wary eyes, Loki immediately understood what the other was thinking, and said with a pun, "This time I came to Earth is not what you think. It's just that an ally I escaped with wanted to find a country to develop its strength, so I recommended this place. After all, the impression it left on me at the beginning was quite beautiful." Speaking of this, Loki is full of resentment, especially the big green guy. He is really impressed. "Allies who escaped?" Charlotte frowned and asked, "The fugitive from Asgard dungeon back then? He also came to Earth. Where is he?" In addition to Loki, people from other countries actually broke into the Earth. This is a big event, and it might cause big problems. Although Loki was only adopted by Odin and not from Asgard, his arrogance is not much different from that of Thor. It is certainly not a small character who can be called an ally by Loki. Just as she was thinking, a silver necklace with a wolf's head badge on Charlotte's chest suddenly began to vibrate slightly, signaling her arrival. "Is there someone with which attribute nearby?" Charlotte's first reaction was to look at Loki in surprise. This guy has which attributes? But it was quickly overturned, because a charming female voice came from behind him, which startled Charlotte. "Loki, is this the strongest defense force, Avenger, you said to defend this country? Is there anyone else here?" Shocked, Charlotte turned around instantly to look at a figure in the depths of an alley, and shouted coldly, "Who? Come out. Little handsome guy, we met again, it's really destined." A tall brunette beauty came out of the shadows, with a charming smile on her delicate face, and a pair of watery eyes shining with a strange light. A green gauze long skirt outlines a proud figure, and as she moves her steps, 2 snow-white thighs appear and disappear, captivating people's hearts. This is a stunner exuding seductive charm all over her body, as if she was born with a magic power to attract the opposite S*X. "It's you." When Charlotte saw the person coming, she immediately remembered the person's identity. Laurelai, that prisoner in dungeon who knows how to charm. Such a stunner, very few people have seen her and can forget her, especially the other party's charm magic. Charlotte's memory is very deep. It is so lethal to the opposite S*X, it can be said to be the nemesis of men. In Sif's introduction, that was the magic that once plunged the 9 kingdoms into melee. Thinking of this, Charlotte's eyes were full of vigilance. Judging from what she said just now, it seemed that Loki had lured her here on purpose and had already laid an ambush to keep an eye on him. "Hey, you haven't been affected?" Noticing the faintly hostile look in Charlotte's eyes, the brunette beauty Laurelai was taken aback for a moment, as if she hadn't thought that Charlotte would be wary of her. When she spoke just now, she had already used the charm method. Affected? Suffered. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, remembering that the other party's charm magic seemed to be released through voice. Are you charmed? It seems like you don't feel anything. Charlotte scratched her head in doubt, and suddenly remembered a skill she just acquired today. Sage Mode can be immune to all charm-like spiritual magic. At first, Charlotte felt that this skill was a bit tasteless and even a little disgusted. This skill will not make him apathetic. I didn't expect this skill to come in handy so quickly. Who am I, Charlotte? How can I be charmed by beauty? Charlotte immediately became smug, boasting shamelessly. Your tricks won't work on a gentleman like me. Haha. It has 360 meaning. He is an interesting man. On the contrary, Laurelai became more interested. Few men could resist the charm of her voice. But Laurelai was not discouraged. She was still confident to take Charlotte. Her charm magic was not that simple. I suggest that you all kneel down with your hands on your head and surrender obediently. Charlotte looked at Laurelai, who was gradually walking towards him. With a green light in her hand ready to go, she threatened very easily. Otherwise, everyone is playing magic. I believe you also know the power of black magic. You shouldn't want to taste the curse of death. Since the charm magic has no effect on him, then this Laurelai is no threat. As long as he takes Loki, this time it is Charlotte who kills the threat in time and saves the world. Kneel? Men are supposed to kneel before me. I won't bow to them. The corners of Laurelai's mouth raised a haughty arc, and seeing Charlotte, who was within reach, she slowly stretched out her soft little hand, put it on Charlotte's shoulder, and stroked it. Even if a man can resist her voice, Laurelai can still use physical contact to charm each other. No man can resist her charm. At this point, Laurelai is full of confidence. Charlotte, you are careless. On the other hand, Loki looked at this scene with a face full of gloating and triumph. Loki is also full of confidence in Laurelai's charm magic. In his opinion, even if the king of God Odin doesn't notice the enchantment magic of the famous Laurelai Banshee for a while, he might fall for it. And Charlotte, a mere Midgard, cannot be spared at all. Will definitely be charmed. As long as Charlotte is controlled, it is tantamount to breaking into an eyeliner and an undercover agent inside the Avengers. At that time, they can use Charlotte to lure out the other male members of the Avengers one by one to charm and control them. Avenger is no longer a threat, but a help. Laurelai's rule of the earth is just around the corner. Definitely, he helped Laurelai not because he was charmed by her, but because of what he said at the beginning, the ally and cooperative relationship. Loki, as the magician taught by Frigga, the number one witch of Asgard, can resist the charm of Laurelai's voice with magic. He just needs to be more careful not to be physically touched by the other party. Loki and Laurelai cooperated only because she agreed to her own conditions. As long as Loki helped her rule the earth, then Laurelai would help Loki charm Thor and order him to pass on the throne of Asgard to Loki. At that time, he will be the rightful king of Asgard. Loki is still obsessed with Asgard's throne to this day. Charlotte quietly watched Laurelai eating her own tofu and didn't stop her. Anyway, he has skills to support him, so it is impossible for him to be charmed. On the contrary, Charlotte can't wait to see the expression of the other party after the failure of the charm. Fight for me. Laurelai confidently issues orders, expecting a response. She was very satisfied with Charlotte's appearance and strength. Last time Charlotte fought in dungeon, she also saw some before fleeing. More importantly, he and Sif obviously know each other and seem to have a good relationship. During this time, Laurelai was hunted down by Sif, like a mouse being chased by a cat everywhere. It can be said that the grudge is quite deep. As for things that disgusted Sif, Laurelai naturally would not let them go. She couldn't wait to see Sif's expression when she learned that Charlotte was charmed by her, and she vented her anger. Charlotte admired the stunner in front of her for a while, feeling that the farce was almost over, as she didn't intend to waste time with her and Loki, and wanted to take down the two directly. However, Charlotte quickly changed her mind. Ding! Release the mission. His Royal Highness Xiao Biluo's charming voice. Try to meet Laurelai's request as much as possible, and make the other party happy. Reward skill, press F to enter the tank. Note, this task will not fail and can be completed at any time, but the level of joy value will affect the quality of the skill, and the joy value reaches 100,000 to unlock all types of tanks. The sound of the system task made Charlotte slightly stunned, and temporarily gave up the plan to throw Laurelai over the shoulder. Task. Pleasure value. Charlotte immediately changed her tone and said respectfully, "Fight for you, my goddess." Now that she's on a mission, Charlotte doesn't mind playing with her again. Anyway, he's pretty boring on weekends, and there's nowhere to hang out. Moreover, the task is only to satisfy the other party as much as possible, and there is no need to obey orders. So Jinluo still has room for independent choices. Pleasure value plus 10. At the same time, a transparent bar appeared above Laurelai's head, and an almost invisible red appeared at the beginning on the left, which seemed to be filling up the progress, and the maximum value was 100,000. Very well, you'll be my best fighter. Charlotte's respect made Laurelai mistakenly think that her charm was successful, and she seemed very proud, but she corrected, "Also, call me Queen. Definitely my pregnant woman." Charlotte changed her tune immediately. Pleasure value plus 100. Obviously, Laurelai is more satisfied with the title of Queen than Goddess. And if you observe carefully, Laurelai does have the fan of the Royal Sister Queen. "Charlotte, I didn't expect you to have today." With his hands behind his back, Loki approached gracefully and slowly. Looking at the charmed Charlotte, he felt very relieved. In the last battle in New York, Charlotte called the big green guy over and beat him up. He still has a shadow in his heart. Now that this guy has finally fallen into his hands, he has to vent his anger. Thinking of this, Loki immediately looked at Charlotte maliciously and gave an order. "Kneel down, salute the future king of Asgard, and apologize to me for what happened last time." Since Charlotte is now his partner's subordinate, Charlotte's status is naturally lower than his, and he can also order the staff to drop. "Idiot!" Charlotte directly cast a disdainful look at the other party, with green light flashing on her hand, and asked kindly, "Do you need me to salute and apologize to you? The future king of Asgard." Charlotte's tone was a bit more serious than king of Asgard, full of irony. What happened? Charlotte's casting action and contemptuous eyes scared Loki back a few steps, turned his head to look at Laurelai, and asked in disbelief, "Why didn't he obey orders? He still wanted to attack me. Are you sure your charm is successful?" "Yet, naturally, he's already my most loyal subordinate." Laurelai was not surprised by Charlotte's performance, and replied, "But he will only obey my orders." "Then let him obey my orders." Loki was a little unwilling. "Or you can order him to apologize to me." "Sorry, I can't do it, and I don't want to do it." Laurelai shook her head, rejected Loki's request, and continued to explain, "My charm magic is different from the spiritual magic you have been exposed to before. He still retains his own good thoughts and character, and just regards me as the most beloved and most important person in his heart. He is willing to be loyal to me and dedicate his life. As for his attitude towards other people, it remains the same, but my priority is the highest." Laurelai doesn't want to wrong her fighter to apologize to Loki, especially now that Charlotte makes her look more and more satisfied. This is a powerful and excellent fighter, and he is also very handsome. Maybe it's time for her to find a prince for her future kingdom. This young Charlotte is a perfect fit. Pleasure value plus 30 degrees. Pleasure value plus 50. Pleasure value plus 100. In Charlotte's eyes, Laurelai's pleasure indicator is constantly beating and is slowly increasing. It turns out that being handsome is also an advantage that can bring pleasure. "My mighty warrior." Laurelai caressed Charlotte's face lightly and gave the order happily. "Find me a majestic palace, one worthy of my queen." "A majestic palace?" Charlotte was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect the other party to make such a request. "Can the White House do it?" "What? Are you looking for a palace?" Charlotte was thinking about where to find a palace for the queen, but Loki was in a hurry and quickly asked, "Didn't we agree that we will act secretly before we solve the Avengers? You will make us exposed. And if you manage the Avengers, that gorgeous mansion will be yours." Loki pointed to a certain building behind him, trying to persuade Laurelai. it's also your palace. Loki's original plan was that he and Laurelai would continue to hide, and then let Charlotte find a chance to lure the Avengers out one by one, so as not to attract the Avengers' counterattack. But if Laurelai Ming asked Charlotte to look for the palace, it would definitely attract the attention of SHIELD and attract the Avengers. Loki didn't want to be rubbed on the ground by that big green 670 guy again. Stark building. Why is Loki so old that he can't get along with it? Charlotte was a little speechless. Stark was being targeted by Loki again. Sorry, I can't wait that long. Laurelai didn't want to listen to Loki's persuasion at all, and directly denied. To establish a country, you need a lot of things, gold, weapons, soldiers, etc. But these can be postponed, but the palace is absolutely not. As a queen, I must have a palace of my own. Idiot woman. No brains at all. Loki cursed secretly in his heart, but he's still persuaded with bitterness on his face. This is different from what we agreed at the beginning. Please stop talking about us. Laurelai interrupted Loki directly. I am me. You are you. Don't confuse them. Laurelai, what do you mean? Something bad flashed in Loki's heart. Is this woman planning to cross the river and tear down the bridge? I have found a strong warrior. So you are worthless. Sure enough, Laurelai stood beside Charlotte with disdain on the corner of her mouth. The only thing I can trust is my own fighters, allies, and so on. I never need it. From the very beginning, Laurelai looked down on Loki as sinister guy. If Loki didn't know how to escape from Asgard and also knew something about the country of Midgard, Laurelai didn't want to cooperate with him at all. This guy actually wanted to be the king of Asgard. She almost died of laughter. A mouse who only dares to hide in the shadows and play tricks all day long deserve a throne? And this guy really thought that his mental defense magic would be immune to her charms. That was Laurelai's reliance on the 9 cholera kingdoms. It was just that she didn't bother to charm the other party. Warrior, you. Realizing that he might have been tricked, Loki became a little annoyed and wanted to turn his back on him. But when he noticed the bad intention Charlotte beside Laurelai, he forcibly held back. He also saw Charlotte fight in dungeon. Loki didn't have the confidence to win the opponent, and there was a tricky Laurelai next to him. Hateful. Loki turned around and was about to leave. Laurelai had already made it so clear that she completely broke up with him. It was obviously impossible to cooperate again. Also, you'd better leave this country as soon as possible. Laurelai stopped Loki, who was about to leave, and reminded him kindly, I don't like you, so I won't allow you to appear in my country's land again. Laurelai is very confident. In her opinion, this backward country will fall under her control sooner or later. It can be said that it is already her kingdom. Loki, who turned his back, didn't look back, and was silent for a long time before he could barely utter a word. Understood. I wish you success. In the end, without looking back, he walked towards a corner not far away and disappeared from the sight of the two of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's an inside bar. It's really interesting. Watching this good show, Charlotte couldn't help flashing a few traces of sarcasm in her eyes and wondered in her heart. But these two guys really regard the Earth as a backward country, and anyone can step on it. You know, the Earth is guarded by his teacher, Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, and Kamartaj focuses on guarding against the magical power of these other countries. Even the king of God, Odin, did not dare to say rule the earth at will and clashed with Ancient One. My warrior, have you thought that you can match me, the queen's palace? I want to be unique and different. Laurelai turned around, with a strange gleam in her beautiful eyes, gently caressing Charlotte's face with a pair of jade hands, and said charmingly, If you can satisfy me, I don't mind giving you some special rewards. This is an honor that those fighters before me did not have, and you belong to it alone. Laurelai is more and more satisfied with Charlotte, both in appearance and strength. When she escaped from Asgard, she also heard about Charlotte's record. She broke into the enemy ship single-handedly and killed the leader of the Dark Elves by herself, saving the entire Asgard from the flames of war. Conquering Charlotte filled Laurelai's heart with satisfaction, and only such an excellent fighter could be worthy of her as queen. Definitely. Charlotte looked at the joy value constantly beating above Laurelai's head and smiled slightly. In fact, I just happen to know that there is such a place that can definitely meet your requirements, and I guarantee that it is unique and different. Stark building, the Avengers are gathering in the conference room, and the atmosphere is somewhat silent. So, that Laurelai is the nemesis of men. Hill looked at the frowning Avengers teammates and took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Just now, Sif has given them a brief introduction to the ability of another fugitive, Laurelai, a witch who can charm men to fight for her. This is completely difficult for the Avengers. Except for Natasha Romanoff and Wanda, who just joined the team, they are all men. Isn't it true that most of their combat effectiveness has been lost? She can charm the opposite S*X, make them obey and fight for her. Sif nodded in confirmation. That's why I'm after her. Asgard now has only Sif, a powerful female warrior who can only be represented by her.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.